Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 526. I have something important to tell you. 1993 to 1994 school year, Harry secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Admittedly, Sherlock and Gemma's relationship always seemed like a distant, unspoken friendship. Although Sherlock and Hermione had known each other longer and for a longer period, from Harry's simple perspective on relationships, Gemma actually had more advantages than Hermione. First, Gemma was no less intelligent or perceptive than Hermione. Second, Gemma was one of the few women Sherlock cared about. Third, Gemma was much more attractive than Hermione. Of course, this was Harry's personal opinion. Sherlock never cared about appearances. While this might be unfair to Hermione, that's how Harry truly felt. If Gemma had stayed, Hermione wouldn't have had a chance. Fortunately, Gemma left. Once Gemma left, Hermione and Sherlock's union became a natural progression. After all, Hermione's intelligence was equally astonishing, perfectly matching Sherlock's rational nature. Therefore, Harry believed that with time, Sherlock and Hermione's relationship would inevitably blossom. But now, Gemma was back. Even though Charlie said she was there for work, and even though the rules prohibited her and Sherlock from meeting or communicating before the competition, her sudden appearance was a huge variable in itself. Even if she only stayed for a year, or even just for the first project, Harry believed she would inevitably affect the budding romance between Sherlock and Hermione. That said, if Sherlock could really date Gemma, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But the problem was, Harry turned to look at Sherlock beside him. In the moonlight, his sharply defined, half-lit face showed no extra expression. It was as if seeing Gemma had no effect on him whatsoever. This made Harry feel a sense of powerlessness. This guy. But thinking about it, he was right. After all, Sherlock had declared more than once that he wasn't interested in emotional noise like love or romantic relationships. He had also analyzed himself with cold rationality more than once, concluding that these were byproducts of biological evolution, unnecessary distractions. He hadn't felt it so clearly when he was younger. But in the past 2 years, as he himself had developed budding feelings for those beautiful young women, Harry gradually realized how serious this matter was. Sherlock's world was filled with knowledge, magic, logic, and imminent danger. There was simply no room left for emotions. Hermione's usual gentle concern, Gemma's current strong return, all seemed pale before Sherlock's high wall of reason. Sherlock, Harry couldn't help but speak again, his voice carrying a conflicting emotion he himself couldn't fully comprehend. Gemma just said she can't see you or communicate with you until the project ends. He actually wanted to ask Sherlock if he felt regret or anticipation, or if he wished Gemma were here. But he didn't dare be so direct. At the same time, Hermione's face reappeared in his mind. You know, Hermione, he hesitated, then swallowed the rest of his sentence. He knew Sherlock didn't care about what he was trying to imply. That's the rule. Sherlock's voice was flat. The Triwizard Tournament has priority. The first item has priority. It's a perfectly normal choice. His gaze was firm, and his steps were unwavering. It was as if the challenge they were about to face was the only thing worth discussing at that moment. Harry looked at his friend's calm and focused profile, and even seemed to feel a sense of rationality and restraint emanating from him. Thinking of this, he ultimately swallowed back all the thoughts about Hermione and Gemma that had welled up in his mouth. He understood. Now was definitely not the time to talk about personal matters. In Sherlock's eyes at this moment, no matter whose feelings they were, they seemed insignificant, even distracting. He took a deep breath of the cold air, cleared the tangled mess in his mind, quickened his pace, and caught up with Sherlock. At this moment, Harry even found it a little funny. He had been so preoccupied with Sherlock that he had completely forgotten about the important matter. Dragons. That was what they were about to face. Ironically, seeing them before the official competition left Harry unsure whether he was truly happy or not. But overall, knowing the first challenge was a dragon was definitely better. After all, the initial fear had subsided. If he hadn't seen the dragon until Tuesday, he might have fainted in front of the entire school, no exaggeration. Not to mention the organizers only allowed wands as their sole weapon, which now looked more like thin sticks. Even allowing them swords and shields wouldn't have been of much use. Even with Sherlock's swordsmanship and Barton spells, they weren't going to be facing a 50-foot-tall dragon covered in scales and spikes, breathing fire from its nostrils. This wasn't a basilisk that would die at the sound of a rooster crowing. Harry couldn't help but feel the organizers were playing a joke on them. Lost in thought, Sherlock suddenly stopped. Harry, still lost in his own thoughts, nearly bumped into his friend who had abruptly stopped. Before he could even ask a question, Sherlock's hand was already gripping his upper arm. "Don't make a sound." Sherlock's voice was extremely low, but the alertness in it immediately snapped Harry out of his reverie. Harry immediately fell silent, his muscles tensing. Sherlock nimbly pulled him aside, his movements fluid and swift as he disappeared behind a thicket of low, dense juniper bushes by the roadside. The sudden turn of events made Harry's heart pound. He crouched down on the cold, muddy ground like Sherlock, holding his breath, peering nervously through the gaps in the thorny branches onto the path. Sherlock, taking the initiative, had an even sharper eye, his gaze fixed on a spot a dozen feet away from where they had just been. In the shadow of a sparse grove of trees stood a tall, imposing figure. The man had clearly just emerged from the depths of the forbidden forest, or perhaps he had been following and observing along another path parallel to the main road. Sherlock recognized him at a glance. Durmstrang Headmaster Karkaroff. Harry's reaction was slower than Sherlock's. It wasn't until he saw the goatee that he recognized the man. Karkaroff was peeking out, nervously gazing towards the dragon's den. His goatee stood out starkly in the moonlight. He fidgeted anxiously with his fingers, as if deeply uneasy about what he was seeing, or perhaps trying to confirm something. He was spying too. Harry instantly understood. Karkaroff had slipped off his large ship to find out what the first project was. He probably even saw Hagrid and Madame Maxim walking around the Forbidden Forest together. After all, their target was too obvious, they could be seen from a distance. Now, Karkaroff only needed to follow the sound to know, like Madame Maxim. What awaited the heroes? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Although his conversation with Sherlock on the road hadn't been loud, if the other man had been closer and more alert. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Sherlock held Harry's arm tightly. The two remained pressed against the icy bushes like statues, making not a sound. Time seemed to freeze. Karkaroff, oblivious to the two figures hidden in the shadows, was completely focused on Hagrid and Madame Maxim. After what felt like an eternity, a minute or two passed before Karkaroff looked away. He glanced quickly and warily to his left and right, then quickened his pace, using the trees as cover to move sideways towards the dragon's location. Only after Karkaroff had completely disappeared, and after a full half-minute to confirm there was no further movement, did Sherlock's tense body relax slightly, and he released his grip on Harry's arm. Harry also let out a long sigh of relief, his heart still pounding uncontrollably. He looked at Sherlock, who was still intently watching the direction Karkaroff had vanished. "Karkaroff," Harry's voice was hoarse and low, "he's gathering intelligence for Crumb." Sherlock slowly stood up, brushing off a few withered leaves and small thorns from his cloak. His movements regained their usual composure, but the vigilance deep in his eyes hadn't completely disappeared. Obviously, even without someone like Hagrid to help him, this headmaster has still found the right direction through his own efforts. Sherlock's tone was tinged with sarcasm. Now, before the competition even officially begins, all the participants know what they're going to face. What a tight security measure. Harry coughed awkwardly twice. After all, Hagrid was the one who started this whole thing. He thought for a moment and said, "That's good too. At least everyone's back on the same starting line." Sherlock chuckled, "You're right. Otherwise, if we win, it would be a bit unfair." After saying that, he put away his smile and said, "Let's go. Now we need to think about how to deal with that damn dragon." Harry looked at his friend's calm and focused profile and took a deep breath. The cold feeling, filled with the scent of earth and night dew, washed over him. He forcibly suppressed his previous emotional turmoil and lingering fear, quickened his pace, and caught up with Sherlock. Sunday morning. When Sherlock got up, he was surprised to find that Harry was already awake. Going to morning exercise, Harry asked subconsciously, and then started to get dressed. Sherlock glanced at his friend and suddenly said, "Do I need to remind you?" "What?" Harry looked at Sherlock in confusion. Sherlock pointed. Harry was surprised to find that he was actually putting his hat on his feet like a sock. An awkward feeling began to spread in the small dormitory. Fortunately, Neville also woke up at this time, which eased the awkwardness. During a break in the three of them going out for morning exercise, Harry thought about it and felt that he should still try to stand up for his good friend Hermione. Sherlock, can we tell anyone else about what happened last night? I mean Ron and Hermione, of course. Sherlock seemed a little surprised, even telling a lame joke. Now that Dumbledore isn't stopping us, there's nothing we can't say. Harry wanted to ask again, but then thought better of it and decided to stop while he was ahead. When they finished their morning exercise and went to the Great Hall for breakfast, they saw Hermione at the Gryffindor table with Ginny. Harry sat down, thinking about how to tell Hermione about it. After all, Sherlock had just said that it was okay to talk about it. He hadn't asked again because he was afraid that Sherlock would say, "Don't talk about Gemma yet." Although the probability was low, it was better to be on the safe side. To his surprise, just as he swallowed a last spoonful of porridge, Hermione said she had something to tell him and then pulled him outside to the field. Ron, who was standing nearby, was so astonished that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on? This wasn't right. He instinctively looked towards Sherlock. Sherlock, however, seemed completely oblivious to the scene, calmly and composedly leaving after finishing his meal. Judging from the direction he went, he was probably heading towards the library. Ron had originally planned to ask Sherlock and Harry what they had been doing at Hagrid's yesterday, but this was it. He had no choice but to place his hopes on his little sister. "Ginny, what were you saying to Hermione just now? Girls' business is none of a boy's business." Ginny raised her head and walked away like a proud swan. Ron was left speechless. What are they all doing? Although he didn't know what Hermione wanted to tell him, for Harry, her actions were like a pillow being delivered to a sleepy person, perfect timing. So he let Hermione pull him to the lakeside, then cleared his throat. "Hermione, I have something important to tell you." "Harry, I have something important to tell you." The two looked at each other, then laughed simultaneously. The tense atmosphere eased somewhat. "You go first." Harry decided to let Hermione speak first. After all, he was also curious why Hermione had rushed him out like this. "You must be going to tell me about you going to see Hagrid with Sherlock last night, right?" Hermione said cleverly. "I really do want to know, but please wait until I finish." Harry nodded, but thought to himself, it's not just about seeing Hagrid. You'll be stunned when the time comes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hermione said, "Harry, have you ever thought about dating Ginny?" Harry was immediately stunned. Chapter 527 I Need Your Help. Seeing Harry's surprised expression, Hermione wasn't surprised at all. She then repeated herself, word by word. "I said, have you ever thought about dating Ginny?" Harry looked at Hermione, stunned for a moment before reacting. "Hermione, you know me," he said somewhat awkwardly. "Of course I haven't thought about that. I've always considered Ginny my sister." "Of course," Hermione said with a smile. "You've always been a very good brother, even better than Ron, her biological brother." But, at this point, Hermione suddenly changed the subject. "What I mean is, have you ever thought that Ginny doesn't actually want you to be her brother? Or rather, she doesn't want you to just be her brother." This time, Harry understood. But even though he understood, he quickly began shaking his head frantically. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He looked at Hermione and said firmly, "Hermione, I know you've always been very smart. But you still don't understand when it comes to feelings. How could Ginny think like that? She's so young." Hearing Harry say he didn't understand, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. "So you really don't understand? You know, Ginny never really gave up on you." Hermione looked at Harry and said softly, "She never really gave up, she always held on to hope. I was the one who told her to get involved in life, to try to connect with other people, and to relax around you. I think you remember, before, whenever you were in the house, she couldn't even speak. I think if Ginny had more of herself, you might notice her more." Harry looked at Hermione, and even he, usually so oblivious, realized at this moment that Hermione wasn't joking. "Hermione, Ginny has actually done a great job. If nothing unexpected had happened, she and you would definitely have naturally gotten together. But neither she nor I expect Cho Chang to suddenly appear in your world." Hermione paused, then continued, "You know, I was involved in the entire Cho Chang eyeshadow case investigation. But when Penelope brought Cho to thank Sherlock, I was worried that Sherlock would end up with her." At this point, Hermione laughed self-deprecatingly. As it turns out, I was overthinking it. Sherlock had no such intentions at all. But none of us expected that you and Cho would unexpectedly hit it off and stay together until today. So, Harry, you like Cho, right? Harry was taken aback by Hermione's question. Did he like Cho? Of course he did. She was not only beautiful, but also brave, upright, and kind. Harry could hardly find a single flaw in her. But, who wouldn't like a girl like that? I don't know if you noticed, but Ginny has changed since we went to Hogsmeade. Harry nodded gently, recalling Ginny's change. Since returning from Hogsmeade, she was no longer so uneasy. Instead, she had gained a newfound resolve, and her eyes held a light he had never noticed before. Hermione noticed this, and a smile of encouragement appeared on her lips. You see, Harry, that's why I'm reminding you. Ginny's feelings for you aren't just those of a sister for her brother. She needs you to treat her as a real girl. The world of emotions isn't always black and white. She paused, then continued in a gentle tone. Think about it, if Cho hadn't appeared, what would you have chosen? Ginny has always been by your side, silently supporting you, like an undiscovered treasure. Harry, I think you need to get to know her again, to see her as a girl, not just your sister. Ginny has a chance. That might just be the first step for her to emerge from the shadows. Harry looked at Hermione, the image of Ginny and Cho Chang's radiant smile repeatedly flashing through his mind. He rubbed his already messy black hair in frustration, his voice low and strained. Hermione, I understand what you mean. Even if Ginny's feelings for me might not just be sisterly, not maybe, definitely. Hermione took a half step forward, her voice unusually urgent, not even noticing Harry instinctively shrinking back. I already confirmed it with her this morning. Harry frowned, his tone more resistant. Even so, I like Cho now. I can't just... He didn't understand why Hermione had told him this. Wasn't this just making things harder for him? Now he knew, and it was indeed as Hermione said, hard to see her as a sister anymore. And then what? He couldn't just give up on Cho Chang because of this, could he? Besides, with Hermione doing this, he was afraid every time he saw Ginny would be awkward. I didn't tell you to give up on Cho, Hermione interrupted him at this moment. However, she paused for a moment before speaking. Her fingertips unconsciously tightened around the hem of her robe, her ears turning slightly red, as if she realized her tone had been too harsh. But before Harry could reply, she hurriedly continued, avoiding his gaze and looking at the reeds by the lake. I'm not trying to force you to treat her like a girl, it's just, don't confine her to the label of sister. You don't have to like her, but at least don't ignore her feelings. That's too cruel to her. Her feelings for you aren't a joke. You should at least. Hermione, can you hear me first? Harry finally couldn't help but interrupt her, his brows furrowing even more. This is confusing me, and, you seem to only be thinking about Ginny. Harry's words were like a pebble thrown into the water, and Hermione's speech suddenly slowed down. She opened her mouth, the reasoning she had prepared suddenly caught in her throat, and her fingers, gripping the hem of her robe, tightened and loosened again. After a moment, she took a deep breath, took a half step back, and slowed her speech. I'm sorry. Her fingertips unconsciously rubbed her forehead, her gaze falling back to the crumpled hem of her robe, her voice softening. Ginny has been hiding for too long. Seeing her clearly like you, yet only able to watch you be good to someone else, I got a little anxious, so anxious that I forgot to ask if you wanted to hear it. The certainty in her tone had diminished considerably, replaced by a hint of uncertainty she herself hadn't noticed. Harry was stunned. After all, this was the first time he'd seen Hermione like this. A hint of panic lurked beneath her assertiveness, an apology was hidden within her certainty. But he had to admit that even so, Hermione's words were like a pebble thrown into calm water, creating unprecedented ripples in his heart. At least her description of her feelings for Cho Chang was objective. Even if their relationship now seemed to be reduced to a thin veil, but, if it hadn't been crossed, it simply hadn't been crossed. However, there's something you haven't even considered, that's Ron. Harry stared at the ripples on the lake, his voice lowering. If he finds out, Hermione's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only uttered a soft "oh." She hadn't had time to think about Ron's reaction. Her mind was filled with Ginny's grievances. Harry also fell silent. He felt a mix of confusion and helplessness. Since it was still early, there was no one else by the lake beside them. So only the soft sounds of breathing and the gentle breeze could be heard. After a while, Harry seemed to be startled awake, abruptly raising his head. A complex emotion still lingered in his green eyes, but he no longer wanted to continue this topic. He needed to change the subject. Ahem. Harry cleared his slightly dry throat. All right, Hermione, I know what you mean. I'll try to be careful. I'll think about it carefully. Oh, right. Now it's my turn to tell you something. At this point, Harry's voice suddenly brightened. He glossed over the topic, which made Hermione frown in annoyance. But seeing Harry change the subject, she realized she couldn't continue. She could only silently think to herself, Ginny, this is all I can do for you, so, are you going to tell me about last night? She was genuinely interested in what had happened when Sherlock and Harry went to see Hagrid last night. After all, for Harry to be so eager to explain, it must be interesting. But to Hermione's surprise, Harry dropped a bombshell right off the bat. We saw Gemma Farley last night, Greek letter sigma, Cyrillic letter dec. Hermione's eyes instantly changed. Noticing Hermione's pupils contract slightly, Harry continued, that's right, Gemma, she's back. She looks good, she even asked about Sherlock. Oh, Harry, are you doing this on purpose? Hermione gritted her teeth, saying each word carefully. Seeing his friend showing signs of anxiety and frustration, Harry stopped teasing her, but felt a sense of satisfaction. The two walked along the lake for a long time, and Harry told Hermione everything about the dragon and what Gemma, Hagrid, and Charlie had said. As he spoke, Harry carefully observed Hermione's reaction. At this moment, he felt he had found a way to turn the tables, and deliberately lowered his voice, encouraging her, that's why I said, it's no use just worrying about me and Ginny, you need to take care of yourself too. Sherlock is practically a blockhead when it comes to relationships, Hermione, you need to take the initiative. Look, Gemma asked about him as soon as she got back, isn't that a great opportunity? An opportunity? What opportunity? This time it was Hermione's turn to ask Harry to be more explicit. Harry smiled slightly. You need to find a way to give him a nudge, just like you're giving me one now. Some feelings need an external push to reveal their true nature. Harry, are you kidding me? Hermione looked at her good friend speechlessly. Me, give Sherlock a nudge? But thinking back to Harry's last sentence, Hermione immediately realized that Harry was hinting at her. Sure enough, Harry looked at Hermione and smiled. I'm not kidding anymore, you should hurry up and find an opportunity to act. They'll meet after the first project is over. Thank you for telling me this, Harry. You're right, in this world where tomorrow is increasingly uncertain, it's indeed necessary to grasp some tangible emotions and connections. Even if the final outcome isn't a single answer, Hermione took a deep breath. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The most important thing right now is to find a way to deal with the dragon. Harry was taken aback. This Hermione. Why does she sound like Sherlock Holmes? Her mental adjustment speed is much faster than he expected. However, Hermione's next words made Harry understand the reason. First, make sure you both survive until Tuesday night, then we can think about other things. By the time Harry and Hermione hurried back to the Great Hall, it was already empty. They stopped at the door. Hermione subconsciously smoothed her windblown brown curls, while Harry scratched the back of his head. They exchanged a brief glance, reached an agreement without much explanation, and turned to walk towards the library. Sure enough, they immediately spotted Sherlock sitting in the second-to-last row by the window. He had a thick leather-bound book open on the table, his fingertips gripping a quill pen as he scribbled rapidly on parchment. It was clear that Sherlock was somewhat impatient. But when he saw Harry and Hermione, he still seemed very happy. When the two approached him, Sherlock's gaze swept over Harry's slightly disheveled black hair, then landed on Hermione's face. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. I thought you'd come sooner. I've been getting impatient, Sherlock. Harry was about to explain when Sherlock waved his hand. I know you've already told Hermione. You've come at the perfect time. Let's begin. Begin. Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise, somewhat unable to follow his train of thought. To deal with dragons, you first need to understand them. Sherlock pushed a book on the table towards them. The pages were printed with blurry illustrations of dragons. It was a book titled The One Who Pampers Dragons. He lightly tapped the illustration with his fingertip, his tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, our current knowledge covers very little of this topic. His eyes sharpened immediately. Harry, go find Cedric and tell him what happened last night, then go find Miss Zhang. Choi. Harry was stunned again. Having just discussed this with Hermione, his brow furrowed unconsciously, his fingers gripping the hem of his robe. Yes, Ravenclaw has many knowledgeable individuals. You need our help." Sherlock nodded, then added, "However, be sure to remind Cedric and Miss Zhang to keep this a secret, otherwise our big friend will be in trouble." Harry nodded vigorously. For both personal and professional reasons, they couldn't let Hagrid get into trouble because of this. Once Harry had disappeared through the door, Sherlock turned back to Hermione, his eyes shining. "Dear Hermione, I need your help." "I've been doing that all along, dear Sherlock," Hermione replied softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Chapter 528. The most frightening thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Of all magical creatures, dragons are perhaps the most famous and also the most difficult to hide from. The reason is obvious: their sheer size. Female dragons are larger than males and far more aggressive. But regardless of sex, no one except highly trained and skilled wizards should attempt to approach them, lest they endanger their lives. The British Ministry of Magic, unsurprisingly, has assigned them a classification level of XXXXX. Sherlock finished reading the passage and chuckled at Hermione, saying, "They should have someone with a loud voice read it to the organizers." Hermione nodded. She now understood why so many people had died in the Triwizard Tournament. A group of wizards still in school facing dragons? And this was only because the format had changed to 3 players this year. If it were just one person, Hermione couldn't even imagine the scene. Sherlock had just told Harry that Ravenclaw had many knowledge-based individuals. He first learned this from the Sorting Hat at the sorting ceremony. This was precisely what made him abandon Ravenclaw and switch to Gryffindor. Since Ravenclaw had so many people like him, he didn't need to enter the house to acquire knowledge. If necessary, he could just get it directly from them. Unexpectedly, after entering the school, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Gryffindor actually had a huge, self-contained knowledge base. Whenever he thought about this, he couldn't help but marvel. Hermione was incredibly useful. For example, now she came in handy again. Just as Sherlock had said at the beginning, to deal with dragons, one must first understand them. Next, Hermione began to use her strengths, searching through books for information about dragons like looking for a needle in a haystack. Her specialty was reading. The skin, blood, heart, liver, and horns of dragons all possess powerful magical properties. Dragon eggs are classified as Class A non-trade goods. In other words, dragons are a treasure trove. There are 10 different species of dragons, and it is understood that they occasionally interbreed, producing rare hybrids. Based on this, Hermione focused her search on the 3 dragons brought into the Triwizard Tournament. Swedish short-nosed dragon, a fire-breathing dragon native to Sweden. It has an attractive silver-blue appearance, and breathes dazzling blue flames from its nostrils, capable of turning wood and bone to ash in an instant. Compared to most dragons, the Swedish short-nosed dragon commits fewer murders, but this doesn't mean it's gentle and harmless. Mainly because this dragon lives in remote, uninhabited mountainous areas, it remains inherently very dangerous, ultimately a level XXXXX magical creature. Chinese fireball, also known as the lion dragon, a fire-breathing dragon native to China. It gets its name from the mushroom-shaped fireballs it can breathe from its nostrils when angered. It typically weighs 2 to 4 tons, with females being larger than males. Its appearance is striking, with smooth, scarlet scales. It has a short, upturned nose surrounded by a ring of golden, tassel-like spikes, making its eyes stand out. The eggs of the Chinese fireball are a vibrant deep red with golden spots. The eggshells are highly valued and widely used in Chinese sorcery. It's important to note that the Chinese fireball is a naturally aggressive fire dragon. However, compared to most fire dragons, it is more tolerant of its companions. Sometimes, it is even willing to share territory with 1 or 2 other fire dragons, which is extremely rare among fire dragons. Most mammals are prey for the Chinese fireball, but it usually prefers to eat humans. The Hungarian hornet, native to Hungary, is generally considered the most dangerous of all fire dragons and one of the ones that breathes fire the farthest. The Hungarian hornet is large, covered in black scales, and resembles a lizard. It has yellow eyes, bronze horns, and a long tail with prominent brown spikes. Its eggs are the color of concrete and are exceptionally sturdy. Even so, the baby dragons can use their tails to break through the eggshell and hatch. This is because the tail tip is already well developed at birth. Hungarian wood-bees mainly feed on sheep and goats, but they will also eat humans whenever possible. So, in terms of danger, the 3 dragons should be Hungarian hornet, Chinese fireball, Swedish short-nosed dragon. However, The book also clearly states that this doesn't mean the Swedish short-nosed dragon is gentle and harmless. Hermione began her habitual muttering, using magic to trim claws and treat festering scales. That's useless. That's for weirdos like Hagrid who want dragons to be strong and powerful. Dragons are extremely difficult to kill because their thick hides are permeated with ancient magic, which only the most powerful spells can penetrate. That's not very relevant to us. We simply can't master powerful spells at this stage. After reading the books about dragons, Hermione began researching spells. The transmutation charm might be useful, turning its fangs into something like taffy, making it less dangerous. The problem is, as the book says, not much can penetrate a dragon's hide, so it's not practical. Or use the transfiguration charm? But you certainly wouldn't succeed in transforming such a behemoth. I suspect even Professor McGonagall, unless you cast a spell on yourself to increase your power. But these aren't simple spells. Oh Sherlock, I mean we haven't learned them in class yet. I only learned them when I was doing practice questions for the OWL exam. Oh dear, here he is again. Why can't he just read on his clunky ship? Hermione, who was studying the dragon, suddenly became irritated. This was because Victor Krum walked in listlessly. As usual, he gave Sherlock and Hermione a gloomy look, then sat down in a corner with a stack of books. Sherlock immediately realized something from Hermione's tone. Has he been coming over a lot lately? Yes, Hermione said through gritted teeth. Sherlock, shall we go back to the common room? Has he been bothering you? No, not at all. Hermione was startled and quickly said. Krum himself wasn't the problem, but the groups of girls often hiding behind the bookshelves to spy on him had distracted Hermione. Just watch, his fan club members will be here soon, chattering away. It's so annoying. He's also here to look up information about dragons. Sherlock's gaze swept over the stack of books in Krum's hands, but he's alone. Professor Karkaroff really has strong likes and dislikes. Let's go. There's not much point in staying here any longer. He and Hermione had spent almost the entire day in the library, and once they were immersed in the sea of knowledge, they even forgot to eat lunch. As they left the library, a group of girls tiptoed past them, one of them wearing a Bulgarian scarf tied around her waist. He's not good looking at all. She glared at Krum's sharply defined profile and muttered angrily, they like him only because he's famous. If he hadn't used that cheap trick, a fake move, Sherlock said with a smile. Harry actually used it during the tournament too. Oh, well, I mean, these girls are so annoying. It's perfectly normal to like someone because they're famous. Let's not talk about him anymore, Sherlock. Have you thought of a solution? Good, I have a preliminary idea, but it needs further calculation. Hermione, you might have to work hard these next few days. Before Sherlock could finish speaking, Hermione immediately said, no problem. As long as it helps you, it's worth it, no matter how hard it is. When Harry returned, he told him about his findings for the day. The information he obtained was similar to what Sherlock and Hermione had worked on. In short, dragons are beyond human control. Especially since there are 2 underage wizards in the Hogwarts group. According to Harry, Cedric has grey eyes very similar to Sherlock's. But when Cedric heard Harry mention that the first project was a dragon, the same fear he felt when he first saw it the night before flashed in his eyes. Cho Chang also expressed her concern for Harry, but offered unwavering support. Ron, after hearing what had happened, started offering suggestions. Could we conjure some food to lure the dragon? The first of the 5 exceptions to the Gump transfiguration law is that you can't conjure food out of thin air, Hermione immediately said. No, 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 Ron shook his head. We don't need to conjure human food. For a dragon, sheep and goats are food too, aren't they? Harry said sternly. But for a dragon, we're food too. Oh, I forgot about that. A moment of silence fell over everyone. Tomorrow is Monday. Professor Lupin should be back, Sherlock suddenly said. Indeed, the time since his transformation has passed, Hermione chimed in. Do you want Professor Lupin to guide us? But as a professor, he shouldn't be able to directly help us, right? We don't need him to tell us how to get through the dragon, we just need him to verify whether my idea is feasible. Sherlock then turned to Harry. Brother, have you forgotten what Sirius said before leaving Hogsmeade? Reminded by Sherlock, Harry quickly remembered. Anything you're unsure about, ask Lupin. In many situations, he's more level-headed than me. Professor Lupin was different from other professors. He was one of his father's best friends. Even if his professorial status prevented him from directly helping, verifying the possibility of his idea, as Sherlock said, should be a problem. Besides, Harry had a feeling that Professor Lupin would hint at something. So, after a brief discussion, the matter was settled. Monday. While they were having breakfast in the Great Hall, they saw Professor Lupin appear at the faculty's table. They learned from Fred and George that their first lesson was defense against the dark arts. So, after finishing their herbalism class, they immediately rushed from the greenhouse to the defense against the dark arts classroom. They were lucky. The air in the classroom still seemed to carry the tension of a wizarding duel. But the young wizards were all in high spirits. This semester, because Professor Hagrid had chosen the Blastale as the subject, he was no longer able to compete with Professor Lupin for the title of most popular teacher. In addition, a large part of his attention was focused on Madame Maxim, making the course increasingly boring and frustrating. In fact, if it weren't for the attractive rewards he offered, his class would have become unpopular. Defense against the dark arts, on the other hand, was everyone's darling. The students enthusiastically discussed their performance in class, imagining how to better perform and defeat their opponents next time, and poured out of the classroom like a receding tide. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, they quickly exchanged glances and walked in the opposite direction from everyone else. Soon, they crossed a corridor and arrived at the door of the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Hermione took a deep breath and gently knocked on the wooden door. "Come in," a gentle but slightly tired voice came from inside. Lupin was grading classwork. Seeing the four of them, his face immediately showed understanding and concern. He put down his quill, rubbed his temples, and looked somewhat tired. Clearly, the full moon's effects on him hadn't completely dissipated. "Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, Ron? You've come to see me at this hour. Let me think. Is it about the first project?" Professor Lupin's gaze swept over the four of them, recalling his conversation with Sirius in Hogsmeade Village yesterday, and he immediately understood their purpose. "So, you've already discovered the dragons, is that right?" The three except Sherlock hesitated. Especially Harry. He had been worried about this, Hagrid's violation of the rules. Following Sherlock's instructions, he hadn't told Cedric, but he wasn't sure if he should tell Lupin. Fortunately, Lupin didn't dwell on it too much. He sighed softly, his eyes filled with deep worry and a hint of helplessness. "Harry, I know how difficult your situation is. To be honest, I was shocked when I learned about the project. However, as your professor, my position is very delicate. I can't simply tell you how to get through a dragon." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ron looked somewhat dejected, and Harry's face grew even paler. Chapter 529. As a teacher, it's reasonable for him to give advice. Hearing that Professor Lupin seemed unwilling to help them, the children immediately became anxious. They all turned their gazes to Sherlock. Noticing their stares, Professor Lupin also looked at Sherlock with interest, as if wanting to see what he would say. Just then, Sherlock stepped forward and asked, "Professor, I don't think you can just tell us how to get through the dragon, right?" "Oh, I won't tell you," Lupin said curtly. "I can't be biased, can I?" Sherlock smiled slightly, "But as far as I know, cheating has always been a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament." "Oh?" Lupin's interest was piqued by Sherlock's words. "Why do you say that?" "Observation, of course, and reasonable deduction." Sherlock then briefly recounted what he and Harry had experienced on Saturday night. "I have absolute faith that Mr. Dumbledore will act with noble character. After all, that's who he is. But Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxim are far from being as detached as he is. It's obvious, based solely on my observation of Oxburton's and Durmstrang this morning, they've told their champions everything. Even earlier, from the moment they arrived at the school, I had already sensed this," Sherlock said, emphasizing each word. "They want to win." Professor Lupin sighed with emotion at this. "Yes, now that they've entered the competition, who wouldn't want to win? Not just them, even our school's teachers and students probably all hope you can win this match." But after his initial exclamation, he immediately became serious. "Sherlock, you're absolutely right. They want to defeat Dumbledore, they want to prove he's just a mortal, especially Karkaroff." The others were less concerned, but Sherlock immediately understood. "Excellent. It seems there's some past we don't know about. Is it related to the conflict with Moody?" Lupin looked at Sherlock in surprise. It seemed the other man's statement about observation and reasonable deduction was far from modest. "How did you find out?" "On the day they came to the school, Karkaroff had a brief conversation with Moody," Sherlock said, looking at Harry. Harry suddenly understood. Karkaroff had been surprised to see his appearance, and then Moody had stepped in to help him out. Because of this incident, he had a good impression of Moody. Now that you say so again, I can be even more certain that Karkaroff was connected to Voldemort in the past. You guess it again. Lupin seemed somewhat helpless. Karkaroff was a Death Eater. It was Moody who personally captured him and imprisoned him in Azkaban. Apart from Sherlock, who had expected this, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were all stunned. A Death Eater had actually become the headmaster of Durmstrang, one of the 3 largest magic schools in Europe. Was the wizarding world out of talent? Yes, it sounds absurd, but it happened. Seeing the children's surprised looks, Lupin slowly said, Karkaroff cooperated with the Ministry of Magic. Mainly Barty Crouch did a lot of work to get himself released. He said he realized his mistakes and decided to repent, so he gave up the names of many people. The final result was that he sent a large number of people to Azkaban to take his place, thus securing his release. Harry was utterly speechless upon hearing this. Previously, he had thought it was a bit much for a wizard like Snape, a Death Eater, to become a professor at Hogwarts, and even the head of one of the 4 houses. But compared to Karkaroff, who directly became headmaster, it was nothing. A simple horizontal comparison was impossible. He simply couldn't imagine what Hogwarts would be like now if Dumbledore had been a Death Eater. Moreover, judging from Lupin's description, Karkaroff was quite different from Snape. Snape had already betrayed Voldemort before his downfall. Karkaroff, however, waited until Voldemort's downfall, seeing his power waning, before beginning to repent. In other words, he didn't know he was wrong, but rather that he knew he was doomed. Sherlock chuckled. He hadn't expected this man to be a tainted witness. I mentioned this to Sirius when I met him at Hogsmeade yesterday. He wasn't planning to tell you, but you two ran into him that night. Lupin's expression turned serious. Luckily you weren't discovered. Although he wouldn't dare do anything openly to you, if you had met him in that situation, he might have made some moves. You know, ever since he left Azkaban, he's been teaching dark arts to Durmstrang students, so, Sherlock and Harry should be wary of Durmstrang's champions, right, Hermione? Krum isn't that kind of person. Ronald, you talk like you know him well. You only watched him play 1 match. You didn't even speak to him. You don't know Quidditch. How could someone like that be a bad guy? Come on, if he didn't use that cheating trick, it was Lansky's feint. Even in this situation, Harry still didn't want others to use Quidditch terminology, so he interjected. When Ron heard Hermione talking about a fake chicken-stealing contraption, his face contorted with disgust. Lupin interrupted their argument with a laugh. The only one to watch out for is Karkaroff. It has little to do with Durmstrang's students. Also, Dumbledore's suggestion to have Moody serve on the referee panel is related to this. Moody is very strong, Sherlock suddenly asked. Yes, extremely strong. He's the best Auror the Ministry of Magic has ever produced, not even in the same league as that guy who got ambushed and then kidnapped Crouch. Even though he hears about people harassing him every few days after his retirement, that doesn't mean he can't recognize things when there's something amiss. Sherlock nodded, then steered the conversation back. That gives me another reason. Professor Lupin, you don't want to lose the Triwizard Tournament to someone like that, do you? Sherlock, why do you say that? Of course, even though the Triwizard Tournament has this tradition, we still don't expect you to give us the answer directly. But what if we've already devised a preliminary strategy, a prototype of a collaborative plan? To be precise, what we want to know is, given the current limits of our magical knowledge and abilities, is this direction feasible? And are there any fundamental obstacles in magical practice that we haven't realized we can't overcome? Lupin laughed, a very happy laugh. All right, Sherlock, I admit I'm convinced. As a responsible teacher, it's reasonable to eliminate some incorrect answers from students, and it's normal to offer some well-intentioned, general advice. So my first piece of advice is, don't succumb to the temptation to cast a stunning charm. Dragons are incredibly strong and possess immense magical power. They can't be defeated by a single stunning charm. It would take nearly 10 adult wizards casting spells simultaneously to subdue a dragon. So, tell me your plan first, Harry, Hermione. And Ron all stared intently at Sherlock. Previously, Sherlock had only mentioned having a plan, without revealing its details. Now, the answer was finally about to be revealed. While the specific details of the mission aren't entirely clear yet, the core issue remains how to get past a dragon. The key difficulty of this project lies in the enormous power gap between us and the dragon. Also, we can only use our own wands and can't rely on additional tools. In this situation, if we could use a simple yet effective spell, we could get what we need. Sherlock paused, then stated directly, "A summoning spell. It allows us to summon our flying brooms to the arena. Once we have brooms, we'll have the advantage of speed and flight. And luckily, the three of us have pretty good talent in this area." Hearing Sherlock say this, everyone laughed. Harry and Cedric were both seekers for their respective Quidditch teams, with Harry being the youngest seeker in a century. Their flying abilities were among the best in the entire school. Sherlock then looked at Harry. "Judging from the current situation, a speed of 150 miles per hour is more than enough to fly past a dragon." At that moment, Harry almost burst out laughing. More than enough, practically more than enough. Although Firebolt was advertised as being able to accelerate from a standstill to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, Harry, who knew it intimately, knew very well that this wasn't its maximum speed. Its speed could be increased further if necessary. If he possessed the same flight advantage and speed as the dragon, the task of passing through the dragon no longer seemed so unattainable. He should have thought of this sooner. Back in their first year, Sherlock had already used this spell when they went to the Philosopher's Stone room. Although the first year Sherlock wasn't yet proficient in the summoning, it was the phrase "Portkey, fly here," that allowed him to identify the target. Ultimately, he used his flying broomstick to catch the target item. Now they were in their fourth year, and had been learning summoning charms during this time. Honestly, how could he not have thought of that? Chapter 530. Time is running out for the Hogwarts team. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, Sherlock spoke eloquently to Professor Lupin. "Harry's Firebolt is the fastest, so we should build our core tactics around it, using its speed to try and break through quickly. Cedric's magical foundation is the most solid among the three of us. As the only senior student, he can take on the task of drawing the dragon's main attention head-on, attempting to interfere with it or even temporarily alter the environment to confuse it. Of course, this is a difficult task, but our goal is only to attract attention and buy time, not to actually control the dragon, so it's not impossible for him. As for me, I can play the role of backup and support. My broom gives me enough mobility to fill any gaps in the ever-changing situation. I can assist Cedric in interfering or create opportunities for Harry's breakthrough. Ultimately, since this competition has changed to team format, we should utilize everyone's strengths and work together, rather than fighting individually." Lupin listened quietly, his hands crossed on the table. The initially serious and worried expression on his face began to slowly change as Sherlock's explanation became clearer. When he heard that the key to the plan was to utilize their own strengths and gain an advantage through summoning spells, rather than trying to brute force the dragon's power or defend against its indestructible hide, a hint of undisguised approval flashed in his eyes. Lupin leaned back in his chair, gazing intently at the four students, especially Sherlock, who was leading them. Finally, a genuine smile, tinged with satisfaction and appreciation, appeared on his face, the first one he had shown since entering the office. Teamwork, leveraging strengths and mitigating weaknesses, utilizing rules to expand capabilities, clear division of labor and responsibilities, Professor Lupin slowly and clearly commented. "Sherlock, I must say, as fourth-year students, to conceive such a tactical framework that focuses on one's own strengths and has a clear objective is truly outstanding. It demonstrates an extremely calm and rational way of thinking. As you and I just said, I cannot and will not give any instructions or suggestions regarding the specific steps of traversing the dragon, that would be overstepping my bounds. However, as your professor of defense against the dark arts, I can frankly tell you, the tactical direction you described is absolutely feasible at the level of magical principles. Utilizing the summoned broomstick to gain aerial mobility advantage and establishing a collaborative mechanism based on this. I see no inherent, theoretical obstacles in magic that would prevent you from implementing such a plan." He paused, then added, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness and encouragement, "Of course, feasible does not equal easy. The casting distance and speed of the summoning spell, the precision of broomstick control and the release of spells during high-speed maneuvers, psychological stability in the face of a great threat, and the instantaneous tacit cooperation among team members, these are the key points you need to work hard on and practice in the extremely limited time you have left. You must hurry, because you don't have much time left." Professor Lupin's words instantly dispelled some of the gloom weighing on Harry and the others. "Thank you, Professor." Hermione's voice was full of gratitude. Harry's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. "Once I'm sure we're on the right track, I know where to go." After the four left, Ron couldn't help but say, "Sherlock, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't convinced Professor Lupin, he definitely wouldn't have helped us. No, he was just making excuses. Sherlock shook his head. Even if I hadn't said anything, he would still have helped us. What did you say? Harry and Ron were both quite surprised, while Hermione looked thoughtful. Think about what he just said. Sherlock smiled slightly. As a responsible teacher, it's reasonable to eliminate some wrong answers from students, and it's normal to give some well-intentioned, general advice. Harry and Ron immediately understood. I think he must have already come up with a plan for us after learning about the first project, but he abandoned it after listening to my idea. Why is that? Because my method is better, Sherlock said confidently. Alright, let's not talk about that. Harry, go find Cedric. We must finish the preparations for the first project by tomorrow afternoon. Lupin was right. Sherlock's eyes sharpened. We don't have much time left. The competition is on Tuesday afternoon. So before that time, both Sherlock and Harry must master the summoning charm. As for Cedric, for a sixth-year student like him, the summoning charm is not difficult. Besides, he has been a top student since his first year. It's no exaggeration to say that when Harry took him to Sherlock, his admiration for Sherlock was like a surging river, endless. Upon seeing Sherlock, he showered him with praise. That was brilliant, Sherlock. You actually managed to solve the problem with a simple summoning spell. I bet Krum would be kicking himself if he saw a performance. He's a world-class Quidditch player. But I doubt he'd even think of that, since we're currently trying to figure out how to deal with the dragon with this little stick we have. After praising Sherlock, Cedric added sincerely, honestly, Sherlock, I think you should be the captain. This was originally my job. He was genuinely impressed. The fact that Sherlock and Harry had found out the details of the first challenge before the competition officially began was already a huge surprise. Cedric imagined himself facing a dragon without any preparation. He felt that he would be lucky to even stand up in that situation. Knowing that the first challenge was a dragon gave them 2 whole days to come up with a solution. And then Sherlock brought an even bigger surprise. He had even devised a battle plan. He couldn't think of any word to describe it other than perfect. Besides diligently carrying out your plan, I have nothing more to do. No, there is, Sherlock said with a smile. I'm afraid you'll need to guide us to master the summoning charm first. No problem, I've got it covered. So they began to practice diligently. Sherlock took them directly to the room of requirement. This was undoubtedly the best place to practice. They could even have lunch without having to go to the Great Hall. Harry was somewhat alright. Even though he felt that the room of requirement was indeed a very magical place, he was already used to the various miracles Sherlock had performed. Cedric was different. After learning the principle behind the room of requirement, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Good heavens, the school even has a place like this. But, Sherlock, are you sure it's okay for you to just tell me this like this? What could be wrong with it? Sherlock said matter-of-factly. Would you go around telling everyone? Of course not, Cedric quickly said. You told me this, which means you trust me. How could I possibly go around telling everyone? That settles it then, Sherlock said with a smile. Alright, don't worry about these little things. We don't have much time left, okay? Cedric gave Sherlock a deep look, then began to instruct the two on summoning spells. It must be said that Cedric was not only an excellent student, but also a very good teacher. To put it simply, he was the kind of genius who worked hard, not a natural talent. The latter was stronger in learning ability than the former, but far less effective at passing on experience to others. Harry, you still aren't focused enough. He noticed that the books, quills, ink, and other stationery prepared in the room of requirement always deflated halfway through their flight, falling to the floor like stones. Cedric frowned and said to Harry, you need to clear your mind. I'm already concentrating. Harry huffed. Several attempts had yielded the same result, which made him quite angry. He was angry at himself. Seeing Harry's expression, Cedric remained patient. He extended his wand and gently waved it. Textbook, fly. The textbook that had just fallen to the ground immediately flew into his hand. You're fine with this spell itself. I think your problem lies in your mindset. You're a bit too hasty. My experience is that when you first use the summoning charm, you should completely empty your mind. At the moment of casting the spell, you need to make sure your mind is completely focused on it, filling your brain to the brim. Once you're proficient, you'll form a habit like I do, and it will happen naturally when you use the spell. You're not succeeding now because you're thinking about other things. Harry was silent for a moment, then said, you're right. Somehow, a huge fire dragon keeps popping into my head. Don't worry about that fire dragon, Harry. Try not to think about anything, okay? I'll try again, no problem. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Compared to Harry, Sherlock had it much easier. After all, he had already cast the spell in his first year. Of course, he succeeded then, but not completely. The key to open the door broke free of the spell halfway through its flight and simply ran away. But now, 3 years later, with Cedric's experience, it's all a natural progression. Chapter 531 I Have a Friend. The Room of Requirement. Under Harry's envious gaze and Cedric's admiring gaze, Sherlock was like a magnet. All the items used for practicing summoning charms flew towards him. Sherlock's performance gave him the motivation to continue. So, in the afternoon, Sherlock and Harry skipped divination class without hesitation to stay in the Room of Requirement to practice. Cedric was also very considerate. However, he didn't skip class. Instead, he asked the professor for leave and continued to practice with him. Their tireless efforts finally paid off. By evening, Harry had truly mastered the summoning charm. Harry, you've really improved. Cedric seemed a little tired, but he was genuinely happy for Harry. You've only just started learning, and you've already mastered the summoning charm so quickly. You're much better than I was at that age. Yes, now I know what to do if I can't learn a charm next time. Harry smiled wryly and tossed a dictionary to Sherlock so he could try again. Then you can threaten me with a dragon, just like now. He raised his wand again. Dictionary, fly. The heavy dictionary sword from Sherlock's hand flew to the other side of the room, and was caught by Harry. Sherlock couldn't help but smile. Cedric also said happily, Harry, I think you've really mastered it. Hopefully it will work tomorrow, Harry said with some worry. The firebolt is much farther than these things. Tomorrow it will be in the castle, and I'll be in the field outside. It's all right, Cedric encouraged Harry. Believe in yourself, you have completely mastered the summoning charm. As long as you truly concentrate and focus like you are now tomorrow, it will fly into your hands. Seeing Harry's somewhat uncertain look, Cedric added, if you really mess up, we can help you. Harry's eyes lit up at this. That's right, I have teammates. It's best not to do that, but Sherlock interjected, don't forget, Mr. Karkaroff and Ms. Maxim are also members of the judging panel. We'd better eliminate any reason that might cause them to lose points. Of course, that's not very respectful to them. But judging from my deductions, the probability of this happening isn't small. So it's best if we each cast our summoning charms and summon our own flying brooms. Alright, I'll try. Harry nodded reluctantly, then remembered something. Sherlock, when did you buy the flying broom? The morning after I found out the first project was the dragon, Sherlock explained. I think they'll deliver it by tomorrow morning. Cedric was even more impressed. What foresight. He then asked, Sherlock, what should we do next? Simple teamwork, Sherlock explained, then waved his wand and chanted a spell. A flying broom immediately flew in from a corner of the room. Cedric and Harry stared in astonishment. Sherlock, how did you do that? Didn't I just say so? Sherlock smiled slightly. When I was pacing back and forth at the door, I was thinking of providing a large room for practicing Quidditch and summoning charms. Obviously, it understood my meaning and executed it perfectly. Didn't you notice how big the room was? I thought it was always this big, Cedric said truthfully. I thought it was for practicing summoning charms, Harry said, somewhat embarrassed. Its name is absolutely right, the Room of Requirement, Cedric exclaimed again. We have everything we need. Next, Harry and Cedric, following Sherlock's example, used summoning charms to summon 2 flying brooms and began simulating dodging and attracting fire dragons while riding them. Harry was responsible for high-speed weaving and simulating breakthrough paths. His only task was to accelerate, and accelerate again. Cedric practiced casting transfiguration charms as accurately as possible while flying at high speed. He tried transforming objects into noisy rocks or even a dog to distract the dragon. Sherlock, on the other hand, moved freely between the two. At his suggestion, they focused on refining their teamwork during their flight. A significant portion of their time was spent understanding hand signals and quick repositioning. Harry and Cedric performed exceptionally well. Both were top Quidditch players for their respective houses, and although they had always been opponents, their teamwork was remarkably seamless when playing together. It was a wonderful feeling, mainly because both sides had diligently studied each other's teams. Harry and Cedric, as seekers, were especially focused on this. They were surprised to discover that they knew a great deal about each other. Often, they could anticipate the next move as soon as the first was executed. At the same time, they also discovered that Sherlock's flying ability was in no way inferior to theirs. Things were becoming increasingly interesting. "Sherlock, it's a real loss for Gryffindor that you didn't go play Quidditch." Cedric conjured another puff of smoke and couldn't help but sigh. "If Gryffindor had you and Harry, they probably would have won the championship every year. We can do without me," Sherlock replied, passing between the two and returning to offer an objective assessment. From the moment Harry joined, Gryffindor already had the strength to win the championship, but their luck in the past few years has been really bad. Harry, who had just successfully tried a long kiss feint, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed upon hearing this. After all, he was always involved in every accident. The three of them continued their high-intensity practice until almost dawn before stopping. "What's wrong?" Cedric and Harry both looked at Sherlock, who had suddenly landed on the ground. They were still immersed in the experience of flying. "That's enough. Continuing to practice won't make much progress." Sherlock checked the time. "The three of us need to rest. If it affects tomorrow's match, it would be putting the cart before the horse." Cedric and Harry immediately nodded. "Sherlock, you're right." They were so engrossed in practice that they'd completely lost track of time. After leaving the room of requirement and watching the door turn back into stone, Cedric couldn't help but exclaim again, "Hogwarts is truly amazing. I've been here for 6 years and never knew there was a place like this in the castle." "So, Sherlock, how did you find this place?" "Like in your first and second years." The first and second years referred to the publicly announced information about the Philosopher's Stone and the Chamber of Secrets. The Lion King and the Savior stopped the corrupted Professor Quirrell and killed the basilisk. Neither the room where the Philosopher's Stone was kept nor Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets were places that ordinary people could find. So Cedric couldn't help but think that Sherlock had once again discovered the room of requirement through his keen observation. "No," Sherlock shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "I have a friend." Cedric didn't realize the meaning of that sentence, but Harry understood. The friend Sherlock was referring to was most likely Gemma Farley. Thinking about how she would officially meet Sherlock after tomorrow's match, Harry couldn't help but silently mourn for Hermione for a minute. But soon, his attention was completely focused on the summoning charm. That night, Harry even practiced in his dreams. Only one sentence echoed in his mind: "Firebolt, come." The next morning, Sherlock didn't take Harry and Neville out for their usual morning exercise. However, he still went for a run alone on the field. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Harry had just woken up. Looking at the neatly dressed Sherlock, Harry mistakenly thought he had just gotten up and asked groggily, "Sherlock, are we going for our morning exercise?" "Not today." Sherlock glanced at Harry with some surprise, clearly not expecting his friend to be so eager. He shared the news he had received upon his return with the others in the dormitory. "The school has already sent out a notice that there are only morning classes today. Isn't this morning's class the history of magic?" Dean, who had also woken up, couldn't help but chime in after hearing Sherlock and Harry's conversation. "That's right, so if you're still not fully awake, you can rest a bit more in class." "Sherlock, aren't you nervous at all?" Dean couldn't help but ask after hearing Sherlock's words. "Dear Dean, if being anxious could solve problems, I'd be anxious 10 or 8 times a day," Sherlock said jokingly. "Unfortunately, this kind of emotion doesn't help solve the problem we're facing right now, so of course I have to get rid of this negative emotion." "You can't just get rid of something like that, just throw it out of your mind." "Sorry, I can't." Dean shook his head, then looked at Ron, who was still fast asleep, and shook him awake. "Wake up, Ron." "Ouch, what are you doing? Get up, stop sleeping, just a little longer, just a little longer, sleep, sleep, all you do is sleep. How can you sleep at your age?" Chapter 532 The upcoming Triwizard Tournament. Amidst a commotion and noise, all 5 members of Sherlock's dormitory finally woke up. Due to the special day, the atmosphere throughout the school was tense and excited. Their dormitory was no exception. The probability of 2 of the 3 warriors participating in the Triwizard Tournament sharing a dormitory was indeed quite low. The school had issued a notice early on: no classes at noon. The purpose, of course, was to give all students time to go to the dragon enclosure below. Of course, apart from a very few, most people didn't know what they would see there. As for those who knew the inside story, Most were extremely nervous. That was a dragon, not a milk dragon. A man-eating dragon. Only someone like Sherlock, an outlier, could precisely isolate himself from any negative emotions. Just as they were playfully bickering, Watson and several unfamiliar owls delivered a long, narrow package. Sherlock, could this be? Seeing this familiar scene, Harry immediately realized something and instinctively looked towards Sherlock. Great, my package has arrived, Sherlock said, unpacking the package. A gleaming flying broomstick immediately rolled onto the bed. My hellish broomstick. Ron, who had been arguing with Dean, was instantly drawn to it. Neville and Dean quickly gathered around as well. Although Ron couldn't buy a flying broomstick, he always paid close attention to new models of the Nimbus, Comet, and Sweeper series whenever they were released. So, he recognized it at a glance. It's the latest Nimbus 2002, what? Let me see. Dean excitedly took it from Sherlock and examined it closely. After a moment, he shook his head and said, no, what's wrong? This isn't a Nimbus 2002, how could it not be? This is clearly the latest model, faster and more stable than the Nimbus 2000 and Nimbus 2001, because it's a Nimbus 2002 Super. Ron quickly picked up the flying broom again and examined it for a long time, then sighed, okay, Dean, you're right. I misjudged it this time. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Ron. The Nimbus 2002 Super was originally an enhanced version of the Nimbus 2002, with almost identical appearances, making it difficult to distinguish at a glance. Only by holding it in his hand and examining it carefully, like Dean did, could one tell the difference. As is the tradition of the Nimbus series, the Nimbus 2002 Super is about 3% faster, about 5% more stable, and 15% more expensive than the Nimbus 2002. That's how this manufacturer is, the precision is as always. Despite the firebolt weighing it down, the latest model of the Nimbus series flying broomstick still held considerable appeal. Several of Harry's roommates, including Harry, picked it up and examined it closely for a while. Touching the Nimbus 2002 Super, Harry couldn't help but think of his own Nimbus 2000 from the same series. It was his first flying broomstick, bought and given to him by Professor McGonagall out of her own pocket so he could join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. More importantly, it gave Harry his first taste of flight, holding special significance for him. Even now, he still keeps his Nimbus 2000 intact, sometimes taking it out to reminisce. While touching his Nimbus 2002 Super, Harry looked up and said, Sherlock, I thought you were going to buy a firebolt too. Sure, but it's unnecessary. Yeah, Sherlock isn't a Quidditch player. There's no need for such a good flying broom. Come on, Dean. The Nimbus 2002 Super is already very strong, the strongest flying broom after firebolt. None of our brothers and sisters have a Nimbus, not even an old-fashioned one. Everyone started discussing Sherlock's Nimbus 2002 Super, but no one noticed one thing. Why Sherlock suddenly wanted to buy such a high-performance flying broom. This made Harry secretly relieved. When they went to the Great Hall for dinner, the little lions came one by one to wish them good luck. Next was the history of magic class. Surprisingly, Professor Binns, the ghost, also gave a lecture on the Triwizard Tournament, which was unprecedented for him. This instantly woke the drowsy young wizards. Yes, the Triwizard Tournament was hundreds of years ago. I remember one of the competitions was about catching a parrot, but this animal went berserk and injured 3 referees, the headmasters of Hogwarts, Bulksplittons, and Durmstrang. The young wizards listened with fascination, thinking how wonderful it would be if future history of magic classes were like this. However, their wishes were quickly shattered. After just the first short lesson, Professor Binns the ghost reverted to his old ways, opening his notebook and reading in a dry, monotonous voice, like an old, worn-out vacuum cleaner. Within 5 minutes, the entire class was drowsy. Occasionally, they would snap out of it, copy down a name or date, and then drift back into a semi-sleep state. After class, the little lions escorted Sherlock and Harry into the Great Hall for lunch. Hermione and Ron barely managed to stand next to Sherlock and Harry without being pushed aside by the others. I kind of understand Lockhart's feelings now, really, Ron said to the other 3. Someone just groped my butt, ahem, it was probably unintentional, right, I'm not sure, because that hand touched me several times. Can we stop talking about this? Ron, you're not going to let Sherlock and Harry eat in peace, are you? Ron obediently stopped talking about it, but Sherlock and Harry still couldn't eat properly. People kept coming up to them to say hello. Finally, Hermione and Ron had to take responsibility. Let them eat first, okay? That's right. You don't want to see our heroes go to the competition hungry, do you? However, their persuasion didn't have much effect on the enthusiastic young wizards, and Cedric at the Hufflepuff table was also bothered. Later, Hermione couldn't stand it anymore and forcefully sat down next to Sherlock. She gave everyone who tried to strike up a conversation the same stern look as Professor McGonagall, which finally allowed them to eat in peace. Hermione, thank you, Harry breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt very strange. From the moment he left his dormitory, he felt like an outsider. Whenever someone wished Sherlock and him good luck, he felt it had nothing to do with him. Harry knew it was because he was so nervous. The feeling was so intense that it created a strange sense of disorientation. He even felt that time was behaving strangely, as if it were galloping forward at breakneck speed. One minute he seemed to be sitting in a classroom taking a history of magic class, and the next he was in the Great Hall having lunch. So where did the morning go? Where did the last few hours without the dragon attack go? The people who came to the Gryffindor table to congratulate him only aggravated this symptom, making Harry feel dizzy. Hermione stopping them at this moment was a relief to him. Otherwise, he suspected that he would have lost control on the way to see the dragon and started casting spells on everyone he saw. Hermione, I think you're starting to look more and more like Professor McGonagall now, Ginny whispered to him. Before the words were even finished, Professor McGonagall hurried towards them from the other end of the Great Hall. Her action drew the attention of everyone nearby. Holmes, Potter, the champions are now heading to the lower arena. You must be prepared to complete the first task. Professor Sprout has already taken Diggory. All right, Harry said, standing up, his fork clattering into his plate. Sherlock, another person at the center of the storm, remained completely calm throughout. He elegantly put the last piece of steak into his mouth, then took the napkin Hermione offered, wiped his mouth, and slowly stood up. Good luck, Sherlock, Hermione whispered. Ron, Neville, Dean, and other close friends offered their blessings. Just then, Cho Chang ran over from the Ravenclaw table. Harry, she said softly, looking at Harry, believe in yourself, you can do it, Ginny called out loudly. Harry, you can do it, okay, thank you. The encouragement from the two beautiful girls couldn't bring Harry back to his senses. He felt like his voice didn't even sound like his own. Professor McGonagall led Sherlock and Harry out of the Great Hall. Sherlock noticed that Professor McGonagall also seemed flustered. In fact, she was just as anxious as Hermione. It had to be said that Ginny was right. Hermione and Professor McGonagall were becoming more and more like each other. She accompanied Sherlock and Harry down the stone steps and outside. It was a cold November afternoon, and she placed her hands on Sherlock and Harry's shoulders respectively. All right, don't be nervous. She looked into Sherlock's gray eyes and Harry's green eyes, and said slowly, I hope you can both stay calm. We've arranged for some wizards to be here. If things get bad, they'll step in and take control. Most importantly, use your abilities to the fullest. No one will think you're inferior to anyone else. So, are you all right? We're fine. We're all right. Harry heard Sherlock say, Professor, you seem a little nervous. Of course I'm nervous. Merlin's beard, they actually prepared. Professor McGonagall almost blurted it out, but ultimately held back. Never mind, as long as you're alright, let's go. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Probability. With the first event of the Triwizard Tournament about to begin, Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, led Sherlock and Harry away from the castle, around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, towards the location of the dragons. Through Sherlock's observation of Professor McGonagall, he understood that she already knew the first event involved dragons. However, she was unaware that Sherlock and Harry already knew. When Professor McGonagall led Sherlock and Harry closer to the thicket where they could normally see the arena, a large tent had been erected. The tent conveniently concealed the dragons, preventing them from being seen. The tent's entrance faced directly towards them. This practice made Sherlock shake his head inwardly. What difference was there between this and a deaf person's ears? But considering this was their usual practice, Sherlock didn't bother to say anything more. Reaching this point, Professor McGonagall stopped. She took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress her anxiety, but with little effect. She looked intently at her two students who were about to face a tremendous challenge, especially the pale-faced Harry. "All right, this is it." Professor McGonagall's voice was low and solemn, even trembling slightly. "This is as far as I can accompany you. The warriors from all three schools are inside. Mr. Bagman and Moody are inside. They will show you the steps. Remember what I told you. Stay calm, believe in yourselves. Good luck, you two, really good luck." She squeezed their shoulders tightly one last time, then abruptly turned and left. It was as if staying even a second longer might cause her to lose control of her emotions. Sherlock watched Professor McGonagall's slightly hurried departure, remaining as steady as a mountain. Harry, on the other hand, was as tense as a taut bow, mainly because Professor McGonagall's behavior had added an invisible pressure to his upcoming struggle. He couldn't help but turn towards the tent, feeling as if the entrance was a silent, gaping maw, ready to devour him if he stepped inside. At that moment, Harry felt as if the air itself had frozen, and even the cold winter wind couldn't dispel the suffocating tension. "Brother, relax." Just then, Sherlock's calm voice broke the silence, bringing Harry back to his senses. He noticed that Sherlock's gaze was also focused on the tent entrance. Sherlock looked Harry up and down, then patted him on the shoulder. "I can sense you're very tense right now." Harry nodded. He was indeed very nervous. "Take a deep breath, overcome this feeling, and come with me." Harry nodded reluctantly. He felt like a puppet, stiffly following Sherlock towards the tent entrance. With each step closer, he could clearly hear his heart pounding like a drum, thumping against his chest. Thank goodness for Sherlock. That feeling returned to him. If you were facing all this alone, his legs would probably be too weak to walk by now. "No," Sherlock suddenly said, walking ahead. "What did you say?" Harry looked at his older brother in surprise. "I mean, don't underestimate yourself." Sherlock smiled slightly. "Dear Harry, even if you face all this alone, you can completely handle it." After saying this, Sherlock reached out and lifted the curtain, entering first. Harry then realized that Sherlock had once again seen through his thoughts. This wasn't surprising. Sherlock could usually read his mind, let alone now when he was highly tense. Sherlock probably thought his worries were written all over his face. Sherlock entered the tent and immediately sensed a tense atmosphere, mixed with a faint smell of dust. The light was dim, but the people inside were still visible. Just as Professor McGonagall had said, Cedric was already inside. He paced back and forth, his handsome face unusually serious and worried. Seeing Harry and Sherlock enter, he stopped, forced a nervous smile, and nodded. "Hey, Sherlock, Harry, you're here." The greeting sounded trembling slightly. Clearly, he was also very nervous. Deep within the tent, in a corner, Boxbutton's three champions huddled together. Fleur Delacour leaned against a support pole, still trying to maintain her usual haughty posture. However, Sherlock saw right through her, because her posture was somewhat stiff. Her blue-gray eyes glanced frequently towards the tent entrance, then quickly looked away, seemingly trying to conceal her inner unease. As for the other two, they were also not as composed as usual, their faces slightly pale, both looking sickly. Compared to Boxbutton's, Durmstrang's three champions were performing somewhat better. Toby Tossin and Lucas Pagliacco, who were not favored by Professor Karkaroff, were whispering among themselves. When Sherlock and Harry entered, both of them quickly glanced at them. Victor Krum stood nearby. His face was ashen, his brows furrowed, looking even more fierce and repressed than usual. Sherlock glanced at him and knew he was just as nervous. He didn't need to hide it. "Ah, everyone's here. That's good." Just then, a vibrant yet overly deliberate voice rang out. Ludo Bagman stood up from behind a small table in the front row. He was still wearing his iconic old-fashioned Hornets jersey, but the collar was clinging tightly to his neck from sweat. His round face was flushed, but Sherlock noticed a barely perceptible anxiety and tension hidden deep in his eyes, contrasting sharply with his radiant smile. "Brave warriors. I think you feel the same way I do right now." What an exciting moment. Inside the tent, besides Bagman, was Mad-Eye Moody, whom Professor McGonagall had just mentioned. His magical prosthetic eye locked onto Harry the moment he entered, then quickly scanned Sherlock and the others. Unlike Bagman, he didn't stand up, but simply crossed his arms. His wooden legs were planted firmly on the ground, and his one normal eye looked incredibly sharp against his scarred face. Bagman then looked at Moody. "Alastair, shall we speak?" Moody scoffed, seemingly disdainful of Bagman's exaggerated opening. You decide. Bagman didn't seem to care, laughing, I'll handle that. He then clapped his hands vigorously, trying to get everyone's attention. It worked. Everyone, including Sherlock, looked at him. Alright, now that everyone's here, I have a few words to say. Everyone, please stand in the middle, okay? Come closer. It's time to explain the situation. The warriors silently drew closer to him. Cedric quickly moved to Sherlock and Harry's side. The 9 warriors from the 3 schools remained in 3 distinct groups, as before. The difference was that the Hogwarts and Boxburton's warriors were clustered together, while Durmstrang's captain, Crumb, was positioned further away from the other 2. Seeing this, Sherlock couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know if it was Karkaroff's influence, Crumb's inherent personality, or both. In any case, despite being a team of 3, they couldn't cooperate closely. Durmstrang was likely to suffer in this first hurdle. At this moment, Bagman cleared his throat and said excitedly, once the audience is all gathered, I will pass this bag to each of you in turn. As he spoke, he held up a purple silk bag and shook it at them. Noticing everyone's attention was drawn to the bag, Bagman became even happier. He continued, you will each pick out a miniature model of the thing you will be facing. They come in different, kinds. I have one more thing to tell you. Oh, right, your task is to collect the golden eggs. Finally, we've seen the main plot of this quest. Hearing Mr. Bagman's words, Sherlock's heart skipped a beat. In fact, Sherlock had already deduced this from Charlie's earlier mention of the organizers insisting on having a mother dragon incubate the eggs. Now, the situation seemed very clear. One of the 3 dragons would be chosen by drawing lots, and then the golden egg would be taken from its guard. How to put it? It was just annoying. Because the warriors already knew beforehand that their quest involved passing by the dragons, even the slower ones understood Mr. Bagman's meaning. Cedric, Fleur, and Drum, the 3 captains, nodded as well. Just as they were speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Clearly, after the warriors arrived, the audience began to take their seats. Judging from the density of the footsteps alone, it was clear that the entire school's teachers and students had come. This was normal. After all, Quidditch always had this many people. Sherlock could hear their conversations and laughter from inside the tent. Clearly, the audience was different from the contestants. They were excited. After a while, Mr. Bagman began to untie the purple silk bag. Ladies first, he said, handing the bag to Fleur Delacour while glancing at the other 2 captains. I suppose you're all interested. Cedric nodded, while Crumb remained silent with a gloomy expression. Mr. Bagman took this as agreement. Fleur then reached her trembling hand into the bag and pulled out a small, lifelike dragon model. She was undeniably lucky. It was a silver-blue Swedish short-nosed dragon, with a number around its neck, number 3. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, now their chances of drawing the Hungarian hornet were 50%. Chapter 534 Bad Luck. After Fleur drew the Swedish short-nosed dragon, Mr. Bagman handed the purple silk bag to Crumb, saying to Cedric, guests first. You don't mind, do you? Cedric shook his head. Sherlock suddenly felt Mr. Bagman was being a bit long-winded. Could he just hurry up? Crumb's luck, while not as good as Fleur's, was still decent. He pulled out a bright red Chinese fireball, the number 2 around his neck. Without even blinking, he plopped down, eyes fixed on the ground. Sherlock observed the performances of the 2 schools' warriors, further confirming his deduction. Both Ms. Maxim and Mr. Karkaroff had, without exception, told their students what challenges they would face in the first project. The only difference was that Ms. Maxim told all 3 warriors, while Mr. Karkaroff only told Crumb. Although Crumb lacked communication with his companions, he still managed to convey this crucial information. While he continued his habitual observation and deduction, Cedric and Harry's faces had turned deathly pale. Without a doubt, the most difficult dragon, the Hungarian hornet, was left to them. Harry and Cedric exchanged a glance, both seeing despair in each other's eyes. Damn it, their luck was just too bad. They then looked at Sherlock, only to see him still looking completely calm, and immediately realized what was going on. Yes, they shouldn't know the types of the 3 dragons yet. They almost lost their composure. Cedric immediately feigned composure and took the purple silk bag from Mr. Bagman. Naturally, he pulled out the Hungarian hornet, number 1. Not only was it the most dangerous dragon, but it was also the first to appear. Anyone who frequently takes exams knows that the first person to appear bears the most pressure. For the contestants, there are no precedents to refer to. For the judges, there's also a lack of comparison when scoring, so to be on the safe side, they often choose to lower the score. It was practically double the misfortune. At that moment, the warriors of Boxbritons and Durmstrang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. All right, you've all got yours. Bagman looked around and then said, you've all drawn the dragons you'll be facing. The numbers around your necks indicate your order of engagement with the dragons, understand? All right, I need to leave you for a moment now, as I need to give a commentary to the audience. Cedric, you, Harry, and Sherlock are first. Once you hear the whistle, go into that area, understand? Seeing Cedric nod, Bagman continued, so, Harry, can I say a few words to you? Come outside. Everyone looked at Bagman in surprise, wondering what he had to say to Harry with a match about to begin. Harry instinctively looked at Sherlock. Seeing Sherlock nod slightly, he followed Mr. Bagman out of the tent. As soon as Harry left, Cedric immediately sidled up to Sherlock and whispered, Sherlock, what did Mr. Bagman want with Harry? Sherlock looked at him with a half-smile. Cedric, do you really think I'm omniscient and know everything? Cedric suddenly realized he'd fallen into a fixed mindset. The great detective Sherlock Holmes, the brilliant detective Sherlock, despite such nicknames, Sherlock wasn't omnipotent. Like Mr. Ludo Bagman just now, Sherlock didn't know him well and had no way of deducing his intentions. Sherlock, I actually know why he took Harry out, Cedric. At this moment, Cedric finally understood why Sherlock didn't have many friends at school. If my deduction is correct, he probably wanted to offer Harry some help. How could that be? Cedric almost cried out. Ludo Bagman was a member of the tribunal. Would he really do something like this? As if reading Cedric's mind, Sherlock smiled slightly. Referees are human too, and humans have their own biases. Besides, Sherlock said in a meaningful tone, his biases are quite significant. Cedric was even more puzzled upon hearing this, and was about to ask again when a whistle sounded from somewhere. Cedric was startled. Moody had already spoken. Hogwarts, it's your turn. You two, come with me, he said gruffly, then wobbled his prosthetic leg and walked out of the tent. Cedric immediately shut up and obediently followed Moody with Sherlock. The three of them walked out of the tent one after the other, just in time to see Mr. Bagman's retreating figure and Harry standing there, looking completely bewildered. Harry, come quick, Cedric said hurriedly. Harry seemed to just snap out of his daze and quickly ran over to stand beside Sherlock. Moody gave Harry a deep look but didn't say anything. He simply led them forward in silence. Are you all right, Harry? Cedric asked softly. I'm fine, Harry replied, then turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, Mr. Bagman, let's talk about that after the match. Sherlock interrupted Harry. Your expression tells me everything, Harry nodded. Next, Moody led the Hogwarts trio through the tent entrance and outside. During this time, Harry and Cedric's tension gradually increased, reaching an unbearable level. Cedric gripped his wand tightly, trembling from head to toe. At this moment, Harry felt an unprecedented sense of closeness to Cedric. Although he and Sherlock were best friends, the latter's calm demeanor made it difficult for him to feel this closeness. However, there was a benefit. Seeing Sherlock's composed appearance made Harry realize his legs were no longer made of sugar. Finally, Moody led them past the bushes, through a gap in the fence, and to their destination. In an instant, hundreds upon hundreds of faces appeared on the stands above the three. When Sherlock and Harry came to see the dragon last Saturday night, there weren't any stands here. But in the magical world, building a stand in 3 days was nothing. At the other end of the enclosure stood the Hungarian hornet, which Charlie called the one you'll never get away with. It was an enormous, lizard-like reptile covered in scales. It violently thrashed its spiky tail, leaving several meters of cratered marks on the hard ground. Sherlock's gaze swept over it, noticing the Hungarian hornet guarding its nest of eggs, its wings half-folded. Although it was crouching low, its enormous size still gave the impression of towering power. Seeing Moody leading the three, the Hungarian hornet's menacing yellow eyes immediately fixed on Harry. This is it. Moody stopped, looked at the three, and said slowly, remember, if you find it's hopeless, even if you have to give up the match, don't force yourself to continue. Hearing Moody's somewhat stiff advice, Harry looked surprised. He hadn't expected the other man to care about them so much. After saying this, Moody walked away with his prosthetic leg, heading towards the referee's table. Sherlock followed his gaze and saw that Dumbledore, Mr. Karkaroff, and Madame Maxim were already seated. Only Bagman and Moody were missing from the referee's panel. At this moment, a deafening roar erupted from the stands. Clearly, when they saw Sherlock and the others appear, they knew that the tense and exciting match was about to begin. After all, it was Hogwarts' home ground, so the three naturally received the unanimous support of the entire school. This time, even Slytherins, who were always at odds with Gryffindor, were cheering them on. Sherlock glanced in the direction of the Hungarian hornet. The golden egg was in the center of the pile of dragon eggs, and getting it wouldn't be easy. Looks like we're in luck. Things are developing almost exactly as we predicted, so let's do as we said. That's right. Cedric took a deep breath. Sherlock, Harry, we have to win. Harry nodded emphatically. At this moment, he had completely forgotten what Moody had just said. So, shall we begin? Cedric looked at Sherlock nervously and asked. Sherlock nodded, drawing his wand. Let's begin. The three of them simultaneously chanted the summoning spell. Firebolt, come forth, Harry shouted especially loudly. He was the only one of the three who wasn't confident he could successfully cast the spell. He remembered Sherlock and Cedric's instructions. He cleared his mind of distractions, completely and absolutely concentrating his thoughts, imagining the firebolt. Only by obtaining the firebolt could he keep up with Sherlock's pace. Soon, there was movement on the field. A powerful whooshing sound filled the air as three flying broomsticks hurtled through the air. Firebolt led the way, skirting the edge of the forbidden forest and flying into the enclosure first. As it abruptly stopped mid-air beside Harry, waiting for him to mount, Sherlock's Nimbus 2002 Super followed closely behind. By the time Nimbus 2002 Super also stopped beside Sherlock, Cedric's 7 Sweep arrived belatedly. A roar of cheers erupted from the stands. The moment Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric simultaneously leaped onto their respective broomsticks and soared into the air, the commentator, Bagman, shouted, drowning out the cheers of the crowd, "Oh my God, they can fly!" Chapter 535 Plan A. The moment Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric ascended into the air on their respective flying broomsticks, the entire arena erupted in cheers. No one had expected the Hogwarts champions to put on such a spectacular show. Aside from a handful of people who knew the inside story, almost everyone was stunned when they saw the dragon. Their instinct was to assume that the first event of the Triwizard Tournament was a dragon fight. It wasn't until Mr. Ludo Bagman cast a resounding incantation, first praising the three Hogwarts champions, that he began to explain the competition to everyone. Look closely, this young man is Potter. His exaggerated tone quickly drew everyone's attention. He's riding the world's finest flying broomstick, the Firebolt. It's the same broomstick used by the entire Irish team that won the Quidditch World Cup not long ago. I had the privilege of commentating on that match, so I know its performance very well. I must say, the heroes of Hogwarts have come up with a brilliant idea. As for the hero's mission, it's to retrieve the golden egg. Hearing this, the audience suddenly realized that the heroes weren't originally supposed to directly fight the dragon. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Mr. Bagman seemed to have anticipated their thoughts and continued, "Don't think this is a simple matter. What appears before you now is a female fire dragon. As everyone knows, female fire dragons value their eggs highly, and getting the golden egg from her is by no means easy. In fact, it's practically the same as fighting the dragon directly. Now, let me introduce you to this Hungarian hornet." Just as Mr. Bagman was explaining the terrifying nature of the Hungarian hornet, Sherlock and his companions had already soared into the sky. Sherlock glanced at Harry and called out, "Brother, you look great." Harry was indeed in much better shape. How so? As he rapidly circled upwards, as the wind whistled through his hair, as the faces of the audience below turned into tiny, flesh-colored pinpricks, and as the Hungarian hornet shrank to the size of a dog, Harry realized something important. He had abandoned not only the ground but also his fear. Just as Sherlock had said, once he was in the air, he was back in his element. "Sherlock, thank goodness you came up with this idea," Harry exclaimed excitedly. In his eyes, this was just another Quidditch match. Dragons? Hungarian hornets? Just a tough opponent. Cedric's performance was similar to Harry's, only not as obvious. But without a doubt, it was 3 against 1, and they could fly. The advantage was on their side. "Sherlock, what do you say? Should we go straight to Plan A?" Of course, Sherlock looked down at the nest of dragon eggs and found the golden egg. Even someone with poor static vision like Harry could see the glittering thing lying between the Hungarian hornet's forelegs. "So, Let's go. The three of them split into three directions and swooped down from above. The Hungarian hornet's enormous head swayed left and right, moving back and forth with him. Cedric hadn't yet realized what the dragon was trying to do, but Sherlock and Harry, who had witnessed the Hungarian hornet firsthand, shouted simultaneously, "Fire, watch out!" Cedric was startled, realizing he was already nearly 20 feet from the Hungarian hornet. In other words, he was within its firing range. The three of them made the same move almost at the same moment, abruptly stopping their dive and leaping into the air. Good heavens, it's Longus' feint! Ron in the stands couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Hermione's hands were crossed on her knees, her eyes fixed on Sherlock and Harry. Although she had known beforehand that the two were facing a fire dragon, it wasn't until she actually saw it that she truly felt the overwhelming pressure. She didn't understand Quidditch, but at this moment, she felt a strange sense of familiarity with what she had initially perceived as a cheap trick. The Hungarian hornet had already unleashed a burst of flames. However, the three Hogwarts warriors had all managed to dodge to the side at the last second. Ouch! Hermione, be gentle, Ginny cried out in pain. Sorry, Ginny. Hermione realized that she had unconsciously grabbed Ginny's arm. It's okay. Ginny understood Hermione's feelings, because if Hermione had been a moment later, Ginny would have grabbed Hermione's arm. If they hadn't dodged in time, they would have been hit squarely. Ginny said worriedly, "That's too dangerous, Hermione." "Yes, very dangerous." Hermione took a deep breath, "but all we can do now is trust them. It'll be alright, it'll be alright." There were quite a few people on the field who were worried about the three warriors. However, Sherlock and his two companions seemed very excited. "Sherlock, Harry, how are you feeling?" Cedric asked loudly. "It was just dodging a bouncing ball," Harry shouted back. Sherlock's gaze was fixed on the Hungarian hornet's head. After a moment, he said, "Harry, let's switch directions and try again." "All right." He and Sherlock switched positions in midair and then swooped down again. Just before they were within the Hungarian hornet's range, they performed another Longus feint. "My God, they're absolutely brilliant," Mr. Bagman exclaimed. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that three people could perform such a difficult maneuver simultaneously. Don't think they're still far from the ground. Being hit by the Hungarian hornet's flames is far worse than falling to the ground." The three of them dodged the flames once more and rose back into the air. Sherlock noticed that as the three of them circled higher and higher, the Hungarian hornet's gaze continued to follow them. Its head even circled its long neck repeatedly. Theoretically, if they continued to rise like this, the dragon would surely become disoriented. But that was only in theory. Seeing Harry and Cedric fully engaged, Sherlock spoke again. "Cedric, this time you switch places with me." "No problem." Cedric readily switched places with Sherlock and swooped down again. It was the same routine as before. Just as the Hungarian hornet was about to breathe fire, he reversed his broomstick, changing from a dive to a leap. But this time, the Hungarian hornet was smarter. It seemed to realize these three tiny humans were toying with it. So, in addition to spewing a ball of fire, it also swung its tail at the three of them. Normally, this would result in an uncoordinated movement. However, the Hungarian hornet was simply too enormous. Both the fire it spewed and the area covered by its swung tail were too wide. Sherlock and Harry were somewhat better off, as their positions were relatively far from the Hungarian hornet's tail. Cedric was more unlucky. After switching places with Sherlock, he was already the closest to the Hungarian hornet's tail, and his 7 sweeping stars was the worst performing of the three's broomsticks. He dodged the flames, but as he turned to the left, a long, sharp stinger from the Hungarian hornet's tail pierced his shoulder, tearing his robes in two. "Hiss!" Cedric gasped, a sharp pain shooting through the wound, while gasps rippled through the audience. "Oh my God, Cedric, are you alright?" Back in the air, Harry rushed over. "I'm fine, the wound isn't very deep." Sherlock flew over as well. His gaze swept over Cedric's torn robes and bleeding arm, and he drew his wand, heal as before. Unfortunately, the wound didn't heal, but the bleeding had noticeably slowed. The spell didn't work. "We'll talk about it after the match," Sherlock said succinctly. "Cedric, can you still use magic?" "Luckily, it was my left arm that was injured." "Should we stick with plan A?" "That's right," Sherlock nodded. "I've observed its attack pattern quite well. If you turn the stone into a dog directly, it might chase it at first, but eventually it will definitely target the three of us. So we need to distract it. Leave that to me, Harry. Sherlock turned to Harry. The most crucial step still has to be left to you. Harry nodded emphatically. It's a real shame they were so close. I think so. Mr. Bagman continued his commentary. Cedric demonstrated true captaincy, but it came at a price. What will they do next? The three of them are still circling high in the sky, and it seems they're discussing tactics. Oh no, the Hungarian hornet seems to be getting impatient. They'd better hurry. Once this big guy goes berserk, no tricks will work. Just then, the three of them swooped down again. But this time, they took a much harder approach. During the descent, Sherlock and Cedric suddenly flew in the same direction. This brought them together. The Hungarian hornet's eyes immediately fell on the two of them. Clearly, two people were far more attractive than one. Its head swayed from side to side, its gaze fixed on him through a pair of vertical pupils, its fangs fully exposed. Is this a feint, a diversionary tactic? Mr. Bagman spoke again. But have they forgotten that the Hungarian hornet's tail is no joke? Just then, Cedric pulled out his wand and transformed the stone closest to the Hungarian hornet into a Newfoundland hound. Undoubtedly, it was an excellent transfiguration charm. The dog raised its head and fearlessly barked at the Hungarian hornet. Woof! The scene looked somewhat comical at that moment. The Hungarian hornet hesitated for a moment, then swung its paw. However, the dog barked once and turned to run. The Hungarian hornet gave chase without hesitation. Now, Sherlock and Cedric simultaneously charged down towards the nest of dragon eggs. Roar! Just as Sherlock had predicted, upon seeing their movements, the Hungarian hornet immediately changed its mind, abandoning the Newfoundland hound and turning to pounce on them. The two were prepared. Cedric simply dodged at a distance on his flying broomstick. Sherlock, what are you doing? To his surprise, Sherlock didn't leave with him as planned, Plan A. Instead, he pulled out his wand and cast a spell. Dragging out of its hole, his wand head exploded, and a long black snake suddenly shot out, slamming into the Hungarian hornet's head. Snape, at the very front of the Slytherin students in the stands, twitched his lips. Roar! The Hungarian hornet roared again. A ball of blazing orange-red fire hurtled towards Sherlock. Sherlock, having willingly taken the risk, had naturally anticipated this outcome. He jerked his broom, instantly leaping upwards. Flames grazed the broom's tail, scorching a corner of his robe. A gasp rippled through the audience. At the same time, the black snake that had sprung from his wand slithered directly onto the dragon's eye. The dragon's eye was its most vulnerable organ. A powerful spell would have been enough to harm it. Unfortunately, this snake wasn't that powerful. But even when its fangs lunged at the Hungarian hornet, they still served as a distraction. That brief moment of chaos was enough for a skilled Quidditch player. The Hungarian hornet's neck was now fully extended, swaying from side to side like a snake dancing before a snake charmer. Once free from the snake's interference, it instinctively reared up, its massive, rough wings fully unfurled, as wide as a small airplane. Harry, having already reached peak condition when Sherlock and Cedric combined, seized the opportunity without hesitation. He gripped the firebolt tightly, leaned forward, and swooped down from the sky like an arrow. The firebolt's superior performance was on full display. The acceleration created a sharp whistling sound, instantly cutting through the Hungarian hornet's anxious blind spot. At that moment, the hearts of the entire audience were in their throats. Those closely connected to the participating heroes were even more tense. Hermione gripped Ginny's hand tightly. Ron's gaze was fixed on the three figures soaring in the air. Cho Chang held Lucy and Alicia in his hands. Gemma, from the Dragon Trainer team, remained calm, while Luna beside Ginny appeared blank, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. Even Mr. Bagman's previously enthusiastic commentary abruptly ceased. Chapter 536. He is not fighting alone. When Sherlock risked everything to create an opportunity, Harry didn't hesitate for a moment and seized it. The tail of the firebolt whistled sharply through the air, the powerful thrust forcing the wind against Harry's face. In just a few seconds, the nest of dragon eggs, enveloped in dark red scales and scorching heat, was almost in sight. The Hungarian hornet was in a stiff and bizarre posture. It stood upright, its massive, rough, black wings spread wide as a small airplane. This was because Sherlock's interference was still working. Its forelegs, covered in hooked claws and previously firmly protecting the eggs, could no longer form any barrier. At that moment, Harry's mind suddenly became incredibly clear. The fear churning in his chest, the worry for his own safety, the distractions about success, All were cast aside. His green eyes reflected the gleaming golden target in the center of the nest of eggs. His heart pounded with a firm rhythm as the firebolt struck. Only one thought remained in his mind: I have to win this match. Less than 10 feet from the ground, Harry suddenly exerted force with his wrist, manipulating the firebolt into a half-perfect Lansky feint. It was only half-perfect because, just before the dive and impact, he didn't leap into the air as usual. Instead, with astonishing control, he managed to hover the firebolt steadily 3 feet off the ground, stopping precisely in front of the dragon egg. In a flash, Harry released a broom handle, his free hand swiftly reaching out and scooping up the golden egg. The cool touch sent a shiver through his hands, the egg gleaming in the sunlight. I did it, Harry shouted excitedly, unable to contain his excitement, and the firebolt shot into the air like an arrow. At the same time, the Hungarian hornet finally returned to normal, angrily lunging towards Harry's original spot. Unfortunately, it missed. Even the dragon, in this situation, could only helplessly watch the firebolt's tail. He suddenly opened his mouth and spewed flames again, but it was only impotent rage. Harry had already flown out of its range. He tucked the heavy golden egg under his arm, soared back into the sky, and successfully reunited with Sherlock and Cedric. The silence in the stands lasted only a fraction of a second before erupting into a deafening roar of cheers. Mr. Bagman's passionate voice, amplified by a magical amplification spell, echoed throughout every corner of the arena. Look! Absolutely wonderful! Absolutely brilliant! A flawless transfiguration spell! A simple and effective summoning spell! A flying man at breakneck speed, Bagman shouted, now too excited to contain himself, his commentary even showing clear bias. The Hogwarts team, with 2 underage champions, has won the golden egg in such a legendary fashion. Our youngest champion has displayed the flair of a Quidditch player at this moment. It's fantastic, so much faster than I imagined. I seem to see a new star rising. The great seeker from Hogwarts. He inherits the glorious tradition of England. Rodney, Plenton, and Badgerworthy are all embodied in him at this moment. Harry Potter alone represents the long history and tradition of English Quidditch. At this moment, he is not fighting alone, he is not alone. In any other setting, Bagman would be torn to shreds for such commentary. But this is England, this is Hogwarts. Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric are playing on home soil. And over 99% of the audience are Hogwarts fans. In this situation, no matter how much Bagman praises his own people, it won't matter, people will just think he's genuine and a good guy. Of course, if he used such exaggerated language to praise Boxbuttons or Durmstrang, he'd most likely face the risk of being sacked. High in the air, Cedric's shoulder started bleeding again. But at this moment, he didn't care at all, grinning happily. Well done, Sherlock, our plan A worked. Harry, great job. Did you hear what Mr. Bagman said? As expected of someone from Hogwarts, you really didn't let us down. Harry, now somewhat embarrassed by the praise, stammered, I'm not as good as he says. Sherlock, however, said seriously, no, you're even better than he says. Huh? Harry was stunned, looking up at Sherlock. Although I don't know who those people he mentioned are, I bet you half a galleon. Harry, Sherlock's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. None of them could snatch the golden egg from under the noses of the Hungarian hornet. Harry's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the praise, and he smiled shyly, tightening his grip on the golden egg. At that moment, the dragon trainers on the field rushed towards the Hungarian horned bee, trying to quell its rage. They looked miserable, but that was their job. Among the hurried dragon trainers, a witch's beautiful figure stood out, Gemma Fally. Before charging at the dragon, she paused slightly, raising her head. Her azure eyes pierced through the dust and noise, gazing towards the sky. At the same time, Sherlock, as if sensing something, lowered his head. Although they were dozens of feet apart, their eyes met at that moment. Everything was understood without words. However, Sherlock had no time to catch up with Gemma. At the entrance to the field, Professor McGonagall, Professor Lupin, Professor Sprout, and Hagrid hurried over to greet them. They were all waving frantically, urging them to come over. Even from this distance, their smiles were clearly visible. Harry and Cedric couldn't resist flying back up to the stands, the clamor of the crowd assaulting their ears. They exchanged a glance, feeling incredibly triumphant. With their flying brooms in hand, they felt invincible. Sherlock landed smoothly on the ground. Everything was under control, without any surprises. That was brilliant, Holmes. Professor McGonagall rushed forward as soon as Sherlock dismounted. Her usually serious face showed a rare expression of excitement, her voice several decibels louder than usual. For her, given her typically meticulous nature, to utter such praise was extremely high. Harry and Cedric then returned to the ground. Professor Sprout pointed at the three of them, her fingers trembling slightly, before the judge's score. Diggory, Holmes, you need to go see Madame Pomfrey. Cedric, I'll go. I'm fine, Sherlock said casually, his protective measures thorough. He was perfectly unharmed. Who said that? Professor Lupin's gentle voice broke in, his gaze falling on Sherlock's robe, which was blackened by the scorching. You think you've only burned your robe, but you've probably actually burned your skin. Go, Sherlock, listen to Professor Sprout. Professor McGonagall's tone softened for once, and she said gently, Potter can stay here and wait for the judges to score him. Seeing that all three professors were so insistent, Sherlock shrugged helplessly and turned to leave the arena with Cedric. At that moment, Hagrid's rough, millstone-like voice came from behind, excitedly shouting to Harry, You did it, Harry. You took down the would-bees. You know Charlie said would-bees are the fiercest. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry immediately interrupted him loudly. Sherlock's lips curled into a knowing smile upon hearing this. Harry was quite experienced. If Hagrid continued, he would most likely blurt out that he had secretly taken Harry to see the dragon before the competition. That was Hagrid, never expect him to keep any secrets. Sherlock, that was a brilliant and decisive move of yours. Cedric, seeing Sherlock's smile, naturally didn't know he was teasing Hagrid and assumed he was also happy that the three of them had passed the first challenge. You know, this is the first time in months that I've felt so relaxed, perhaps relieved of the burden. Cedric opened up, his tone carrying a hint of relief. I can't believe we passed the first challenge like that. We survived. Going up to the dragon in the first challenge was indeed a bit unexpected, but to say we didn't survive would be a bit of an exaggeration. I don't think it's an exaggeration, Sherlock. Now I understand why the Triwizard Tournament was discontinued due to the high death toll, Cedric said with lingering fear. If the three of us hadn't been careful, we might have died on the field like those predecessors. If that had happened, the Triwizard Tournament would probably have been discontinued for centuries, and we would have become figures in history then. Sherlock chuckled, a hint of dry humor in his voice. For one thing, in the book Hermione often mentions, Hogwarts, a history, our names would definitely be added. Cedric was clearly uncomfortable with this joke and could only cough awkwardly a few times before falling silent. Fortunately, the two soon left the arena. Madame Pomfrey was standing at the entrance to the second tent. Her arms were crossed, her brows furrowed, and she looked extremely anxious. Dragon, she grumbled under her breath, a look of disgust on her face, as soon as she saw the two. Then, without a word, she grabbed Sherlock and Cedric and pulled them into the tent. The tent was filled with a strong smell of herbs. Madame Pomfrey first examined Cedric's shoulder closely, then grumbled incessantly, the year before last it was a troll, the year after that a basilisk, last year a dementor, and this year a dragon. What are they going to bring into Hogwarts next? This is a school, not a museum of magical creatures. Madame Pomfrey, this is the Triwizard Tournament, it's normal for dragons to appear. I don't care about any of that. I just want my students to be safe. At this moment, Madame Pomfrey's aura was fully unleashed, glaring fiercely at Cedric who dared to talk back. Her sharp gaze silenced him. You're lucky, the wound is shallow, but I need to clean it first before I treat you. She spoke fluently, but her hands moved swiftly, using a smoking, foul-smelling purple liquid to clean Cedric's wound. Sherlock watched this scene with curiosity. After cleaning the wound with the liquid, Madame Pomfrey gently touched it with the tip of her wand. As she chanted a spell, the previously bleeding wound began to heal at a visible speed, soon leaving only a faint red mark. Sherlock nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the key to his spell's failure was not using this liquid to clean the wound. That was to be expected, everyone has their own expertise. After treating Cedric, Madame Pomfrey turned her gaze to Sherlock, her brows furrowing even more deeply. Were you burned? I don't think so, but the teachers were worried and insisted I come and check, Sherlock said, shrugging. You were right to bring me here, Madame Pomfrey said sternly. The flames from the dragon's breath aren't ordinary flames, they have extremely strong penetrating and corrosive properties. Even a mere graze requires a very strong defensive object to withstand. Wait, what's this? She suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on the hem of Sherlock's robe, then reached inside and pulled out a disc-shaped object. The edges of the object were charred black, and there were still a few sparks on the surface. "Oh, this is a rock crust cake," Sherlock explained calmly. Madame Pomfrey looked incredulous. "You came to the Triwizard Tournament, why did you bring this?" Cedric, standing beside her, also stared wide-eyed. "You might not believe it, but I thought I might get hungry during the tournament, so I brought it with me," Sherlock said seriously. "Madame Pomfrey, Cedric." A brief silence fell over the tent, with only the scent of herbs filling the air. After a moment, Madame Pomfrey recovered. She looked at the rock-skinned bread with a complicated expression, then at Sherlock. "In any case, it protected you, which is a good thing. Without it, you probably would have been burned." She paused, then added, "However, I don't recommend you eat it. It, you know, is too hard." Sherlock smiled slightly and nodded, saying he understood. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. This thing wasn't meant to be eaten. Chapter 537. A perfect ending. The rules of the Triwizard Tournament were clearly defined from the outset. Each champion could only carry their own wand as their sole weapon. Sherlock's usual longsword and shield were naturally excluded. However, a longsword was of little use against dragon scales and flames. Shields, on the other hand, were effective against impacts and burns, but they were also forbidden. In this situation, Sherlock cleverly devised a workaround, stuffing a rock crust pastry baked by Hagrid into his robe pocket. The pastry was so hard it could be used as a slab of stone. It had even helped Sherlock withstand the unforgivable curse before, and now it served as a makeshift shield. As he had just told Madame Pomfrey, no one could predict how long the tournament would last, so carrying some food was perfectly reasonable. Even better, aside from him and Harry, even Hagrid himself wouldn't associate this unassuming food with equipment, let alone the person himself. As it turned out, this seemingly ordinary rock crust pastry proved crucial on the field. Even so, the ever-meticulous Madame Pomfrey remained uneasy. She cast a full-fledged restorative spell on Sherlock, a pale green light swirling around him before dissipating. Then, hands on her hips, brows furrowed tightly, her gaze fixed on Sherlock and Cedric. "All right, now you two sit quietly for 5 minutes, both of you, sit down." She immediately shook her head at the air. Her voice lowered, a hint of resignation in her tone as she muttered, "At least Potter didn't get into trouble this time. That guy always gives me trouble. He's always the one causing trouble." Clearly, Harry's reputation as a troublemaker was deeply ingrained in Madame Pomfrey's mind. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, his tapping fingers pausing for half a second. Cedric, meanwhile, suppressed a laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly. Both were barely holding back their amusement. The next 5 minutes were rather difficult for both Sherlock and Cedric. Sherlock was never one to stay still. His fingertips tapped unconsciously to rhythm at his sides, his gaze rapidly sweeping over the rows of herb bottles and bandage rolls in the tent. The labels on the bottles, the number of folds in the bandages, even the concentration of the herbal scent in the air, all became material for his rapidly processing brain. To have his thoughts stop iterating and sit there doing nothing was more torturous than confronting a fire dragon. Cedric wasn't much better off. He clasped his hands on his knees, his toes lightly tapping the ground, his eyes filled with barely suppressed excitement and anxiety. After all, they had just passed the first stage of the Triwizard Tournament in such a decisive manner. How could they easily suppress this excitement? So when Miss Pomfrey announced that the 5-minute time limit was up, Cedric practically sprang from the bed. The chair legs scraped sharply against the floor with his movement. He looked at Sherlock, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Now, shouldn't they be giving us our grades?" Sherlock saw right through him, a faint smile appearing on his face. "You're planning to go out at sea?" "Oh, to be honest, I think Harry being there to keep an eye on things is enough, but I still want to see the grades with my own eyes." Cedric scratched, looking a little embarrassed. "Go ahead and see," Sherlock said, standing up decisively and smoothing out the wrinkles in his robes. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Cedric immediately perked up, his voice full of eagerness. The two walked side by side toward the tent entrance, and hadn't gone far when a figure rushed in, almost bumping into them. Unexpected, yet somehow predictable, it was Hermione. Sherlock, her voice was hoarse and somewhat distorted, as if something was blocking her throat. Even as soon as she uttered her name, her breathing became rapid. Sherlock looked closely and was somewhat surprised. Several fresh red marks on Hermione's face were particularly striking. They were scratches she had made with her fingernails in her panic, some even breaking the skin. Strands of hair on her forehead were soaked with cold sweat and clung to her skin, her once neat sideburns now disheveled. Her eyes were red like blood-soaked cherries, brimming with tears, almost overflowing. Clearly, she was truly terrified. Although she had already learned about the first project from Harry, only by witnessing the warriors struggling against the dragon's flames did she truly understand the suffocating fear that the beast evoked. "You're amazing. You're amazing." She gripped Sherlock's sleeve, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. She repeated the phrase over and over, tears welling in her eyes, a few glistening drops already clinging to her eyelashes. Cedric, seeing this, smiled knowingly. He subtly glanced at Sherlock, said nothing more, and quietly walked past the two men towards the hunting grounds. Suddenly, only the two of them remained. As soon as Cedric left, Hermione could no longer suppress her surging emotions and threw herself at Sherlock. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, her grip so strong it seemed she wanted to meld into his body. "Hermione, I'm alright, you?" Sherlock instinctively tried to comfort her, but before he could finish, the girl in his arms suddenly let out a suppressed sob. Large tears rolled down Hermione's cheeks, soaking the fabric of Sherlock's robes, bringing a cool touch. This left Sherlock momentarily bewildered. He rarely dealt with such intense emotions, and he gently patted her back, his movements noticeably awkward. "Oh, my friend, there's nothing to cry about." "Yes, I was so silly." Hermione suddenly looked up, her voice sharp with sobs. As she spoke, she stomped her foot hard on the ground. The next second, her sobs erupted completely, transforming from suppressed sobs into unrestrained wailing, her shoulders heaving violently. The usually articulate, knowledgeable young lady who could clearly list points and remain calm and rational in the face of crisis had vanished without a trace. Now, only a little girl terrified by extreme danger and fear remained, all her worries turning into tears. Although unaccustomed to such intense emotional expression, Sherlock clearly felt a trembling in her chest and the burning sincerity in her tears. Sherlock rarely comforted people. Or rather, his way of comforting people was always unconventional. But at this moment, even his heart, long accustomed to logic and reasoning, trembled slightly. He hesitated for a moment, his fingers hovering in midair for a moment before finally gently falling. He patted her back gently, his movements clumsy yet incredibly tender. "It's all right, I'm fine, aren't I? We're both all right, even though it looks dangerous, we're both okay." Hermione's sobs didn't stop immediately from this clumsy attempt at comfort. It was as if she was pouring out all the fear, worry, and lingering dread that had accumulated throughout the entire match through these cries. Her petite body trembled violently in Sherlock's arms, her hands gripping his robes tightly until her knuckles turned white. I thought you were just blown by dragon breath, or scratched by claws," she sobbed, her words broken and nasal. You were so close. That fire was almost on you. Statistically speaking, given our positioning and the space I had reserved for avoidance, the chances of being hit head-on were very low, not to mention I had a contingency plan." Sherlock tried to soothe her with his usual rational analysis, but his voice was much gentler than usual. "As for the splashing flames, I took ample precautions. Remember Hagrid's rock crust? It has considerable physical and magical resistance. Our plan was thorough, our calculations were accurate, and the risks were manageable, but that's a dragon." Hermione finally managed to stop crying, lifting her tear-streaked face to glare at him. Her eyes were swollen and red like walnuts, with undried tears clinging to her eyelashes, and the tip of her nose was also red, yet she still held a stubborn seriousness. "It's not an obstacle in the Quidditch training ground. It's not a dummy used for practicing in charms class. One mistake and I could be dead." Her voice trembled with sobs as she finished speaking, unable to continue. Finally, filled with anger and fear, she buried her face in Sherlock's chest, this time her sobs lessening into intermittent choked whimpers. Sherlock looked down at the top of her head. A small patch of soft brown hair was damp with sweat, exuding a faint scent of shampoo. He suddenly realized that the problem before him was completely different from deducing a case or devising tactics. This was a friend's unreserved concern, a care tinged with fear. He paused for a moment, no longer trying to persuade her with probability and planning, but simply lowered his voice. "I know it was dangerous, but we all achieved our goal safely, didn't we? My dear friend, You might listen to the cheers outside. I think that's the judges scoring us." This was probably the most straightforward comfort he could offer. The deafening cheers outside the tent grew louder and louder, as if confirming his words. Hermione's sobs gradually subsided, and the arms around Sherlock's waist loosened slightly, but she didn't immediately let go. She first wiped the tear stains from her cheeks with the back of her hand. Once she had calmed down a bit, she suddenly reached out to touch the scorched hem of Sherlock's robe. Her fingertips gently pressed against the charred fabric, and her brows furrowed again. "Is everything really all right here?" She paused, then suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly rummaged through her pockets. "I have calendula ointment in my bag. It's a Muggle recipe that my mother sent me. It's gentler than magical potions." Oh no, I threw my bag in the stands when I rushed in. Only then did she realize how out of control she had been. Seeing the large wet patch on Sherlock's chest, Hermione's ears flushed red. She quickly took a half step back and mumbled softly, I didn't mean to cry. I just saw you almost get hit by dragon breath, and my mind went blank." She caught a glimpse of the smile on Sherlock's lips and suddenly felt a little annoyed, lightly kicking a pebble on the ground. "You're still smiling." Sherlock's smile faded slightly, but his eyes softened. "My friend, I wasn't laughing at your worry for me." These words made Hermione's cheeks burn even more. She turned her face away, a sudden, inexplicable sense of annoyance rising within her. She had been so focused on crying that she seemed to have forgotten to ask Sherlock if he was tired or if he was feeling unwell, and she had almost delayed him from checking his grades. This feeling was familiar, like a few days ago when she was pressuring Harry to reevaluate Ginny, only concerned with feeling sorry for Ginny, but failing to notice Harry's furrowed brow. Looking at the wet patch on Sherlock's chest, that feeling of annoyance resurfaced. It turned out her worries were never unnecessary, but her way of expressing them always seemed wrong. With Ginny, it was forcing Harry to acknowledge his feelings. With Sherlock, it was crying uncontrollably, soaking his clothes. She looked up, meeting Sherlock's gaze, her ears still red, but she still whispered, "Let's hurry and check the scores. I'll go get my bag from the stands and bring you the ointment. Also, I'm sorry, I was in such a rush." The two walked towards the paddock together. Hermione suddenly remembered Harry and Ginny, and paused. Perhaps she should try a different approach to their affairs. Meanwhile, at the judges' stand at the edge of the paddock, the scoring had begun. Harry sat with Ron and Ginny, watching Cedric walk over alone, and asked curiously, "Hey, why are you alone? Where's Sherlock?" "Oh, he's with Miss Granger." Cedric felt a little embarrassed. If he had stayed any longer, he might have witnessed Hermione crying. To be honest, he wasn't very familiar with Hermione, and staying there would only make him feel awkward. Oh, she really did seem about to cry just now. After successfully completing the first challenge of the Triwizard Tournament, Ron was much more agreeable with Cedric now. Hearing Cedric's words, he said with a hint of helplessness, "She's crazy. I don't know what she's thinking." "You're all perfectly fine." Harry sighed as well, recalling Hermione's outburst earlier, and nodded subconsciously. "Yeah, there really wasn't anything to cry about, Harry. Hermione was worried about you," Ginny interjected softly, her gaze fixed on the direction of the tent, her tone serious. She was standing at the very front of the stands, gripping the railing tightly, her knuckles white. When Sherlock dodged the dragon's breath, she almost fell. "I had to catch her." She was genuinely terrified. Because of Hermione's earlier words, Harry was still slightly awkward around Ginny. But noticing that Ginny's tone was as calm as ever, he nodded slightly and whispered in agreement, "It was indeed quite dangerous just now." "And you, Ginny, why weren't you scared?" Ron couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 538. Those involved are often blinded by their own perspective. "Hermione doesn't understand Quidditch," Ginny said when Ron asked why she wasn't worried. "The moment I saw you all on your flying broomsticks, I knew you were going to win." "Huh?" Harry, Ron, and Cedric stared at Ginny in surprise. Ginny, under the gaze of the three, unconsciously twirled a strand of hair with her fingertips, her eyes remarkably resolute. "Harry, Diggory, you two are the team seekers. And there's Sherlock, whose talent is similar to yours, and who would always wants to bring into the team. With a combination like this, I really can't imagine how you could lose." She paused, her gaze falling on Cedric's bandaged shoulder, her tone softening. "But I didn't expect Diggory to still be injured." "Just a minor injury. Madame Pomfrey's magic worked better than I thought." Cedric smiled, raising his arm, his gaze sweeping towards the entrance of the stands. "Miss Weasley, on the other hand, seems more confident than we are. Those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly." Ginny glanced at Harry lightly, a faint smile playing on her lips, her words carrying a composure difficult for others to understand. Since returning from Hogsmeade, she seemed to have truly learned, as Hermione had said, to hide her feelings less, to take things less seriously. "I think Sherlock will gently comfort Miss Granger," Cedric added. "Comfort? Forget it," Ginny sighed softly. Now quite familiar with Sherlock, she said without hesitation, the word gentle comfort probably doesn't exist in his dictionary. At most, he'll analyze and reason with Hermione. What? Is that so? Is Sherlock that kind of person? Cedric looked surprised. Harry nodded seriously. He definitely is. They're going to grade you. Ron suddenly lowered his voice, pointing to the judges' table, where 5 judges sat in raised golden chairs. The first to act was Madame Auring Maxim. The Boxburton's headmistress was tall, her black velvet robes trailing beside her chair. Her gaze swept heavily across the scorched ground ravaged by Hungarian hornets, then glanced indifferently at the distant tents. Finally, her wand moved lightly, a silver ribbon fluttering from its tip, twisting into a neat 7 in the air. "It's acceptable," Ron said softly. Harry and Cedric exchanged a nod. The score wasn't low. But they both knew that Boxburton's students hadn't even appeared yet, and the headmistress had held back some points when scoring. Cedric pondered, "I think it's probably because your students haven't gone on stage yet." Harry recalled Hermione's trembling back as she rushed out. Perhaps sometimes, the agony of waiting was more agonizing than facing the dragon directly. But as Ron said, this result was acceptable enough. Next up was Mad-Eye Moody. His magical blue eye darted wildly in its socket, and after a moment, a flash of red light condensed into a striking 9 in the air. "Haha, that's more like it." Ron excitedly patted Harry on the back, his voice almost drowning out the cheers around them. "No wonder my dad thought so highly of him. He truly deserves to be our own Auror." The cheers from the audience instantly rose. Next up was Dumbledore, sitting in the very center. His long, silvery white beard swayed gently as he raised his hand, the tip of his wand glowing with a warm white light, also drawing the number 9 in the air. "We've got it." Ron clenched his fist tightly. "I knew Professor Dumbledore was the fairest. I bet he didn't give you a 10 because he didn't want you to get arrogant," Ginny teased with a laugh, her eyes catching Harry's slightly reddened ears before she quietly looked away. Harry and Cedric exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. A 10 was already a pipe dream, even if they got the golden egg. Cedric's injury meant it wasn't truly perfect. A 9 was already the highest expected score. If Professor Karkaroff and Mr. Bagman gave another 7 or 8, Hogwarts' lead would be secure. But the next second, the cheers from the entire hall suddenly stopped as if a string had been snapped. Igor Karkaroff's face was so dark it could drip water. He didn't even glance at the arena, only sending a wand at Dumbledore out of the corner of his eye, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Then, with an utterly perfunctory flick of his wand, a dull gray light condensed into the number 4 in the air. The air froze instantly. "What a joke." Ron jumped to his feet, his already clenched fists cracking. "Is this old man blind? It's so unfair." Ginny also stood up, her small body ramrod straight, her voice clear enough to pierce the silence. "We did the best." Harry's nails dug deep into his palms, anger leaping like flames in his eyes. He could accept fair judgment, but he couldn't tolerate this blatant favoritism. Cedric shook his head slightly, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with anger, but even more so with helplessness at this injustice. The stands erupted. A deafening chorus of boos and protests surged forth, the Hogwarts students pounding angrily on the railings. Even Professor Flitwick was so angry that he stood on tiptoe and cursed, "Shameless, a conspiracy, despicable, shameless, Karkaroff, I'll fuck your mother." Even more impulsive students shouted profanities, startling Professor McGonagall, who frowned but ultimately didn't stop them. "Dear Albus, it seems the quality of your students needs improvement," Karkaroff said, feigning a frown and turning to Dumbledore. "Such vulgar language is truly disappointing, Professor Karkaroff. Our school has always respected freedom of speech," Dumbledore said, his gentle smile still present, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the sunlight. "Children's gratitude is always so direct and fervent, isn't it?" Karkaroff snorted coldly, abruptly turning his head away, his face even more unpleasant. "Haha, don't worry, you two, I'm here," Ludo Bagman exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Clearly, the excitement from his earlier explanation hadn't subsided. Karkaroff was about to turn and ask when Bagman practically leaped and waved his wand, a dazzling golden light shooting into the sky and condensing into a large 10. The entire room erupted in cheers. The boos of discontent were replaced by deafening jubilation, and the students waved their hands wildly, shouting until their voices were hoarse. A perfect score. Truly perfect. 10 points. Harry subconsciously rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing. Cedric was also stunned, raising his hand to touch his shoulder. But, I'm injured. Oh, don't spoil the fun. Ron put his arm around their shoulders, shaking them excitedly. Mr. Bagman is much more generous than Professor Dumbledore. Exactly, Ginny laughed, gently hugging Harry's arm. He's not afraid of you getting arrogant. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, and his gaze inadvertently met Ginny's eyes. Her eyes were clear, filled with pure joy, without a trace of the grievance Hermione had mentioned earlier. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but a strange sense of guilt welled up inside him, and he quickly looked away. Just as their conversation ended, a dragon trainer's shout rang out from the other side of the arena. The Durmstrang team, having drawn the second spot, entered the arena. They would be facing a Chinese fireball with bright red scales. It doesn't seem as big as the Hungarian hornet. Neville and Dean squeezed in, Neville staring at the dragon, his voice still trembling slightly. He had been quite frightened by the dragon, and the thought of his grandmother making him participate in this three-way competition still sent a chill down his spine. The Hungarian hornet is one of the fiercest fire dragons. Ron slammed his hand on the railing in frustration. The judges should have taken that into account when they scored us, and given us extra points. Good suggestion. You can bring it up with the organizers after this event. Sherlock's voice rang out calmly. Everyone turned to look, and saw Sherlock and Hermione walking towards them side by side. Hermione's hair had been neatly combed back, and the stray hairs on her forehead were tucked behind her ears. But upon closer inspection, the red marks around her eyes hadn't completely faded, and her cheeks still bore a lingering flush. She clutched a small cloth bag in her hand, the very bag she'd left on the stands earlier. Sherlock. Hermione, Ron immediately waved. You're finally here. That old bastard Karkaroff only gave us 4 points. We were furious. The two followed Ron's finger to the judges' table, where Karkaroff was speaking to Madame Maxim with a sullen face. Hermione pursed her lips, not immediately joining the chorus of criticism as usual. She quietly walked to Ginny's side and hid the bag behind her back. Earlier, outside the tent, she had finally managed to slip the calendula herbal ointment to Sherlock. Ginny noticed her small movement and leaned closer, whispering, "Are you alright?" "Yes," Hermione nodded gently. "I was too hasty." She looked at Sherlock, who was now staring intently at Durmstrang's team. Victor Krum stood at the very front, gripping his wand tightly, his expression still grim. Toby Torson and Lucas Pagliacco followed closely behind, both with tense eyes. "Do you think Krum might summon his broomstick too?" Ron asked curiously. He should have heard Mr. Bagman's explanation and know what happened, right? Ron's reminder made everyone realize. Indeed, Krum was one of the world's best seekers. His skill level alone surpassed Harry and Cedric. If he had heard Mr. Bagman's explanation, there was no reason not to do so. After all, there's no rule against learning from your opponent, right? "He'll definitely do it," Sherlock said confidently. "Once he's on his broomstick, his advantage will only be greater than ours." As if to verify Sherlock's words, the next moment, Krum indeed raised his wand. The summoning charm was successfully cast, and a broomstick whistled in. However, the Chinese fireball seemed to be more agile than the Hungarian hornet. It suddenly spun around, its tail lashing out with a whoosh, causing the flying broomstick to wobble in the air before regaining its footing. Krum quickly leaped onto the broomstick and soared high into the air. The Chinese fireball roared angrily, unleashing a ball of flame from its mouth. Krum nimbly dodged to the side on his flying broomstick. His two teammates, unable to take to the sky like Krum, instead raised their wands and chanted spells. Two beams of red light shot towards the Chinese fireball, but unfortunately struck its hard surface, posing no real threat. Instead, their actions enraged the Chinese fireball, which ignored Krum in the air and turned its attention to Toby Torson and Lucas Pagliacco on the ground. Torson and Pagliacco were nearly scared to death. Without a word, they turned and ran. "Split up. Don't run in the same direction." Krum, high in the air, couldn't help but shout a warning. Torson and Pagliacco finally realized what was happening and quickly changed direction. Krum, watching his two teammates run off in the same direction again, Crumb's face grew increasingly grim. But seeing that if he didn't act soon, his two teammates would likely become the dragon's meal, he could only take a deep breath and dive directly towards the Chinese fireball. The high-speed movement of Crumb successfully attracted the Chinese fireball's attention. Upon seeing this, Crumb immediately stopped diving and leaped into the air. It must be said that his feint was much more skillful than Harry's. Amid the gasps of the audience, a ball of fire spewed out, but he nimbly dodged it to the side. At this moment, Crumb's two teammates seemed to have also reacted, and they seized the opportunity to cast spells on the Chinese fireball again. Unfortunately, they missed again. Next, Crumb rode his broomstick alone, circling in the air, diving several times, weaving back and forth around the Chinese fireball's body. To the audience, this scene was incredibly dangerous. There was no precise timing, no reckless sprint, he simply relied on his individual strength to break through. Neither the flames spewed by the Chinese fireball nor his sweeping attacks could harm Crumb. "He's really amazing," Harry said admiringly. "If he had two good teammates, he could have succeeded in less than 5 minutes. Unfortunately, he didn't," Cedric said with a smile. A full 10 minutes passed, almost 3 times the time taken by the 3 Hogwarts warriors, before the game finally took a turn for the better. Polyuco's spell finally struck the Chinese fireball's eye. The Chinese fireball immediately let out a terrifying, earth-shattering scream. The eye is the most vulnerable spot on a dragon. That was their target from the beginning. It's just that their aim was a bit off. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. Without a word, Crumb seized the golden egg during the dragon's painful struggle and flew away from the field in a rather disheveled manner. Chapter 539 The Dragon Struggle. "Very bold," Mr. Bagman shouted. He showed incredible courage. "Ah, yes, he got the golden egg." A deafening roar of applause shattered the winter air like broken glass. Crumb had finally accomplished his mission, and his two teammates breathed a long sigh of relief, quickly retreating from the playing area. The dragon trainers returned to the field, like firefighters trying to calm the Chinese fireball. "It took them much longer than us," Ron exclaimed excitedly. Dean nodded vigorously, "And those real eggs were crushed too. That's definitely a point deduction." "That's right," Seamus echoed loudly. "This one's in the bag." The spectators in the stands applauded. Just like at the Quidditch final, Crumb had earned everyone's respect through his own efforts. "Look at Karkaroff," Harry suddenly pointed to the referee's table and said to his friends. Everyone looked up and saw that Professor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, had a face almost identical to Crumb's usual expression, so gloomy it could drip water. His fingers gripped the chair armrests tightly, and the way he looked at Toby Thorson and Lucas Polyuco was just like. "He looks just like Snape right now," Dean couldn't help but say. "Harry, that's how Snape always looks at you, Harry." Although it sounded unpleasant, it was really true. Snape's gaze towards him was just like Karkaroff's gaze towards Toby Thorson and Lucas Polyuco now, filled with disgust. "No teamwork?" Sherlock commented briefly. "He might as well have gone it alone, that would have taken less time." Harry and Cedric nodded in agreement. They could naturally see that Crumb had actually found several opportunities, but he had given them up to save his two teammates. If he had fought alone, he might have actually been faster. Next was the scoring. As everyone expected, when the Chinese fireball struggled after being cursed in the eye, it crushed nearly half of the dragon eggs. The judges took this into account when scoring. Ms. Maxim gave him a 6, Moody gave him a 6, and Dumbledore gave him an 8. These scores from the 3 judges were all expected. However, when it was Karkaroff's turn, his actions once again provoked the ire of the audience. Just like Mr. Bagman in the previous round, he gave the only perfect score of 10 in this round. "Fraudulent, shameless, bastard, Karkaroff, you motherfucker." Karkaroff ignored the insults from the audience. However, this time Mr. Bagman spoke up. "Igor, aren't you going a bit too far?" "How am I going too far?" Karkaroff shamelessly retorted. "You can give your country's heroes a perfect score, so why can't I?" "Is that the problem?" Bagman was stunned by Karkaroff's shamelessness. "Your heroes didn't perform well, letting the dragon trample half the eggs. Even ignoring that, they took several times longer than the Hogwarts team. You only gave Hogwarts a 4, but your own school's team a 10. How do you explain that?" Karkaroff sneered. "So what? Hogwarts' 3 players took a shorter time, but 2 of them were injured. Durmstrang's took a longer time, but everyone was unharmed." "Karkaroff, you, alright, Ludo." Just then, Dumbledore stopped the two from arguing further. "You should give the scores. If this continues, the Boxburton's heroes might get impatient. Bagman gave Karkaroff a deep look, then raised his wand 6 points. He had originally intended to give Karkaroff a 4, like he had. However, given the current scoring, there was no difference between a 4 and a 6. Hogwarts was still leading, so it wouldn't affect his plan. Besides, Crumb's performance was indeed excellent. A 4 would be an insult. So, he ultimately gave him a 6. Karkaroff sneered and said nothing more. Next up was Boxburton's team. Their opponent was the Swedish short-nosed dragon. Compared to Durmstrang's team, Boxburton's team was much more coordinated. The three of them cast a spell together, successfully putting the Swedish short-nosed dragon into a drowsy state. Oh no, Hermione and Ginny in the audience tensed up immediately. If Boxburton succeeded like this, Hogwarts' ranking would drop to second. It's not that easy, Sherlock said quietly. Remember what Professor Lupin said? Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry, Hermione, and Ron immediately recalled. Don't succumb to temptation and cast a stunning charm. Dragons are incredibly strong and possess immense magical power. They can't be defeated by a stunning charm. It takes nearly 10 adult wizards casting spells simultaneously to subdue a dragon. Sure enough, the seemingly drowsy Chinese fireball suddenly snorted and jolted awake. It roared angrily at the three humans who had almost put it to sleep, spewing out a burst of flame. Fleur Delacour, as the team leader, reacted the fastest, dodging and shouting a warning. Loyola Fawn rolled on the ground, an awkward but effective move. Philly Raven, whether slow to react or too embarrassed to roll on the ground, had her skirt catch fire. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Loyola Fawn, who was standing nearby, got up from the ground and immediately conjured water from his wand to extinguish the fire. Next, the three repeatedly split and closed in, intending to use the stunning charm again. Through their relentless efforts, they finally seized an opportunity, successfully stealing the golden egg while the Swedish short-nosed dragon was half asleep. The whole process was faster than Crumb's, but still took nearly 7 minutes. Unlike Durmstrang's disarray, their teamwork, while not perfect and with some tactical errors, displayed a calm and elegant composure under pressure. Ultimately, the 5 judges awarded a relatively fair score, placing Boxburton's score precisely between the Hogwarts team and Durmstrang's team. After the 5 judges finished scoring, Bagman finally picked up the microphone again. His voice was hoarse, yet still booming. Ladies and gentlemen, a dramatic match has come to an end. All 3 schools have displayed their wisdom and courage. We have witnessed truly legendary teamwork from Hogwarts. We have also witnessed indomitable will and powerful individual magic from Durmstrang. We have also witnessed elegant adaptability and teamwork from Boxburton's. History has repeated itself. The flames of the Triwizard Tournament are reignited. Let us once again cheer for all the warriors. Applause and cheers filled the arena, and the Hogwarts students and teachers embraced one another. Only Ron was still muttering about Karkaroff's 4 points. But as they prepared to return to school, Charlie Weasley hurriedly caught up. Well done, Harry, he was very excited, his face almost as red as his hair. You guys got off to a flying start. Durmstrang and Boxburton's are way behind. Listen, I have to get going. I'm sending an owl to Mother. I swear I'll tell her everything. Oh, it's unbelievable. You didn't just tell us that, did you, Charlie? Sherlock looked at the Weasley. Oh. You reminded me, I almost forgot about the important thing. Charlie slapped his forehead. They told me to tell the 3 of you that you'll have to stay here a few more minutes. Bagman has something to say. In that warrior's tent you just went into, Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric went into the tent a second time. Harry didn't know what the others thought, but this time the tent felt completely different. It felt warm and welcoming. He recalled how they had dodged a bee attack, and compared that feeling to the long wait for the judges to score them. That waiting was excruciatingly painful, incomparable. After a while, Boxburton's and Durmstrang's warriors entered one after another. Surprisingly, Crumb took the initiative to speak with him. You did a good job. His gaze moved back and forth between Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric, finally settling on Cedric, the captain. Thanks to your inspiration, I came up with this idea. Cedric, though somewhat surprised, still smiled at him. You were pretty good too. You flew much better than me. Crumb shook his head and didn't say anything more. You all did a good job, Ludo Bagman said, hopping lightly into the tent. Sherlock's gaze swept over him, noticing his jubilant expression, as if he himself had just successfully passed through a fire-breathing dragon. All right, Considering everyone's waiting to celebrate, I'll get straight to the point. The second project will begin at 9:30 a.m. on February 24th next year. Before then, you can rest for a long time, but we need to leave you with some questions. Look down at those golden eggs you're holding. You'll find they can be opened. See the seam there? You must decipher the clues provided inside the eggs. That will tell you what the second project is, so you can prepare. Got it? No problems? Alright, you can go now. Bagman finished speaking and left impatiently, as if something was waiting for him. Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric walked out of the tent together, and the three of them started talking about what Bagman had just said. Cedric, should I keep the golden eggs with me for now? Sherlock asked Cedric. I was thinking the same thing, Cedric said with a relieved look. I didn't expect these golden eggs to be related to the clues of the second project. Now I'm not worried at all, because we have you, Harry nodded repeatedly. This kind of mentally taxing task was no challenge for Sherlock. The long gap between the two projects has given us ample preparation time, Cedric added. Sherlock, this is a good thing for us. I just don't know if Durmstrang and Boxburtons can unravel the secret before then. Seeing Sherlock remain silent, Cedric looked over curiously and saw Sherlock staring at a clump of trees to their side. What's wrong, Sherlock? Harry noticed Sherlock's gaze and followed it, slightly startled. He clearly remembered that it was behind these very trees last Sunday morning that he and Sherlock first heard the dragon's roar. So, was Sherlock reminded of something? Just then, Sherlock suddenly spoke. If you don't come out, we're leaving. Harry was taken aback. Cedric was even more confused. Sherlock, who are you talking to? Before he finished speaking, a witch suddenly jumped out from behind the trees. It was Rita Skeeter, the one who had caused Harry so much trouble before. She was dressed in a bright green robe today, holding a long, almost dazzling green quill pen that perfectly matched the color of her robe. Congratulations, heroes of Hogwarts, she said with a smile, looking at the three of them, but mainly at Harry. As the youngest hero, could you say a word to me? How did you feel facing the dragon? How do you feel now? Do you think the judges' scores were fair? Harry was initially taken aback, then a nameless anger rose within him. This damned woman had caused him so much trouble before. And now she was still relentlessly pestering him? For a moment, Harry even regretted not agreeing to let Sirius use that special method to deal with her. He looked at Sherlock, who nodded slightly to him, so he took a deep breath. Alright, I can say a word to you. Under Rita Skeeter's expectant gaze, Harry said crisply, goodbye. Then, without looking back, he walked towards the castle. Goodbye, Miss Skeeter. Cedric smiled slightly at Rita Skeeter, then caught up with Harry. Sherlock gave Rita Skeeter a deep look before speaking. Miss Skeeter, you have been interfering with my friend's normal life, so, what do you want to say to me, the youngest warrior after Harry? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Advice. Sherlock, what did you say to that woman? Harry couldn't help but ask as Sherlock caught up with Harry and Cedric. Cedric also looked at Sherlock curiously. After all, he was, in a way, the victim. Rita Skeeter's article, supposedly about the Triwizard Tournament, was actually a personal interview with Harry Potter. Cedric Diggory's name wasn't even mentioned in the entire article. If he hadn't known Harry's character and hadn't been watching closely, he probably would have thought Harry had done it intentionally. I gave her some friendly advice, Sherlock said with a smile. Friendly advice? Harry and Cedric exchanged glances. Why didn't they believe it? Maybe Sherlock's understanding of friendly and their understanding of friendly were completely different. Next came the celebration. Cedric was supposed to return to the Hufflepuff common room. But he was stopped by the Weasley twins, who were waiting for Sherlock and Harry. Back to Hufflepuff, Fred Weasley said. Tonight we're all Gryffindor, George Weasley declared. You're not going anywhere, come celebrate with us. With that, one of them grabbed Cedric by one arm and forcibly dragged him into the Gryffindor Tower. Hey, Cedric struggled desperately, but to no avail. Harry and Sherlock, standing behind, exchanged a knowing smile. Clearly, Cedric's performance in the first challenge had changed the Weasley twins' opinion of him. As they entered the Gryffindor common room, the Weasley twins shouted, "The warriors are here, The common room erupted in cheers and shouts. The tables and chairs were piled high with cakes, along with jugs of pumpkin juice and butterbeer. Lee Jordan lit some pyrotechnics, sending sparks and firecrackers flying through the air. Dean Thomas, a skilled artist, had hung up several eye-catching new banners, most depicting the three riding flying broomsticks and soaring around bees, though a couple showed Cedric injured. Harry sat down without a word and began to devour his food. These days, he had almost forgotten what normal hunger felt like. He felt incredibly happy. Not only had he and his best friend passed the first task, but the second task wasn't until 3 months later. They celebrated for a while before the Hufflepuffs realized something was amiss and came to call their hero and prefect back. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan even made him drink several glasses of wine for this. "I'm starting to like that big oaf," Fred Weasley said, looking at the 3 female Quidditch players after the Hufflepuffs left. "Me too, he's actually pretty good," George Weasley chimed in. He's not as bad as I thought," Seamus Finnegan, who had previously been quite critical of Cedric, chimed in. "Good heavens, how heavy." Just then, Lee Jordan leaned over, picked up the golden egg Harry had placed on the table, and weighed it in his hands, saying, "Open it, Harry." His words immediately drew everyone's attention. "Exactly, open it, he should solve the clues himself," Hermione quickly added. "The Triwizard Tournament rules state, I should also figure out how to get through the dragon myself," Harry muttered. His voice was low, only Hermione could hear him. Hearing this, Hermione couldn't help but grin guiltily. "All right, enough of that nonsense, let us see, listen to me, let me see, okay, come on, Harry, open it." Several people responded, and Lee Jordan even picked up the golden egg and handed it to Harry. Harry glanced at Hermione. Seeing that they were now in a bind, and Hermione said nothing more. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Harry used his fingernails to pry open the golden egg through a groove. To everyone's surprise, it was completely empty. Just as everyone stared in disbelief, some even wondering if the organizers had made a mistake, a terrifying, piercing scream filled the room. Greek letter phi, T Cyrillic letter det, Greek letter phi. Harry had only heard a similar sound once before. It was during his second year of Halloween, when he was invited by Nick Wilde to the Ghost's death anniversary party. The Ghost band played with a saw, and the noise was similar to this piercing sound. "Turn that thing off right now," Ron shouted, covering his ears. Harry slammed the golden egg shut. "What was that?" Seamus Finnegan asked, staring at the egg. "It sounded like a ghost." "Harry, you might have to walk past a ghost next time." Ghosts were his greatest fear when dealing with boggarts. "It sounds like someone's being tortured." Neville's face turned pale, scattering sausage meat all over the floor. "You're dealing with a crucifixion curse?" Hermione looked up, somewhat surprised, at Neville. Neville knew about the crucifixion curse? "Don't talk nonsense, Neville, that's illegal," George Weasley said. "They can't cast the crucifixion curse on a champion." "I think it sounds a bit like Percy singing. Maybe you'll have to attack him while he's showering, Harry." Everyone laughed at George's words. "Why don't you ask Sherlock?" Ginny said. "He'll definitely know." "Yeah, ask Sherlock. Where's Sherlock?" Everyone looked at each other, only then realizing that Sherlock had disappeared sometime earlier. "He went out with the Hufflepuffs when they left just now," Hermione said softly. I know, he must have been taken to the Hufflepuff common room," George Weasley said. "Yes, we brought Diggory, and they took Sherlock away." "Perfect timing. Would Hermione like a gem pie?" Hermione looked at the plate Fred offered with suspicion. She knew what pranks the twins had been up to lately. "Don't worry," Fred grinned, "I didn't do anything to them." "You really need to watch out for the custard cookies." Neville, who had just taken a bite of a custard cookie, choked at this. He quickly spat it out, causing everyone to burst into laughter. George laughed. "Don't be like that, Neville, we were just joking." Hermione picked up a jam pie and said, "You guys got all this from the kitchen, Fred?" "Yes," Fred said, grinning at her. He forced a high-pitched, shrill voice, mimicking a house elf. "We can prepare anything for you, sir, anything at all. They're so kind. They'll roast a cow for me the moment I say I'm a little hungry." "You just scratched that pear and went in?" Hermione asked casually. "Yes, I didn't expect you to know." Fred looked her over warily. "What are you planning?" "Nothing," Hermione quickly replied. "Trying to lead the house elves on strike again, are you?" George said. "Looks like you're going to abandon those leaflets and stuff and incite them to revolt." Several people chuckled. Hermione didn't answer. Don't you dare confuse them by telling them they have to wear clothes and get paid, Fred warned her. You'll make them not want to cook. Just then, Neville suddenly transformed into a large canary, temporarily diverting everyone's attention. Hey, sorry, Neville, Fred called out amidst the laughter. I forgot, this is the enchanted egg and custard biscuit we made, thankfully. Neville shed his feathers in less than a minute. Once all the feathers were gone, he looked completely normal again. He even joined in the laughter, not feeling offended at all, but rather finding it quite amusing. Canary biscuits, Fred shouted to the excited crowd. George and I invented them, 7 silver sieves apiece, very cheap. Everyone immediately crowded around, even Ron squeezed in. He genuinely hadn't expected the Weasley twins to come up with something so interesting. At this moment, Harry, the original protagonist, was being neglected. But he wasn't disappointed at all, sitting on the sofa in the corner, enjoying a plate of jam tarts. Today was the most pleasant day he'd had since the start of the school year. No Rita Skeeter nonsense, no threat from the dragon, only genuine victory and ease. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hermione sat down next to Harry. She placed her glass of butterbeer in front of him. Harry, I want to apologize for what happened with Ginny last time. She didn't preamble, her tone calm yet clearly serious. Harry abruptly stopped biting into his pie, jam smeared on his lips. He looked up in surprise, his green eyes filled with confusion. Huh? It's okay, I know you were doing it for Ginny. In his mind, that matter was long past with a victory in the first tournament. No, it is related, Hermione gently interrupted him, her voice even softer, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of her beer glass. She met Harry's gaze, her eyes no longer showing the urgency of that time by the lake, only sincere apology. I was too eager to help Ginny express her feelings, and I forgot to ask if you wanted to talk about it, and I forcefully forced my thoughts on you. Harry froze, his fingertips unconsciously scratching the jam-smeared corner of his mouth, his confusion slowly turning to understanding. He finally realized what Hermione was talking about. He remembered that day by the lake, when he frowned and said, "You seem to only think about Ginny," and Hermione clutched the hem of her robe, her ears turning red. So she had remembered all along. And also, I'm forcing you to reevaluate Ginny. Hermione paused, her gaze sweeping across the crowd and landing on the empty doorway of the common room, as if remembering something, but her tone remained steady. Feelings are never a matter of what should be, it's your business. Even if I think you should perhaps see the changes in Ginny, you should wait until you're willing to think about it and discover it yourself, instead of using my judgment to impose on you. She looked away, just in time to meet Harry's puzzled gaze, and suddenly smiled, lightly adding, like Sherlock, everyone thought he'd taken him to the Hufflepuff common room. Huh? He didn't go to the celebration. Harry blinked, about to ask further, when Hermione continued, I think he probably went to see Gemma, she said lightly, her fingertips finally moving away from the cup. You probably didn't notice? They exchanged glances at the end of the competition, and now that the first event is over, it's time for them to catch up. Harry was even more surprised by this. In the past, Hermione's tone would always carry a subtle tension whenever she mentioned Gemma. But today, she spoke casually, her eyes completely calm. As if reading his mind, Hermione added, her fingers finally ceasing their stroking motion, it's normal, isn't it? Everyone has friends they want to see alone. And their own private space where they don't want to be disturbed. I used to think that for your own good, I should lay everything bare, but that was completely overstepping my bounds. Harry finally realized. Hermione wasn't just apologizing for Ginny, she was stating a line. This applied to him, and it applied to Sherlock. Harry looked at Hermione's earnest profile and suddenly smiled. He reached for his butterbeer and took a large gulp, the cool liquid dispelling the lingering sweetness. Actually, I think you should also be honest with Sherlock, right? Hermione hadn't expected Harry to do this. She instinctively lowered her head, her fingertips gently stirring the butterbeer in her glass, leaving tiny traces of foam on the glass's surface. She paused, then said in a very soft voice, let me think about what to say. Seeing that Hermione didn't run away this time, Harry smiled. She'd finally come to her senses. After all, the holidays were approaching, and everyone would be 15 next year. Gemma's sudden appearance had indeed put pressure on Hermione. The corridors deep within the castle were already quiet, with only the dim yellow light of the hall lamps casting dappled shadows on the stone floor. Sherlock's footsteps were particularly clear in the empty corridor. Just as Hermione had deduced, He didn't head towards the Hufflepuff common room, but instead turned onto the staircase leading to the 8th floor. The hem of his robe swept across the dusty windowsill, stirring up fine dust. His destination, of course, was the room of requirement. Chapter 541 Exciting News. Hogwarts Castle, 8th floor. In the spacious room, the stone hearth, still surrounded by pebbles, was embedded in the floor, its flickering orange flames dispelling the chill. Gemma Farley sat quietly in the large, soft, high-backed velvet armchair near the hearth. Her azure eyes were fixed on the slender necked glass vase on the mantelpiece, holding white hyacinths. The scene Sherlock had experienced on the field that day had deeply worried her, but she had skillfully concealed her emotions, letting no one see them. Until the end of the match, when she exchanged a glance with Sherlock. Seeing the look in his eyes, she knew he understood her meaning. See you at the usual place. But now, she had waited a long time in the room of requirement, and Sherlock still hadn't arrived. Even so, she wasn't worried at all. She believed Sherlock would eventually come. If he hadn't appeared by now, something must have held him back. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Gemma immediately turned around. Sherlock Holmes had arrived. Sorry, Gemma, they insisted I go to the Hufflepuff common room. Before she could finish speaking, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and Gemma had already stood up, throwing herself into Sherlock's arms. Sherlock was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gemma to be so enthusiastic after their long separation, giving him a hug as soon as they met. After a brief embrace, Gemma released Sherlock, her face slightly flushed, and said, "Long time no see, long time no see." Sherlock's gaze swept around, and he was shocked to find that the surroundings were exactly the same as when he and Gemma had parted here last time. This was clearly intentional on Gemma's part. "Your performance today was outstanding." Gemma invited Sherlock to sit down, reverting to her usual elegant demeanor. "Especially that summoning spell, no one could have imagined you'd get past a fire dragon that way. Everyone's stuck in a rut." Sherlock picked up his drink and took a sip. "To be honest, it's nothing special. Crumb played much better than us, but if you hadn't done it, he wouldn't have thought of that move." Gemma couldn't help but laugh. "That Mr. Bagman's voice is really loud." Crumb must have heard his commentary. The two chatted easily about the match, showing no awkwardness despite not having seen each other for 6 months. "Looks like you've been doing well in Romania," Sherlock suddenly asked. "I knew you could tell," Gemma said with a smile, "but I'd still like to hear what you've figured out." Sherlock's gaze swept over Gemma, his sharp eyes like a key to a puzzle, quickly capturing subtle clues. Her skin, hand movements, and details of her clothing. Several freshly scabbed, light brown marks were visible on the back of her right hand, their color so pale they almost blended into her wheat-colored skin. Sherlock remembered that 6 months ago, when they parted at Hogwarts, her skin was as smooth and white as the cool stone walls of the castle. Now, it had a uniform sun-tanned brown hue. A barely noticeable peeling mark remained on her forehead, revealing the marks of prolonged sun exposure. And during their recent embrace, he had noticed a faint smoky scent emanating from her neck. It was a mineral aroma mixed with sulfur, clashing with her usual elegant perfume. "The marks on the back of your hand are recent, aren't they?" Sherlock deduced directly from his observation. Gemma laughed. "It's the same as always. You always give off such a simple feeling whenever you state your deduction. I'm in charge of caring for the newborn Norbertosaurus in the sanctuary. They're still quite young, and their fire-breathing practice is as unpredictable as a baby learning to walk. A week ago, a little dragon was startled and breathed out a small flame, splashing my hand. The dragon sanctuary in Romania is in a valley with intense sunlight." Sherlock and Gemma's meeting was very pleasant, and they chatted for quite a while without realizing it. By the time Sherlock returned to the Gryffindor common room, it was past midnight. His 4 roommates were already asleep, Harry's sleep-talking and Neville snoring filling the air. A small model of the Hungarian horned wasp sat on the table next to Harry's bed. The little dragon yawned, curled up, and closed its eyes. The golden egg lay peacefully on Sherlock's bed. Sherlock glanced at it and knew that his roommates had also just returned. A smile appeared on his lips as he drew the curtains of his 4-poster bed and went to sleep. The topic of the Dragon Quest had been going on for weeks. Hogwarts, as the host, had won the first event, giving its students and staff a sense of pride. The students from Boxburtons and Durmstrang were no longer as flamboyant as before. As for Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric, The three victors, they received an unprecedented welcome. Wherever they went, they were met with cheers. Besides Cedric, some people even approached Sherlock and Harry for autographs, including students from Boxburtons and Durmstrang. This made Harry somewhat flattered. After Rita Skeeter's previous article, the people from both schools had been full of hostility towards him. "Harry, you earned their respect with your own abilities," Hermione said earnestly. Now everyone knows that woman was talking nonsense. Speaking of Rita Skeeter, she had been quite quiet for a while after receiving Sherlock's advice. Even with such excellent material from the first event of the Triwizard Tournament, she didn't publish any more articles to hype it up. The Daily Prophet, however, published a relatively objective and fair article, detailing the competition's proceedings. However, the article heavily criticized the Ministry of Magic, arguing that their security measures were inadequate and lacked contingency plans. That's typical of the Daily Prophet. You're right, Harry couldn't help but shrink back. To be honest, I'm increasingly reluctant to go to outdoor classes. Me too. They were on their way to their magical creatures class. Hearing Harry's words, Ron remarked with a touch of melancholy. He glanced at Durmstrang's large ship moored on the lake, feeling grateful for the warm fire and thick walls inside the castle. The ship was currently rocking and swaying in the strong wind. I imagine it must be freezing in Durmstrang's living quarters. Sherlock, Harry, aren't you really going to ask Krum if he'd be willing to stay with us? No point, Sherlock said succinctly. Okay, Ron sighed, then sniffed. What does it smell like? Single malt whiskey? Sherlock replied without hesitation. It's what Hagrid provided for Madame Maxim's horses. Blood hell, Ron couldn't help but exclaim. Is he trying to get us all drunk? He was only complaining. The feeling became much stronger when class officially started. A strong smell of alcohol wafted from the feed trough in the corner of the makeshift stable, making all the students attending the Conservation of Magical Creatures class a little dizzy. This wasn't good news for the students. Because even now, they still had to take care of those dreadful blast-tailed snails. Professor Hagrid's demands on the students were getting higher and higher. Because these things had been reduced to only about 10 by cannibalism. But now, seeing them, the young wizards were all pale and trembling. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for that. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest, and those blast-tailed snails that survived the cannibalism were now large, robust, and extremely ferocious. Now, each one was nearly 6 feet long, with a thick gray protective layer. Not only that, they were constantly swinging their powerful legs and exploding fire-breathing tails. Combined with their spikes and suckers, they naturally gave the students a Cthulhu-esque feeling. I'm not sure if they're hibernating, Hagrid said honestly. Let's try and see if they want to sleep. Let's settle them in these boxes. As he spoke, he brought out some large boxes, each lined with pillows and fluffy blankets. Even though everyone was Hagrid's friend, they were speechless at the sight. As a teacher, their big friend was truly incompetent. However, even a brilliant detective like Sherlock hadn't anticipated what would happen next. First of all, blast-tailed snails don't hibernate. Secondly, they disliked being stuffed into boxes lined with pillows and having the lids closed. They really disliked it. Next, the bombtails rampaged through the pumpkin patch. The ground was littered with smoldering fragments of the boxes. When most of the students saw this, they fled through the back door into Hagrid's hut without a word. At this moment, Gryffindor and Slytherin were unusually united. The little lions and snakes locked themselves inside, trembling. Don't be nervous, you're Gryffindors, how can you be afraid? Bring out your warriors and help us subdue them. Encouraged by Hagrid's loud encouragement, Sherlock and Harry displayed the courage of warriors in the Triwizard Tournament. The two took the lead, bravely stepping forward to assist Hagrid. Hermione and Ron followed without hesitation. Surprisingly, the next one to step forward was Neville. Don't go, Neville, Dean quickly grabbed him. It's too scary. No, Neville's legs were trembling, but he still said firmly, Sherlock said the way to overcome fear is to face it. After saying that, he shook off Dean and rushed out. Seeing his roommates helping Hagrid, Dean stomped his foot heavily and finally followed him out. As soon as Dean went out, Seamus naturally couldn't ignore it and ran out as well. At this time, seeing that even Neville, who was considered the most timid among them, had taken action, some of the young wizards in Hagrid's hut couldn't help but run out to help. To Harry's surprise, Malfoy also came out with Crabbe and Goyle. However, he quickly put this surprise behind him. Because the blast-tails were large, strong, and could explode, They were really difficult to deal with. However, before the end of get out of class, they finally managed to subdue 9 Blastales and tie them up. However, the price they paid was heavy. They had countless burns and cuts on their bodies. These injuries were nothing to Hagrid, but quite serious for the young wizards. When only 1 Blastale remained, Hagrid cried out to everyone's astonishment, "Hey, don't scare it, scare it." Malfoy's eyes widened as he pointed at the Blastale. "Does it look like it's scared of us?" At that moment, both the lion cubs and the snakes nodded in agreement. The remaining Blastale was menacingly approaching them, its spines arching and trembling slightly. It certainly didn't look frightened. "Tie its spines with a rope, and it won't hurt the other Blastales." After this lesson, the lion cubs and the snakes looked at each other much more kindly. When they lined up to see Madame Pomfrey, they surprisingly refrained from mocking each other. Indeed, an effective way to resolve internal conflicts is to introduce external ones. Madame Pomfrey was furious about Hagrid's teaching methods, but she still managed to heal everyone's injuries swiftly and efficiently. In the last month of 1994, Hogwarts, unsurprisingly, was hit by strong winds and sleet. But this terrible weather was quickly overshadowed by exciting news, the Christmas ball. Everyone was astonished when Professor McGonagall, as head of Gryffindor, announced the news during a transfiguration class. This was a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, considered a great opportunity for interaction between different schools and even different countries. Importantly, the ball was only open to students in their 4th year and above. Sherlock's preschool deduction had once again come true. The dresses on the admission list were for this ball. Of course, while the ball is only for students in their 4th year and above, you may invite a younger student if you wish. The ball will be held in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock on Christmas Eve and will end at midnight. In short, the Christmas ball will undoubtedly give us, well, a chance to let our hair down and relax. Her words made everyone laugh. Because Professor McGonagall's hair was always tied up in a tight little bun, she never seemed to let it down. Chapter 542 Choosing a Dance Partner. After announcing the details of the Christmas ball, Professor McGonagall kept Sherlock and Harry behind. This made Harry very nervous. He thought he'd been caught laughing at Professor McGonagall's hairstyle in class. But Professor McGonagall's words surprised him. "Holmes, Potter, heroes all have their partners." "Partners?" Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "What partners?" Harry asked immediately. Professor McGonagall looked at them strangely, as if she suspected they were joking. "Did you hear me? I already said you'd bring partners to the Christmas ball." Her gaze swept back and forth between Sherlock and Harry, and after confirming they weren't joking, she continued, "Your dance partners?" Harry quickly said, "I'm not dancing." Sherlock nodded. "If you're not dancing, you don't need a dance partner." On this matter, they were in complete agreement. "No," Professor McGonagall said sternly. "Both of you must dance." "No," Harry said stubbornly. "I won't dance." For at that moment, Harry's mind suddenly conjured up an image of himself wearing a black top hat and a tailcoat. Beside him was a girl in a ruffled dress, the kind Aunt Petunia wore to the ball at Uncle Vernon's company. Sherlock frowned. "Why?" "Because it's tradition." Professor McGonagall was even more adamant than Harry. "You two are champions of Hogwarts. Oh, and Diggory too. Others may not have partners, but you, as representatives of the school, must do as everyone expects." Harry blinked. "Do as everyone expects?" Sherlock shook his head. "That doesn't convince me." "You heard me, Holmes, Potter. You must both find yourselves a partner, so you're not allowed to go home this Christmas," Professor McGonagall said in an unquestionable tone. Sherlock and Harry exchanged glances. They could tell that Professor McGonagall was genuinely angry. "A week ago, I would have said that finding a dance partner was a piece of cake compared to dealing with a Hungarian hornet," Harry said dejectedly after parting ways with Professor McGonagall. "But now I've defeated the hornet, and I'm facing the challenge of finding a girl to dance with. I'd rather fight the dragon again." "Don't say that, my dear Harry," Sherlock surprisingly laughed. "Women are your forte." "I don't," Harry vehemently denied. "I don't know many girls at Hogwarts, but they know you." Sherlock patted Harry on the shoulder. "I bet you a galleon that you'll be getting a lot of invitations these days." Harry's eyes widened in horror, because Sherlock had never lost a bet. Unless he deliberately lost to someone while investigating a case. But, no buts. Actually, it's not as difficult as you think. We just need to choose a suitable dance partner. Sherlock smiled slightly. "For you, I think Miss Zhang is a good choice." Cho. Hearing Sherlock's words, Cho Chang's face immediately appeared in Harry's mind. Yes, if he had to choose a dance partner, she was undoubtedly the person Harry would most like to invite. But Cho Chang was a year older than him, not only very beautiful, but also an excellent Quidditch player, and very popular. Perhaps she wouldn't agree? Although he felt that he had a good relationship with her, what if she told him, "Sorry, Harry, I've already agreed to someone else"? Wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? Should he go to Ginny? Just like Hermione said, she definitely wouldn't refuse him. Besides, Professor McGonagall also said that they could invite a younger student. The news of the Christmas ball made the originally chilly campus lively. In previous Christmases, only a very small number of people chose to stay at school. But this Christmas was different. Especially the students in their fourth year and above, almost all of them stayed behind. Everyone was incredibly excited about the upcoming ball. The girls, in particular. Harry was surprised to discover that Hogwarts housed so many girls he'd never noticed before. The girls giggled and whispered in the corridors. They shrieked whenever a boy walked by. They excitedly exchanged ideas about what to wear for Christmas Eve. Whenever Sherlock, Harry, and Cedric walked by, they would often stop and giggle secretly. Why are they all in groups? Harry couldn't help but ask Sherlock. How can we wait until they're alone, grab one, and make a request, lasso one? Ron offered a very plausible suggestion. Hermione shook her head helplessly, then whispered to Harry, "If you're too shy, how about writing a letter in owl?" Harry's eyes lit up. Yes, that would be a great way. But I personally suggest you invite her in person, if you have a specific target in mind, Hermione added, glancing subtly at Sherlock. Over the next few days, Sherlock and Harry were both very busy. First, a curly-haired third-year Hufflepuff girl invited Harry to the ball. Harry was so surprised that he refused without a second thought. The girl walked away, looking hurt. This made Harry feel a little embarrassed. But he had to do it, because he had never even spoken to her before and didn't even know her name. And that wasn't all. Throughout the entire history of magic class, Harry had to endure Dean, Seamus, and Ron's mockery and ridicule of the girl. Not long after, two more girls invited him. This time it was even more outrageous. One was a second-year student. She was too young, even younger than Ginny. The other was a fifth-year student. Judging by her appearance, it seemed she would knock Harry unconscious if he dared to refuse. But Harry ultimately mustered the courage to refuse her. "Actually, she's quite pretty," Ron said fairly after laughing enough. "But she's a foot taller than me," Harry said, still shaken. "Imagine me dancing with her, how embarrassing." Sherlock fared slightly better than Harry. Perhaps because of his eccentric temperament, far fewer girls invited him than Harry. Sherlock, like Harry, refused them all. Surprisingly, some girls, after being rejected by Sherlock, immediately went to invite Harry instead. After rejecting yet another girl taller and stronger than himself, Harry couldn't help but say to Sherlock, "If I weren't a champion of the school, they certainly wouldn't have invited me." "Obviously, my friend," Sherlock said with a smile, "it's only natural. So, have you two decided who to invite, or rather, whose invitation to accept?" Ron couldn't help but ask. "You know, quite a few people have come to me asking about you two champions." As he spoke, he glanced at Hermione. In the past, he would have thought it perfectly normal for Sherlock to choose Hermione. But now, Gemma Farley was back. No one had said you couldn't invite or accept an invitation from a graduate, right? So, between Gemma and Hermione, it was really hard to say who Sherlock would choose. As for Harry, it was much simpler. He could just blindly invite Cho Chang. Cho Chang would probably be happy to accept. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. While Sherlock hadn't yet announced the auction and Harry was still hesitating, Ron had already made things perfectly clear for the two of them. Not long after, Hermione pulled Harry to the edge of the Black Lake again, much to Harry's surprise. "I have something to tell you. This time it's not to force you to make a decision, but I'm just worried you might not be prepared." Harry saw Hermione's expression and his heart skipped a beat. "Is it related to the Christmas ball?" "Yes, if you've already decided who to invite to the Christmas ball, go tell them as soon as possible." Hermione paused, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her cuffs. "Ginny was talking to me yesterday, saying she wants to be more proactive this time. If you haven't decided yet, she might ask if you want to come along." Seeing Harry's stunned expression, Hermione quickly added, "Don't be nervous. I'm not asking you to choose her, and I'm not forcing you to do anything. She quickly waved her hand, her ears slightly red. I made a mistake by forcing my ideas on you last time. This time I'm just letting you know, so that if she suddenly contacts you and you haven't thought of how to respond, it won't be awkward for both of you. After all, no matter who you choose, being prepared in advance is always better than being caught off guard, right? Harry snapped out of his surprise. He lowered his head, kicking at the pebbles by the lake, Ginny's recent smile flashing through his mind. He then looked up at Hermione, his eyes exceptionally sincere. Thank you for reminding me, Hermione. I'll seriously consider it. Hermione breathed a long sigh of relief. Well, whoever you plan to invite, it's best to go in person. That shows more sincerity. I know. What about you, me? Hermione froze, her fingers stopping abruptly. Her eyes instinctively glanced across the black lake, a blush spreading from her ears down her neck. She truly hadn't expected Harry to bring this up. If you've already made up your mind, you should take the initiative. Harry looked at his best friend earnestly. I feel Sherlock's feelings for you are different from his feelings for Gemma. He probably won't actively seek out Gemma, but if you don't act, and Gemma speaks first, he might agree. A day after this conversation, Hermione called Harry out again. Hermione wouldn't be asking Harry to be her dance partner, would she? Ron finally couldn't help but ask Sherlock as Harry and Hermione ran off alone again. Sherlock shook his head slightly and said firmly, no, but even Sherlock hadn't expected that Harry and Hermione were plotting how to win him over. Hermione, we have to grit our teeth and go for it. Harry's tone was as if they were planning to breach an impregnable fortress. We don't have much time left. Today, you go to Sherlock, and I'll go to Cho. By the time we get back to the common room tonight, we both have to have dance partners. It's a deal. Hermione hesitated, but seeing Harry's unwavering determination, she nodded. Okay, as the one who made the suggestion, Harry mustered the courage he had when facing a dragon and went straight to Cho Chang. He kept telling himself that it was just asking Cho Chang one question, it was that simple. Unexpectedly, when Harry thought this, he found that he easily ran into Cho Chang. She was walking out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Oh, Cho Chang? Can I say something to you? Couldn't they be quieter? Harry thought angrily. The girls around Cho Chang were giggling. Among them were Cho Chang's two roommates, who looked at Harry with a I knew it kind of look. Thankfully, Cho Chang didn't laugh. She said okay, and followed Harry to a place where her classmates couldn't hear her. Harry turned to look at her, a strange spasm suddenly gripping his heart, as if he had missed a step on the stairs. He stammered. He had made up his mind, but when he tried to speak, he found every word difficult to utter. Cho Chang stood there, looking at him with a complex expression of confusion, expectation, and surprise. Under that gaze, Harry finally couldn't hold back. The words slipped out of Harry's mouth, incoherent, the pronunciation incomplete. Come with me. Excuse me, what did you say? Cho Chang said, barely suppressing a laugh. You would like to come with me to the ball? Harry asked, so why was he blushing? Why? Oh, Harry, Cho Chang's face also turned red, but she immediately smiled. Okay, you said yes. Yes, I said yes. Cho Chang looked at Harry's relieved expression and tilted her head. So you didn't invite me before, were you worried I would reject you? Harry's face turned even redder. Cho Chang understood immediately. The boy's blush was the best answer. You know what? Cho Chang said in a soft voice, I've rejected a lot of invitations, just like you, because they weren't the one I was waiting for. Harry, degree, degree. At that moment, Harry almost jumped for joy. Almost simultaneously, Hermione also cornered Sherlock. Mustering her courage, she blushed and said, Sherlock, you haven't found a dance partner for the Christmas ball yet, have you? No. Sherlock's gaze swept over her reddened earlobes and clenched cuffs. Then he recalled her appearance when she left with Harry not long ago, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, will you be my dance partner? After asking this question, Hermione lowered her head, unable to look into Sherlock's gray eyes any longer. Chapter 543 Ron's Attack. What? You've all found dance partners? In the Gryffindor common room, Ronald exclaimed in shock, frozen in place, upon learning that his three closest friends had all quietly secured partners for the Christmas ball. Bloody hell, he looked at Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione with a betrayed expression. How could you do this? Ron pointed a trembling finger at the three, stammering, so, now I'm all alone, obviously, my friends. Sherlock looked at Ron, even offering a considerate explanation. My dear friend, Your reaction is a bit too strong. It's alright if you don't have a dance partner, why not? Ron retorted, both confused and indignant. Sherlock probably means the champion should lead the dance when the ball starts, Hermione added. Hogwarts took the lead in the first event, so it'll be Sherlock, Harry, and Diggory leading the dance. Harry immediately understood. Sherlock's right. So even if Ron doesn't have a partner, he won't make a fool of himself like we did. Ron, listening to his three friends talking back and forth, Ron felt a pang of heartache. The key was that they were telling the truth. Fine, Ron decided to give up. Tell us, who are your partners? I asked Jo today, and she said yes. That was expected, Ron shrugged. Can you tell us how it happened? Harry briefly recounted how he invited Cho Chang. As he spoke, he glanced at Ginny a few times, and found that she had been listening intently to him, which secretly relieved him. Congratulations, Harry. After Harry finished speaking, Ginny said earnestly, as far as I know, quite a few boys have invited Jo recently, but she's rejected them all. It's clear she's been waiting for you. Ron looked at Ginny in surprise, as if he hadn't expected his sister to say something like that. Harry scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly without saying a word. So what about you two? Ron asked, then looked at Sherlock and Hermione. Don't tell me you're each other's dance partners. Hermione blushed slightly and didn't answer. You've really improved, my dear Ron. Sherlock smiled slightly. Your deduction is completely correct. Ron, is that a compliment? Why does it sound so hurtful? So, it really is just me left. Ron pointed to himself and said it again. Yes, Sherlock said. Harry nodded. That's right. Ron remained silent. Tomorrow was the last day before the Christmas holidays, and he suddenly felt his future was bleak. Although his three friends said it didn't matter if he didn't have a dance partner, it was still a truly embarrassing thing. So he made up his mind to find a dance partner in the next few days. In the last few days of the term, rumors about the Christmas ball circulated everywhere. Most of them were unreliable, such as Dumbledore buying 800 barrels of perfumed mead from Rosmerta of the Three Brooms. However, Hermione pointed out that the reservation for the Strange Sisters might be true. The Strange Sisters were a very famous musical group in the wizarding world. This was good news for those students who had listened to WWN, Wizarding Broadcast, since childhood. Seeing that everyone was not paying attention in class, the good-natured charms teacher, Professor Flitwick, simply stopped lecturing. He allowed them to play games in his class, which won everyone's approval. As for himself, he pulled Sherlock and Harry aside to discuss the brilliant summoning spell used in the first event of the Triwizard Tournament. I knew you could do it. Professor Flitwick, his feet planted on a pile of books, looked at Sherlock and Harry, his eyes gleaming. I knew you could do it back in your first year. I remember Sherlock used a summoning spell back then. Yes, but it wasn't entirely successful. Haha, that's a spell that's supposed to be mastered in the fourth year. You two and Diggory did a fantastic job this time, and that spell was used beautifully. Defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin was also quite agreeable, arranging some relaxed activities for everyone. Then he too pulled Sherlock and Harry aside to discuss the Triwizard Tournament, praising them highly. However, the other teachers weren't so agreeable. Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, continued his arduous trek through his pile of notes on the Goblin Rebellion. According to Sherlock's deduction, since the professor hadn't let his death stop him from continuing to teach, something as trivial as Christmas couldn't possibly distract him. Given Professor McGonagall's personality, transfiguration teacher, she naturally wouldn't let her students be idle, assigning homework and assignments until the very last second before get out of class ended. That was fine, but the most detestable person was Potions teacher Snape. He certainly wouldn't allow anyone to play games in his class, and no one expected that. It was expected that he would teach normally, like Professor McGonagall. But to everyone's surprise, he looked at the entire class with a gloomy gaze and delivered devastating news. He would be testing their antidotes in the last class of the term. He's so mean, really. Ron was particularly angry that evening in the Gryffindor common room. He deliberately chose the last day to test us, ruining the last bit of the term with a mountain of homework. But you haven't actually been working that hard, have you? Hermione picked up Sherlock's potions notebook and casually remarked. As she said, Ron was busy. He was building a castle with a deck of exploding cards. It was a toy that was both exciting and fun, and if he wasn't careful, his creation could explode at any moment. But it's Christmas, Hermione, Harry said lazily. He was sitting in an armchair by the fireplace, reading a book called Flying with the Cannons. He had relaxed ever since Cho Chang agreed to be his dance partner. Hermione had been casual with Ron just moments before, but now she looked at him seriously. "Harry, I think even if you don't want to learn the antidote, you'll do something more creative." "Like what?" Harry asked, watching Joel Jenkins of the Cannon smash a bludger at a chaser of the Berryberg bats. "That golden egg," Hermione muttered through gritted teeth. "All right, Hermione, we can rest until February 24th, and besides, we still have Sherlock," Harry said, glancing at Sherlock. Oh, he wasn't there. Gemma had just taken Sherlock away not long ago. "But we can't leave everything to him," Hermione frowned. "We should do something too. I think this is fine. One person can do the thinking," Ron said, placing the last two cards on top of the castle. With a bang, the entire castle exploded, singeing his eyebrows. "That looks really good, Ron. It suits your dress robes very well." The twins sat down beside them. "What, you guys haven't found a dance partner yet?" Ron's face darkened at the mention of it. "I'm the only one who hasn't found one, brother. You'd better hurry up, or all the good girls will be taken," Fred said. "So, who are you planning to go with?" Ron asked. "Mind your own business, Ron, or I'll burn your nose too," George said, waving his wand at Ron. "I should probably take action too, invite someone." After the two left, Ron couldn't help but mutter to himself, "He's a jerk, but he's right. I don't want to end up dancing with an ugly duckling." Hermione frowned. Harry couldn't help but ask, "Ron, what are you talking about?" "Well, you know what I mean." Ron shrugged. "I'd rather go alone than ask someone like Eloise Middleton. Her acne's gotten much better lately. She's actually quite pretty," Harry couldn't help but say. "But her nose is a little crooked," Ron said. "Judging a person by their appearance is too superficial, dear Ron." Just then, Sherlock walked in from outside the common room, overheard Ron's words, and immediately offered his assessment. "Come on, Sherlock, not everyone can be as indifferent to their dance partner's looks as you are." Hermione's eyebrows shot up immediately, but Ron seemed oblivious, continuing, "Besides, I'm just a common man." Hermione scoffed. "How, basically you want to invite the prettiest girl to accept you, even if she's a complete villain?" Yes, basically right," Ron said. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite frank. There's nothing to be ashamed of." Just as Harry said, Ron said honestly, "You'll see, by tomorrow, no, the day after, I'll definitely have a dance partner." Ron clenched his fist and strode out of the common room, as if a hero was leaving for good. "Superficial," Hermione couldn't help but say. "It is superficial, but it's also realistic," Sherlock said. "Actually, I think he could go to Lavender," Harry said thoughtfully. "She would definitely be Ron's dance partner." "Why?" Hermione asked curiously. Then Harry recounted how Ron had asked to see Lavender's Uranus during divination class. Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. "But no, she's already promised Seamus." Hermione was Lavender's roommate, so it wasn't surprising that she knew this. "That's a real shame," Harry shrugged, then asked curiously, "By the way, Fred and George said they've also found dance partners, didn't you know?" "The Petty twins," Sherlock answered directly. "Fred and Parvati from our class, George and Padma from Ravenclaw, twins and twins." Hermione found it quite amusing. "That's interesting." Harry glanced at Hermione, then asked, "Sherlock, Gemma contacted you because she wanted to invite you to be her dance partner." Harry was kind-hearted. He knew that Hermione hadn't left because she wanted to ask Sherlock about this. But her current appearance clearly indicated she didn't know how to broach the subject, so he simply asked for her. Sure enough, Hermione immediately perked up her ears at the question. "You could say it's an invitation, or you could say it isn't." "Huh?" Harry blinked. "What do you mean?" She guessed Hermione had already invited me. Sherlock's words stunned both Harry and Hermione. "She wanted to dance with me again after Hermione and I finished our lead dance, and I agreed," Sherlock continued. "I see." Harry secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he hadn't misjudged Gemma. Her intelligence was indeed no less than Hermione's. This was probably the best possible outcome, wasn't it? Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione seemed to have made a decision as well. In the following days, the Hogwarts teachers and students continuously expressed their desire to impress the guests from Boxburtons and Durmstrang. They seemed determined to showcase the castle at its best this Christmas. The school was brightly decorated, and all the young wizards from 1st to 7th year said they had never seen such beautiful decorations since entering the school. The marble staircase railings were adorned with icicles that would never melt, and the 12 Christmas trees that usually stood in the great hall were decorated with all sorts of trinkets, from glittering holly berries to incessantly chirping, live golden owls. The armors were all enchanted. Whenever someone passed by, they would sing a Christmas carol. It was particularly comical when the empty helmet sang, "O come, you pious ones." Unfortunately, the armors only knew half the lyrics. The warden, Filch, was quite dutiful, coming to Sherlock several times for help. He needed to find Peeves, who was hiding among the armors, and whenever the armors couldn't finish a song, he would make up some lyrics to fill in the gaps. Unfortunately, those lyrics were very crude and unpleasant, ruining the image of Hogwarts. When Filch finally managed to pull Peeves out of his armor with great effort, he said gratefully, "Thank you, Sherlock. You know, the teachers are all swamped right now and have no time to help me." "It was nothing," Sherlock said, "but I suggest you go to Moody. He's been at school all this time, and he can find Peeves faster than I can." "Mad-eye Moody." Filch shook his head at the thought of his fake eye and leg. "Never mind." Just then, a commotion arose from the hallway, as if something had happened. Chapter 544 The Secret of Fleur Delacour. As everyone knows, Sherlock Holmes is a restless man at heart. For him, being forced to sit still, to let his mind stagnate, is more terrifying than facing the most dangerous criminal. It means that the delicate instrument of his brain is rusting, the most complete waste of his talent. That's why Bogart looked the way he did when he saw him. And that's why, in that summer in London in 1991, when the humid wind carrying the moisture of the Thames wafted past the windowsills of Baker Street, he was almost cornered by the pervasive boredom. At that time, the Queen's government was clearing obstacles to open the door to the European Union, and the shadows on the streets of London were being dispelled one by one. Those criminals who were used to causing trouble in the dark retreated to their burrows like wild rats that had smelled a shotgun, leaving not even a trace of chaos for him to deduce. Just as Sherlock's fingertips were about to break the violin strings, lamenting the lack of initiative of London's criminals, an owl, its feathers glistening with morning dew, broke through the summer heat and fluttered down to land on his window. The Hogwarts acceptance letter, sealed with a wax seal, was like a key, suddenly unlocking the door to a new world. From then on, his life was filled with the chanting of spells and the whooshing of flying broomsticks. There was no longer a trace of emptiness. Time flew by, and in 1994, the European Union was officially established, and the Queen's government's early efforts finally yielded results. This wave from the Muggle world also quietly seeped into the wizarding world, prompting the restart of the Triwizard Tournament. But for Sherlock, this was the first time he had broken free from Harry Potter and stepped into the center of the storm as an independent individual. This had already been hinted at in his conversation with Mycroft a year earlier, and now it was being confirmed. 4 years had passed, and Sherlock's inherent sharpness and restlessness remained undiminished. So when Sherlock, who was discussing Peeves with Filch, noticed a burst of suppressed laughter and commotion coming from the hallway, his eyebrows instantly twitched, a hint of interest flashing in his gray eyes. Before Filch could finish speaking, he turned and strode quickly towards the sound, leaving Filch standing there, completely bewildered. Reaching his destination through the corridor, the scene before him made him pause. Both sides that had instigated the commotion were somehow connected to him. Ronald Weasley, one of his few close friends from school. Fleur Delacour, the French witch he'd known since Books Buttons. By now, Sherlock knew Fleur's background quite well, even having a preliminary idea of why she looked at him with that familiar gaze. But seeing the scene before him, he silently shook his head. His gaze swept across the crowd. Several Ravenclaw students were covering their mouths and snickering, the Hufflepuff boys were whispering and jeering, and a few Gryffindor girls were giving Ron a cheering gesture. Almost instantly, he pieced together the whole story. Ron had simply lost control and gone to ask Fleur to be his dance partner. The result, of course, was a clean and decisive rejection. No, it was even more embarrassing than a rejection. Because Fleur was looking at Ron with the disdain of someone looking at a nobody, completely disdainful of answering his question. As for the commotion Sherlock had just felt, it was the crowd's jeering. "Weasley, perk up, yeah, that's great," as expected of someone from Gryffindor. "You really didn't embarrass us." It seemed like they were fanning the flames, but it was also a form of support. After all, Ron was a Hogwarts student, and the courage to speak up in front of the crowd, especially in front of Fleur, was enough to make everyone join in the fun and give him some support. Unfortunately, Fleur Delacour was not one to be swayed by others' opinions. Her aloofness, like an icy shell, shut out all the jeers. Her disdainful gaze alone made her seem unapproachable. Ultimately, Ron's courage vanished, and he covered his face and fled. He didn't even notice Sherlock as he passed by. Sherlock didn't stop him, but instead turned his gaze to Fleur and Cedric, who was trying to smooth things over. Cedric seemed to sense something, turned around, and saw Sherlock, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He knew Ron and Sherlock were friends. But Ron's timing was truly terrible. Fleur was inviting him to be her dance partner, and he had impulsively insisted. As far as he knew, Ron and Fleur had no prior connection. While he admired Ron's courage, he also didn't know what to say. Taking in their subtle expressions, Sherlock uttered 2 words softly to the air, interesting. After parting ways with Cedric, Fleur Delacour declined an invitation from her fellow students and left Hogwarts Castle alone. Despite always saying that Hogwarts was inferior to Bugsbottom's, she found herself unconsciously at the Black Lake. This was a place where she could think things through and clear her mind. Although she had just extended an invitation to Cedric Diggory to join her for the ball, her mind was in turmoil, struggling back and forth for a long time. In truth, her ideal partner wasn't Cedric. Sherlock Holmes was the first choice. If Sherlock agreed, it would undoubtedly increase her opportunities to interact with him, making her next task much easier. But after careful consideration, she dismissed the idea. First, she wasn't entirely confident she could persuade Sherlock to agree. She knew very well that her charm had no effect on that little boy. Second, she feared he would see through her intentions. Although given his abilities, it was only a matter of time before things continued this way, but that's obvious, Miss Delacour. Just as she was pondering this, a cool, slightly mocking voice suddenly rang in her ears, startling Fleur. She snapped back to reality, realizing she had unknowingly walked quite a distance. The afternoon sun shone through the clouds onto the lake, shimmering with dappled golden light. The edge of the forbidden forest was quiet in the distance, save for the rustling of the wind through the trees. Just a few steps in front of her, Sherlock leaned against an old oak tree, watching her with a half-smile. She knew that look all too well. Because when that person saw through everything, he often looked like that. Holmes. Fleur's heart tightened at first, her pupils contracting slightly, but she immediately forced herself to calm down. She immediately adopted a cold, aloof expression, deliberately making her voice sound indifferent. What are you doing here? Using a preemptive strike to cover up one's guilty conscience is a common tactic, but I don't think it's a good idea, Sherlock said, slowly straightening up from beside the tree and walking step by step to her. He was tall for a boy's age, but Fleur was already quite tall, almost as tall as Gemma. Even with her eyes slightly lowered, she was still a head taller than Sherlock. Sherlock slightly raised his chin, his gray eyes meeting her blue eyes directly. I don't understand what you're talking about, Fleur said stiffly, but her fingertips secretly tightened their grip on her skirt. Ah, yes, of course, I haven't told you yet. What exactly are you talking about? Fleur seemed calm as a rock, but inside she was panicking. I'm saying, the sarcasm in Sherlock's eyes deepened, is that guy still not giving up? Fleur's breath hitched, and her face instantly paled. Mr. Holmes, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Just as she turned to leave, Sherlock said casually, so Mycroft has actually set his sights on an international friend to spy on me. Boom. These words exploded in Fleur's mind like a thunderclap. She abruptly stopped, her body stiffening involuntarily. Her beautiful blue eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief. The cold mask she had carefully maintained cracked open, and undisguised astonishment spilled out. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, almost bursting through her ribs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mycroft. How could he know that name? No, Sherlock certainly knew. It was his older brother. But she had never mentioned that name to Sherlock, not even the slightest hint. How could he so accurately pinpoint the person behind it all? He was only 14 years old. How could he be as capable as his brother, who was 7 years older than him? From the moment he spoke to Fleur, Sherlock's gray eyes hadn't missed a single expression on her face. So, he caught her fleeting shock perfectly. The knowing smile on his lips deepened, and the mockery on his face intensified. No need to be so surprised, Miss Delacour. Sherlock's voice was calm and clear as he stated what seemed to him obvious. If I may be so bold, your surprise itself is the best answer. His words carried an invisible pressure that rippled outwards. "How about we start from the beginning?" His gaze suddenly sharpened, making even the usually proud and confident Fleur unable to meet his eyes. "From the moment you first met me. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. You appear to be speaking to my friend Ron, but from the start, you were targeting me. The way you looked at me wasn't like you would look at a stranger. There was scrutiny, curiosity, and a barely perceptible sense of familiarity. This is unusual. For a lady from Beauxbatons, France, who theoretically has no connection with Hogwarts students, this unusualness itself is a clue." Fleur bit her lower lip, forcing herself not to look into his all-knowing eyes, suppressing the question that was about to escape her lips. Sherlock's gaze swept over her sleeves and accessories. "Look at you, your attire is distinctly French, but there seems to be something else mixed in. Like a sharper edge, a somewhat harsh blend. But your silent rejection of my friend Ron just now suddenly dawned on me. That silent rejection, that indifference that spared no word, was so much like the instinctive reaction of someone accustomed to being the center of attention to an inappropriate invitation. Like a diva used to the stage lights, responding to an untimely shout from a corner of the audience with only a slight tilt of the chin. This perfectly suits your current identity, representing the warrior of Beauxbatons, a natural, undisputed focus of attention. Your elegance naturally carries a sense of entitlement to be looked up to." Fleur's face paled slightly. She wanted to deny it, but she found herself unable to utter any effective rebuttal under those eyes. "This brings me to my family. My family went to France when I was a child. That memory, though distant, is real. You might not believe it, but I never forget anyone I've ever met. Even if I do, it's intentional." Sherlock didn't explain his memory attic, but continued calmly, "But I have absolutely no recollection of you. So, assuming I've already deduced that you know me, there's only one possibility left. You, or rather your family, met and interacted with my parents and brothers during that experience." At this point, Sherlock's eyes sharpened, and the sarcasm became more pronounced. "So, when you came to Hogwarts as Beauxbatons representative, a place I happened to be in, how could Mycroft Holmes, that fellow, let the opportunity pass by?" Fleur's breathing quickened, and her fingers curled slightly at her sides. This was Holmes. That man's brother. Just like his brother, once they met, he could ruthlessly peel back her secrets layer by layer. The wind by the lake seemed to stand still, even the rustling sound vanished. Hibiscus stood frozen, pale-faced, her lips trembling slightly. Every word Sherlock spoke was like a small hammer, precisely striking the truth she tried to conceal, shattering her carefully constructed defenses. Her lips moved, but she found all her rebuttals utterly futile. He had guessed everything, especially the moment Mycroft's name was called. Her uncontrollable momentary loss of composure was the best proof. She had expected to be exposed, but she hadn't imagined it would happen so quickly. She hadn't even made it through the year. Thinking of her confident promise to Mycroft before coming to school, she now felt utterly ridiculous. Sherlock watched her utterly defeated reaction, a mocking and impatient smile curving his lips. "So, Miss Delacour," his voice was soft, yet it struck Fleur like a nail, "next time you contact that fellow hiding in his cozy office, please pass on a message from me. If he's really that interested in my interesting school life, why not come to Hogwarts himself? Buy a ticket for the Hogwarts Express and experience the sorting ceremony. I'm tired of this charade of always ordering others around." With that, Sherlock looked away from Fleur's dejected expression, turned, and strode off toward the castle. His black robes swept across the fallen leaves in the wind, leaving a crisp sound of footsteps. Chapter 545 Lust at First Sight. "What? You're saying Delacour was also sent by your brother to spy on you?" The crackling fire in the Gryffindor common room illuminated Harry and Hermione's shocked faces. Harry dropped his book. Hermione instinctively covered her mouth. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Ever since Sherlock said Fleur knew him, they had imagined countless possibilities. But they never expected it to end like this. However, upon reflection, this was Mycroft Holmes, whom Sherlock had referred to as his England, although there was a hint of mockery, considering his past actions. This behavior now didn't seem too surprising. "I thought he had given up," Harry murmured. The reason he said also was because he remembered his first encounter with Mycroft. Mycroft had done this over the phone, offering a large sum of money to keep an eye on Sherlock's every move and then report back to him. Harry considered Sherlock a friend and naturally refused on the spot. At the time, Harry thought the other person was some kind of bad guy, and even suspected he might be connected to Voldemort. Sherlock later regretted it, thinking he should have agreed and they could have split the reward. Later, he learned that the person was actually Sherlock's older brother. He had assumed that after a few years, Mycroft had given up on the matter, but unexpectedly, there was more to it. Actually, this was my oversight, Sherlock suddenly laughed, seeing his two friends' surprised expressions. Why do you say that? Hermione asked, puzzled. Have you forgotten about the Triwizard Tournament? Sherlock's fingers tapped lightly on the table. It was able to be held again because of the changes in the Muggle world. How could such a thing not have that guy's involvement? In fact, he hinted at it to me last Christmas, I just wasn't perceptive enough to notice. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances again. But you found out about this so quickly. It doesn't matter, Sherlock shook his head. That guy never expected to hide it from me. He was just using this method to send me a message. Both you and Miss Delacour are just tools to him, Harry, don't look at me like that, dear Harry, because that's just who he is. Just as Harry and Hermione were once again amazed by Sherlock's power, Ron walked in, his face ashen. Ron went straight to a corner and sat down in the common room. He was ashen-faced and looked shaken. What's wrong with him? Harry asked in a low voice, seeing that Ron was ignoring them. 10 minutes ago, he invited Fleur Delacour to the ball with him, Sherlock said calmly. I met her after that, Harry and Hermione gasped simultaneously. Is he crazy? Harry's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. He knew Ron was very interested in Fleur Delacour, but he couldn't understand where Ron got the audacity to invite her. She'd been at the school for almost 2 months and had already become the center of attention. Could he really be influenced by the Leviathan bloodline? Hermione also found it unbelievable. She glanced at Ron before looking away. What's he thinking? In her opinion, this was something no normal person would do. That's how it is when you're irrational. Compared to Harry and Hermione, Sherlock wasn't surprised at all. He knew very well that Ron was that kind of person. And it wasn't just Fleur Delacour, he also had feelings for the mature and beautiful Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks pub, though no one had noticed yet. Just as Harry and Hermione were still shocked by this news, Ginny entered the common room. She quickly scanned the room, her gaze first landing on the three people by the fireplace, then glancing at Ron in the corner. Soon, she understood and tiptoed over, joining the three of them, and asked in a voice only they could hear, Ron's, about him going to ask for a dance partner, do you know? Sherlock's telling us, Harry replied, now able to communicate normally with Ginny. But upon hearing this, he realized what she meant and lowered his voice, pressing, does everyone know? Ginny's face immediately showed sympathy. She glanced at Ron again, lowering her voice even further, there were so many people in the hall, a lot of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw people were there. I bet it's all over the castle by now. Harry and Hermione immediately fell silent, and together with Ginny, they all turned their gaze to Ron in the corner. He remained motionless, his face buried in his hands, as if his soul had been ripped out by a tormentor. It's understandable, the embarrassment of being surrounded by a crowd was far worse than being publicly cursed with a snotty nose spell. Ginny quickly looked away, gently shaking her head with a hint of disagreement. Honestly, I think he has a bit of himself to blame. She leaned back in her chair and added softly, he's been complaining in the common room every day these past few days, saying it would be so embarrassing if he were the only one at the Christmas ball without a partner. How about, he tries asking Eloise Midgen, Harry suddenly suggested. Sherlock nodded, that's a good idea. If Ron's willing, I think the lady will definitely agree. Hermione immediately bit her lower lip upon hearing this, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly trying hard to suppress a laugh, even her ears turning red. That Harry, so sly. And Sherlock, always looking for trouble. Ginny asked, puzzled, what are you talking about? All she knew about Eloise Midgen was that this witch had used a curse to get rid of the numerous pimples on her face. Ultimately, she had to go to Madame Pomfrey to have her nose reattached. The accident had left her nose slightly crooked, but her acne seemed to have lessened, at least temporarily. She couldn't understand what Ron's connection was to Midgen. Hermione then repeated what Ron had said in the common room the night before. I'd rather go alone than see Eloise Midgen, he deserves it, Ginny said bluntly. I know what he's thinking, he's desperate because all the pretty girls are taken. Even Eloise Midgen seems pretty now. It's okay, I'm sure he'll find someone somewhere who's willing to accept him. Oh, don't be like that, Ginny. Even Hermione, who occasionally made sarcastic remarks about Ron, felt Ginny's words were too harsh. She gently nudged Ginny's arm, signaling her to say less. Okay, Ginny shrugged. Her grandmother was Avila, Harry mused. Maybe he was trying to cast a spell on Cedric, but he just happened to get hit by Ron, who was passing by. Harry was still trying to find a way to salvage the situation. No, Miss Delacour didn't intentionally cast any spell, Sherlock said bluntly. He was just lusting after her. Harry, Hermione, Ginny, the three of them exchanged glances. If Ginny's assessment was harsh, then Sherlock's words were downright cruel. What can you say? Typical Sherlock. But anyway, we still have to help him. Right, Harry was the first to recover. He took a deep breath, looked at the motionless figure in the corner, and said with a tone full of pity, we can't let him just stay like this forever. He can't really be alone at the Christmas ball. Ginny immediately turned to Harry, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Typical Harry, so kind. Hermione shook her head. It's too hard to find a suitable dance partner now. If Harry had gone to Lavender sooner, like he said, maybe there would still be a chance. Lavender? You mean Lavender Brown? Why did she agree to Ron? Ginny couldn't help but interject. This was Hermione's roommate, but Ginny didn't know she had any connection with Ron. As soon as Ginny finished speaking, Sherlock and Hermione simultaneously turned their gazes to Harry. The you-explain look in their eyes couldn't be clearer. Harry had no choice but to repeat what Ron had said about wanting to see Lavender Uranus in divination class. Ginny looked at Ron, who was still staring blankly in the corner, with a shocked expression. Goodness, what a goodness. Not angry at being made a dirty joke by Ron in public, this Miss Brown might actually have a bit of a crush on her brother. Ron would definitely prefer her to Louise Middleton. Unfortunately, as Hermione said, it was too late now. What am I going to do? Harry seemed a little lost, but his eyes lit up when he saw Ginny. That's it, Ginny, you can go with Ron. He thought his idea was brilliant. Ginny wasn't even in 4th year yet, and she couldn't attend the ball without an invitation. But to his surprise, Ginny blushed and shook her head. I can't. Why? I already promised. I promised Neville. What? Harry was taken aback. Neville had actually invited Ginny. He hadn't realized his roommate had such intentions. Hermione's sudden words surprised him even more. He invited me first, Hermione said naturally. He said I've always been kind, helping him with his homework and stuff. Harry thought about it and realized she was right. Hermione had indeed helped Neville a lot. After Hermione rejected him, he invited me, Ginny continued. I think, well, anyway, if I don't accept, I can't go anyway. I'm not even in 4th year yet. Hearing Hermione and Ginny say this, Harry understood. But he immediately felt troubled. Ugh, what am I supposed to do? Don't say that anymore, Harry, it's almost become your catchphrase. Ginny smiled at Harry, a hint of frustration in her eyes, but quickly said, let Ron figure it out himself. Harry shook his head, looked at Sherlock, and asked with a try-it-out mentality, Sherlock, do you have a way? Yes, Sherlock nodded. Upon hearing this, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny all looked at him in surprise. He really did. This winter break, the teachers ignored the Tree Wizard tournament and the upcoming Christmas ball, assigning a mountain of homework to the 4th year students. But by the end of the term, most people had no interest in doing their homework. In the week before Christmas, everyone was having a blast. Snowflakes fell heavily on the castle and grounds. Boxbutton's light blue carriage looked like a frosted pumpkin in winter, and the gingerbread house next to it, sprinkled with icing, was Hagrid's cottage. The gunnels of Durmstrang were covered in a layer of ice, making them smooth and shiny, and the sails were frosted with white. The house elves in the kitchen were busy preparing a variety of hot stews and sweet puddings. Only someone like Hermione Granger seemed out of place at this time, still a frequent visitor to the library. Ron often complained about this. But as long as she doesn't try to sell us vomiting, I think it's acceptable, he said to Sherlock and Harry, and before he finished speaking, he immediately hid behind Sherlock. What are you doing? Harry asked, puzzled by his friend's action. He's worried about being seen, Sherlock said, pointing ahead. Looking in the direction Sherlock was pointing, Harry suddenly understood. Fleur Delacour and several Boxbutton students entered the foyer and walked into the great hall. She was complaining to those around her, the food at Hogwarts is so greasy. My dress robes are about to burst. Before she finished speaking, she saw Sherlock and Harry, and a red-haired boy hiding behind Sherlock. Fleur's expression changed, and she quickly left, heading towards the Ravenclaw table. "She seems afraid of you," Harry asked in a low voice as Fleur left. "That's what happens when you're exposed," Sherlock said, pulling Ron out from behind him. "She's gone, don't hide anymore." "Phew," Ron let out a long sigh of relief. He looked around, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Why is Hermione so late today? Isn't she going to have dinner? Maybe something's holding her up." Harry didn't think much of it, because he saw Cho Chang walking towards him. "Hey, what a womanizer," Ron muttered as Harry happily greeted Cho Chang, before continuing, "Sherlock, what made you think of having her as my dance partner? Aren't you happy?" "Not really." "Well, she's much better than Eloise Midgen. I'd rather go to the Christmas ball alone if it were her." Ron sighed deeply, then couldn't help but steal another glance at Fleur. Chapter 546 Another Christmas. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. The air in the room of requirement was filled with a faint scent of cedar, the warm glow of the fireplace shimmering on the walls, and the soft carpet silencing all footsteps. The two girls stood facing each other for a good half-minute, the flickering firelight in the fireplace reflecting in their eyes. Then they smiled at each other and opened their arms for a gentle embrace. As their fingertips touched, they both felt the warmth of each other's palms. Hermione Granger's hair was meticulously combed, and her nose still carried the slight chill of the outside air. Gemma Farry, dressed in a sharply tailored dark coat, had sea blue eyes like a calm black lake in winter. These two girls, now closest to Sherlock, had quietly met here on a Christmas afternoon. Both were exceptionally intelligent girls, and after a few words about daily life in the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary and recent trivial matters at Hogwarts, the conversation naturally turned to the main topic. "Thank you, Gemma." Hermione looked at Gemma, her fingers unconsciously clenching her sleeves. She said sincerely, "If you had asked Sherlock to be your dance partner first, he definitely wouldn't have refused." "You think I was waiting for you?" A faint, clear smile slowly appeared on Gemma's lips. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze carefully examining Hermione, who was looking exceptionally serious. A knowing glint flashed in her sea blue eyes. "Yes, I know you care about him." Hermione took a deep breath, looking directly into Gemma's beautiful sea blue eyes, her tone tinged with emotion. "After graduation, you went to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania and became an excellent dragon trainer. And then, just this year, the Triwizard Tournament restarted, and the restarted tournament was held at Hogwarts, and the first event happened to involve dragons. I don't know what others think, but don't you think it's a special kind of fate? It's these coincidences that brought you back to Hogwarts, and back to Sherlock's side. Knowing him as you do, and the special understanding between you two, if you had asked him to be your dance partner first, he definitely wouldn't have refused. He has always trusted and respected you completely, Gemma." These were Hermione's heartfelt words. Ever since Harry told her about this, she had spent every spare moment carefully reflecting on it, and now she had come to terms with reality. Hearing Hermione say this, Gemma didn't immediately deny it. She gracefully turned and walked to the window, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold frame. Although outside was a winter forest conjured by the House of Requirement, with thick snow piled on the pine branches, the scenery still stirred Gemma's thoughts. "My dear Hermione, you're half right." She slowly turned to meet Hermione's slightly surprised gaze, her tone as calm as if discussing December weather. "I am indeed waiting, but, besides waiting for your actions, I'm also waiting for him." Her words trailed off. Gemma knew perfectly well that the girl opposite her was perceptive and would understand the unspoken message. But this was also expected. Even according to the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, the champions were expected to bring partners to lead the dance, but for Sherlock, it was unlikely he would proactively invite a partner. And indeed, things turned out as she had predicted. It was still a pity that she hadn't received that proactive signal. Thinking of this, her eyes remained clear and bright, with a mischievous smile. "After all, the whole school knows he's already agreed to be your official dance partner, hasn't he? Right now, I'm just waiting in line for that second dance." Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed a faint blush, like an apple glowing in the firelight. But the weight that had been hanging over her heart from worrying about Gemma's feelings settled firmly, and she felt even more respect for Gemma's magnanimity. She had never imagined that Gemma not only knew about it but could also bring it up so openly. "We both know him very well, don't we?" Gemma continued. When Sherlock was mentioned, a gentle light immediately shone in her azure eyes. "He's a genius, radiant with brilliance. In the Muggle world, he can deduce the mastermind behind everything. In the magical world, he can see through the flaws in spells. He's like the sharpest sword, invincible. But as I told you before graduation, in some other things, she tapped her temple lightly with her finger, making a rather humorous gesture, like understanding his own feelings, or realizing what agreeing to dance with you means. Sometimes he's as oblivious as an old rock that's been sitting at the bottom of a black lake for 100 years. This sentence instantly reminded Hermione of Sherlock's accurate assessment of Ron's lust at first sight not long ago, so direct and cruel. She couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that the distance between her and Gemma had shortened considerably. To be honest, if she were Sherlock, she probably would have fallen for such a perceptive and outstanding girl long ago, right? Intelligent, intellectual, beautiful, and so adept at judging situations. Thinking of this, she walked to the window and stood beside Gemma, gazing at the imagined snow scene outside. You're absolutely right. He can see through all the complex conspiracies and unpredictable human hearts, except when it comes to these personal feelings. Hermione paused, unsure how to continue. Actually, just recently, Harry was lamenting this to me. She then briefly recounted her recent conversation with Harry. Just as our savior said, hearing Hermione's words, Gemma smiled faintly, her gaze honest and warm. You're one of the few witches he treats specially, brave, intelligent, and with an indomitable spirit. I've thought it through. Even if you and I invite him at the same time, he'll only respond with his usual logic of already optimized dance partner arrangements and social procedures in progress. Since that's the case, why should I interfere with his already finalized plans? She spread her hands, her smile carrying a hint of indulgent pampering, as if talking about a naive child. Hermione nodded vigorously. Now that she thought about it, if Gemma had actually extended an invitation to Sherlock, he would indeed have reacted the same way. But I still want to thank you, Gemma. Hermione turned her head, her tone serious and meticulous. I can tell he treats you differently. He trusts your intelligence and has praised you to me more than once. I even feel that only when he's with you does his cold, hard logic take on a warmer edge. Dear Hermione, you underestimate yourself too much. Gemma couldn't help but laugh at this. You're amazing, smart, brave, and powerful. Sherlock has long been attracted to you. No, not just him. If I were a boy, I'd probably be captivated by you too. Gemma, what are you talking about? Hermione instinctively retorted, her ears burning slightly. I'm just a bookworm, a little bit clever, that's all. If that's really the case, how could you attract one of the world's best seekers? Gemma's words were like a pebble, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves in Hermione's heart. She jerked her head up, staring at Gemma in shock, her voice trembling slightly. Gemma, how could you? She had never told anyone about this, not even Sherlock. Don't forget, he's a big celebrity. He attracts attention wherever he goes. Gemma chuckled. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but I've been spending a lot of time in the school library lately. Hermione suddenly realized. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Gemma patted her shoulder lightly, her tone becoming cheerful. From the beginning of the conversation, Gemma had been leading the way, but Hermione was now used to this composure. Let's talk about a Christmas ball. In such a high-profile setting, sometimes a small adjustment can make us more confident. What are you talking about? Hermione asked, puzzled. Appearance. Although he's not one to care much about looks, if you could make some changes, I think you'd definitely wow everyone, Gemma said, then suddenly winked playfully, a sly glint in her sea blue eyes. If you trust me, perhaps I can offer some advice. Hermione froze, instinctively uttering, huh? On Christmas morning, Sherlock, Harry, and Ron received Mrs. Weasley's annual package as usual. Oh, no. Ron opened the package and, seeing the dark purple hand-knitted sweater inside, wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He held up the sweater and wailed, why dark purple again? In fact, he had complained about it many times. Unfortunately, his opinions were never taken seriously by his mother. Fortunately, the handmade sandwich pies that came with the sweater weren't bacon-flavored. That was some consolation. However, when he saw Sherlock and Harry's sweaters, his eyes widened. Their sweaters were brightly colored, Harry's was grass green, and Sherlock's was dark blue. And besides the annual capital letters H and S on their sweaters, there was a lifelike fire dragon on the front. Ron, holding his dark purple sweater, began to seriously question his existence. Who, then, is the Weasley child? It seems Charlie told Mrs. Weasley everything about the Hungarian hornet, Harry said, stroking the dragon pattern on his sweater and turning to Sherlock, his eyes full of amusement. Obviously, my friend, Sherlock's fingertips brushed the dragon's wings, a hint of barely perceptible pleasure in his voice. A fire dragon is much more complicated than a letter. The stitches on this sweater were finer than in previous years, clearly showing Mrs. Weasley had put a lot of thought into it. As for the gifts from the others, they were, as in previous years, full of personal touches. Dumbledore gave each of them a box of Honeydukes cream-filled chocolates. Sirius gave each of them a lightweight pencil sharpener with a built-in gadget for unlocking all sorts of locks and untying all sorts of knots. Hagrid sent Sherlock homemade rock cakes and Harry and Ron a large box of sweets, with every flavor they liked. Hermione and Cho Chang's gifts were books. Sherlock received detective novels from both the East and West, while Harry received Quidditch-related ones. Almost all the young wizards who stayed at school spent the morning in their respective towers, happily unwrapping the presents, their laughter echoing down the stairwells. The Christmas lunch, held in the Great Hall, was a dazzling feast, at least 100 golden brown roasted turkeys stuffed with sausages and apples, mountains of Christmas pudding topped with piping hot brandy, which, when lit, emitted blue flames, and piles of cribbage biscuits, mead, and pumpkin juice. The candlelight on the long table flickered, warming everyone's faces. In the afternoon, the snow stopped. The Weasley twins excitedly ran over and dragged them to the playground for a snowball fight. The playground outside the castle was completely covered in snow, like a giant white carpet. Apart from the deep footprints left by Durmstrang and Boxburton's students returning to the castle, there were no other traces. Sherlock never participated in these kinds of games. The others had no objections either. Given his observational skills and reaction speed, once he joined in, the outcome would be predictable, and the fun would be lost. He leaned against the castle's stone wall, hands in his pockets, watching the melee on the playground. Ginny was chasing George with snowballs, while Harry and Ron took the opportunity to team up against Fred, snow splattering everywhere. Ginny, on the other hand, was playing with Harry and the Weasley brothers. Hermione wasn't participating either. She sat on the stone steps beside Sherlock, smiling as she watched. "Why the sudden urge to get your teeth fixed?" Sherlock suddenly asked, his gaze falling on her profile. Hermione's previously somewhat protruding front teeth were noticeably smaller, and now, when she smiled, they were perfectly aligned like carefully arranged pearls. Hermione looked up abruptly, a flicker of surprise mixed with a shy fluster in her eyes. "Ah, when did you notice?" "When I saw you in the common room this morning," Sherlock said bluntly. "Your teeth were much straighter than yesterday, and your lips looked softer because of it. I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Hermione smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescents, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Gemma helped. "So, you were with her in the room of requirement last night?" Sherlock raised an eyebrow slightly. This was unexpected. "That's right. She said she could straighten my teeth, and that she was very confident." Hermione's tone was full of gratitude. "You know, Madame Pomfrey always says that magic shouldn't be used for cosmetic purposes, unless my teeth are cursed and grow as long as an elephant." At this point, Hermione couldn't help but find it amusing. How could such a thing happen? "She wouldn't have said that if she wasn't confident," Sherlock said firmly. He knew Gemma. She would never have said that if she wasn't sure. And judging from the results, she had done a great job. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547: The Unfortunate Ron. "You told me before that orthodontic treatment doesn't have to rely on Muggle instruments." Hermione looked at Sherlock, her fingers gently tracing her teeth, which Gemma had adjusted, her voice tinged with excitement. "I just didn't expect her to do it even better than I imagined. Her technique is just as amazing as Madame Pomfrey's." "Then why are you worried?" Sherlock noticed a slight curl in her fingertips when she mentioned it, a small gesture Hermione always made when nervous. "Oh, I think you should understand, my mom and dad won't be happy." Hermione wasn't surprised that Sherlock could see that, and explained, "For years, I've been trying to persuade them to let me shrink my teeth. But they've always wanted me to keep wearing those braces. You know, they're dentists, they think teeth and magic shouldn't be mixed up." Sherlock understood. It was simply that Hermione's parents couldn't fully accept magic. That was actually quite normal. As Hermione said, these two were dentists, and very skilled ones at that. In other areas, it was fine, but in her professional field, she naturally had plenty of confidence. So this time, Hermione really went all out, regardless of whether they accepted it or not, and went straight for the kill. But judging from the result alone, it was quite good. You look great now, thank you, Sherlock. Encouraged by Sherlock, Hermione's eyes turned into crescent moons. But remembering Gemma's reminder last night, she mustered up her courage and said, "By the way, I have something to tell you. Krum of Durmstrang invited me to be his dance partner a few days ago." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Sherlock's expression, trying to catch a ripple in those gray eyes. But Sherlock's expression remained calm, and she saw nothing. Helpless, she could only add, "He told me he went to the library every day hoping to strike up a conversation with me, but he just couldn't muster the courage." "He wasn't lying?" Hermione looked at Sherlock in surprise. "Huh? The last time we ran into him at the library, he was indeed observing you." Sherlock sighed slightly. "When you were with me, I thought he was watching my movements. We had just learned that the first project was the dragon. It's a pity. If I had stayed a little longer that day, or gone to the library again afterward, I would have discovered that his target was you, and nothing to regret." Hermione's cheeks instantly burned, even her ears turned bright red. She hurriedly waved her hands, her voice slightly stammering. "You know, I could never agree to him." "Yes, back then, your target was already me," Sherlock said it matter-of-factly, his tone carrying the logic of "it's obvious," even though she knew Sherlock was just stating a fact and had no other meaning. Hearing this still caused a wave of blush to spread across Hermione's face. She turned her head away, pretending to watch her friend's snowball fight, but a slight smile crept onto her lips. Just then, the snowball fight's intermission arrived. Her friends' noses were all red, their cheeks flushed from the cold wind and excitement, even their hair was covered in unmelted snowflakes. So when they came to Sherlock and Hermione's side, the slight blush on Hermione's face seemed less out of place. "You guys are having a good time," Ginny skipped over, clutching an unthrown snowball. Her big eyes sparkled with excitement. She, Harry, and Ron had teamed up against the Weasley twins. Although they were ultimately thrashed and covered in snow, she still smiled broadly. The reason, of course, was obvious. However, when Ginny saw Harry's scarf beside her, her face darkened. Harry, oblivious to everything, joined in, brushing the snow off his clothes and asking curiously, "Yeah, what are you talking about? Is it about the Christmas ball?" The scarf Cho Chang had given him was askew around his neck, bringing him warmth in the cold winter, making him feel sweet inside. His bangs, damp from the snowball fight, clung to his skin, making him look a little disheveled, yet undeniably youthful. For some reason, Hermione didn't want to tell anyone except Sherlock about Krum's invitation, even though Harry, Ron, and Ginny were her very close friends. So, hearing Harry's question, she immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's getting late. I'm heading back to the tower to prepare." "What? Prepare? You need 3 hours to prepare." Ron, who had just walked over, widened his eyes upon hearing this. He stared at Hermione, his face full of disbelief. "It's just dancing. Why does it take this long? Boys and girls are different." Ginny immediately took Hermione's arm and wrinkled her nose at Ron. "You don't understand how much preparation girls have to do. Hair, dress, accessories, everything has to be carefully arranged." Hermione gave Ginny a grateful look, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. "Really?" Ron was still a little skeptical, turning to Harry with a questioning tone. "Harry, does your dance partner also need 3 hours to prepare?" As soon as she said this, Hermione immediately felt Ginny tighten her grip on her arm. She couldn't help but look helpless, thinking to herself that her friends were all a bit too straightforward. "Ginny is your sister, don't you care about her feelings at all?" I don't know either." Harry's ears turned slightly red, and he scratched his head helplessly. He thought to himself that it was already a huge surprise that she accepted his invitation. How could he possibly ask her about something like this? "Anyway, I don't expect my dance partner to perform very well, as long as no one else laughs at me." Ron pouted and muttered under his breath, "After all, I found someone." "Don't talk about her like that," Ginny interrupted him angrily before he could finish. She was already dissatisfied with Ron, and now her brows furrowed even more, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. "Luna is great, she's just different from others. You can't talk about her like that." Okay, I won't say it anymore. I should thank her, shouldn't I?" Seeing that Ginny was really angry, Ron quickly raised his hands in surrender, shrugged, and said with a hint of helplessness, "If she hadn't agreed to be my dance partner, I'd probably have to go to the ball alone and be laughed at by everyone. You can also choose not to go. Sherlock, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected calmly. Ron, Cyrillic lettered X. The air was silent for a few seconds, and everyone else couldn't help but suppress their laughter. Even Ginny pursed her lips, her shoulders trembling slightly. Ron opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found himself unable to find any words to respond, so he could only shut his mouth dejectedly. The group chatted casually for a few more minutes. Harry mentioned using the movement technique Sherlock had taught him during their snowball fight. Ron complained about the color of his dress. And Ginny discussed the ball decorations with Hermione. Soon it was 5 o'clock, and Hermione and Ginny said goodbye. The two walked arm in arm towards the Gryffindor Tower, their figures quickly disappearing into the distance. They really left? I thought they were just joking. Ron stared in the direction they had gone, still looking surprised. He hadn't expected the girls to be so serious about preparing for the ball. Coming to his senses, he turned to Sherlock, leaning closer to ask curiously, "Hey Sherlock, how did you come up with the idea of having Lovegood as my dance partner?" "How did you know she'd agree?" Sherlock replied matter-of-factly, "Because she specifically came to me that day, saying she wanted to go to the Christmas ball, but no upperclassmen had invited her." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, remaining silent. They both thought that with a nickname Crazy Lovegood, let alone someone below 4th grade, even if she were above 4th grade, probably no one would invite her. "If I didn't have a dance partner, I could take her." His words made Harry and Ron exchange another glance. They both realized that in Sherlock's eyes, this crazy girl indeed held a special place. Sherlock continued in that matter-of-fact tone, "But I've already promised Hermione, and Harry promised Cho Chang. And since you were rejected after inviting Miss Delacour, I naturally thought of you. No wonder she told me all I had to do was bring her to the ball," Ron said, as if suddenly realizing something. He'd been completely outmaneuvered by Sherlock once again. "That's right, exactly," Sherlock nodded. "Ron." After a moment of silence, Ron finally sighed deeply, as if resigned to his fate, and said, "Well, it's better than having no dance partner, or going to the ball with Eloise Middleton. My dear Ron, you're too focused on the appearance of the opposite sex. That's not a good sign." Hearing Ron mention that name again, Sherlock looked at Ron and said, "Being overly concerned with appearances will make you lose your judgment at crucial moments, causing you to overlook things that are more important. Not everyone can be as indifferent to pretty girls as you are, and," Ron said indignantly, "why don't you mention Harry? He only invited her because Cho Chang is pretty." "I didn't." Harry immediately blushed and hurriedly explained, "I invited her because I think Cho is gentle and kind, and she likes Quidditch too." "I don't believe you. You're so mean." "I already said it has nothing to do with appearances. We have a lot in common. That's why I wanted to invite her." "Don't explain. Explaining is just covering up." "I said no, and that's final." The two quickly resumed their snowball fight. Just then, George seized the opportunity and threw a large snowball from behind, hitting Ron squarely on the back. They stopped and rejoined the snowball fight. There was no Christmas tea today, as a grand feast would be held at the Christmas ball that evening. By 7 o'clock, it was getting dark. The light in the snow was getting worse, making it difficult to even aim. The group reluctantly stopped, brushed the snow off themselves, and headed towards the Gryffindor Tower. As they reached the entrance to the common room, they saw a halo surrounding the portrait of the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady and her friend Violet were sitting in the frame. Their cheeks were flushed, their eyes glazed. And they both looked tipsy and intoxicated. Sherlock's gaze swept over the portrait and noticed several empty boxes of liqueur chocolates lying at the base. He shook his head, speechless. "Bright, vibrant light. Yes, that's the password," the Fat Lady chuckled upon hearing Harry's command. Her voice was muffled, and she swayed slightly, but she still managed to turn the portrait aside, revealing a hole leading to the common room. For the boys, getting ready was undoubtedly much quicker. Back in their dormitory, Sherlock, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Dean quickly changed into their formal robes. Except for Sherlock, who remained as composed as ever, the four roommates all seemed uneasy. Neville kept tugging at the collar of his robe, while Dean fixed his hair in front of the mirror. Harry, who had arranged to meet Cho Chang, repeatedly adjusted his collar, afraid of making a mistake. But the most frustrated of them all was undoubtedly Ron. He stood in front of the long mirror in the corner, hands on his hips, his face a mixture of horror and despair, as if he had seen something terrible. He had already seen the formal robe that Mrs. Weasley had prepared for him before school started. but he still hadn't expected to look like this when he actually wore it. Actually, the style of the dress itself was fairly conventional. It was similar to a school uniform robe, not particularly eye-catching, but not bad either. However, the deep purple color was strikingly jarring under the lights. To put it bluntly, it made him look like a walking purple sweet potato. When they came downstairs, Ron was still muttering to himself, complaining about Mrs. Weasley's taste, his tone full of resentment. Why purple again? Could she have picked a more normal color for me? Like black, or dark blue, or even gray would have been fine. The scene in the common room was also quite different from usual. The usual uniform black wizard robes were gone, replaced by colorful dresses. Red like fire, pink like the sunset, white like snow. It was unusually lively. People gathered in twos and threes, talking quietly, the air filled with anticipation. Chapter 548. Why distinguish? Don't be like that, Ron. It's a brand new dress gown, after all, Fred Weasley reassured Ron, hearing his grumbling. He said this because the Weasley family wasn't well off and couldn't afford to buy every child a brand new dress. In previous years, Ron would have certainly gotten a used dress gown. This year, with Percy's graduation, the Weasley family's financial burden was much lighter. Hearing Fred say this, Dean Thomas glanced at the twins and couldn't help but mutter like Ron, I really don't understand how you two managed to snag the prettiest girl in our whole grade. The prettiest girl in the whole grade was, of course, the Pettier twins. Dean had brought this up more than once a year ago, and everyone agreed. His good friend Seamus also joined in, his tone tinged with envy. Yeah, what's your secret? Secret? George raised an eyebrow, grinning as he put his arm around Fred's shoulder, saying to Fred, why don't you tell them? Sure, Fred deliberately lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, it's because twins are attracted to each other, they're attracted to our unique chemistry. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around couldn't help but laugh, even Ron, who had been frowning, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere became relaxed because of this little joke, and the common room was instantly filled with a cheerful air. Before long, most of the lion cubs were waiting for their dance partners in the common room. When the most beautiful girl of the year, Parvati Petal, appeared, everyone's eyes were inevitably drawn to her. Even her striking pink robe was completely overshadowed by her appearance. Her jet black hair was braided with gold ribbons, and the gold bracelets on her wrists glittered. Harry and Ron couldn't help but steal a few glances at her after seeing her. Especially since she wasn't grinning like usual today, she was even more attractive. You're beautiful, Fred, her dance partner, said to her. Thank you, Parvati smiled slightly, then said to George, Padma is meeting you in the foyer. Okay, George winked mischievously at his twin brother and dance partner. Parvati then turned to Sherlock. Hermione asked me to tell you that you'll have to wait a little longer. She's been preparing for 3 hours, and she's still not ready. Ron's eyes widened. I've told you, girls are different from you boys. At this moment, Ginny also came over and stood next to Neville. Harry looked at the girl he had always treated like a little sister in surprise, wondering if it was just his imagination or something to do with her clothes. In any case, he felt that Ginny looked much older today. Parvati, did your twin sister wear the same clothes as you at Padma in Ravenclaw today? Ron asked blankly. Yes, what's wrong? Parvati tilted her head. Nothing, Ron said this, but quietly moved closer to Fred and George, lowering his voice to ask, your dresses are exactly the same, and theirs are exactly the same too. What if you can't tell them apart at the ball? Why do we need to tell them apart? Fred raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on his lips, his tone implying, you don't understand, huh? Ron's eyes widened, staring at the brothers in disbelief. What did he mean by why do we need to tell them apart? Wasn't it embarrassing to mistake one's dance partner for another? You still have a lot to learn, Ronnie. George patted Ron on the shoulder. Don't call me that. Ron slapped George's hand away angrily. George didn't seem to mind, and said to Harry, it's almost time. Shall we go down to the Great Hall entrance and wait for our dance partners? Because Harry, Ron, and George's dance partners all happen to be from Ravenclaw. Harry hesitated, glancing at Sherlock with a hint of doubt. He was a little worried that Sherlock might be bored waiting alone. You all go ahead, Sherlock said, a gentle smile playing on his lips. I'll wait for Hermione here. Harry nodded. The others were already impatient. After all, it was the long-awaited Christmas ball, and no one wanted to be late. So, as soon as George finished speaking, everyone crowded towards the door. Soon, the once bustling Gryffindor common room was empty, with only the flickering firelight casting swaying shadows on the walls. Even though he was alone in the common room, Sherlock showed no signs of anxiety. He leaned back in his armchair by the window, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Snowflakes began to fall again outside, and Sherlock watched this scene, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. At this moment, he seemed to be quietly enjoying this moment of tranquility, but his mind was still racing. This was perfectly normal. After all, giving her brain a rest was pure torture for Sherlock Holmes. 5 more minutes passed, and lost in his thoughts, Sherlock suddenly heard familiar, light footsteps behind him. The footsteps were soft, yet carried a unique rhythm, and he instantly knew his dance partner had finally arrived. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long." The next moment, Hermione's apologetic voice came from behind him, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible nervousness, as if afraid he was growing impatient. Sherlock slowly turned around. Even though he wasn't particularly sensitive to women's appearances, at this moment, Sherlock noticed the difference in Hermione. It was no exaggeration to say she was like a completely different person. Her brown curls were no longer a messy tangle, but meticulously styled. Now they shone with a soft sheen, appearing neat and smooth, and were elegantly styled in a bun at the back of her head. She wore a light purple-blue robe, the fabric so airy and flowing that it seemed to envelop her in a soft glow as she moved, making her skin appear even whiter. Even more remarkably, her demeanor had become exceptionally gentle and graceful. Perhaps it was because she had removed the satchel she always carried, filled with over 20 thick books, that she had lost some of her bookish awkwardness and gained a touch of girlish liveliness and elegance. Hermione felt a little embarrassed under Sherlock's scrutinizing gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her hands gently clutching the hem of her skirt, her voice softer than before, yet tinged with seriousness. "I want you to be the first person to see me like this." As she spoke, her front teeth, which Gemma had shrunk, looked even smaller. "This outfit suits you very well," Sherlock commented, withdrawing his gaze. Hermione couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. Sherlock continued, "Did you finally read that book, Makeup for Beginners, Hermione?" Cyrillic lettered X. When the lion cubs emerged from the portrait hole and entered the foyer, they found it crowded with students. They were all pacing back and forth, waiting for 8 o'clock, as the great hall doors wouldn't open until then. Some were trying to meet their dance partners from other houses, squeezing through the crowd to find them. It was during this time that Parvati Petal found her twin sister, Padma Petal, and led her to meet Fred and George. "Hello," Padma said. She looked as beautiful as her twin sisters after dressing up carefully. Especially when the two sisters stood together, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. The Weasley twins were quite pleased that they were their dance partners. Undoubtedly, the combination of twins would attract a lot of attention at tonight's Christmas party. Ron looked left and right, up and down, but still couldn't tell the two sisters apart. "Harry, are you looking for Cho Chang?" Padma asked, seeing Harry looking around in the crowd. "Ah, yes," Harry nodded, immediately asking, "Do you know where she is?" "She's a year ahead of me." Padma shook her head, "but I think she should be down by now." When we left, the common room was empty. Harry was slightly relieved. Ron couldn't help but ask again, "Do you know where Luna is?" "Luna Lovegood, she's a year below me," Padma said, looking at Ron with a strange expression. "You're her dance partner." Ron was a little embarrassed, but nodded nonetheless. "Harry, both of them you mentioned have arrived." Just then, Parvati patted Harry on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. Harry immediately looked in the direction she pointed and saw Cho Chang and Luna Lovegood walking towards them. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight. Dean had always said that the Petty twins were the prettiest girls in their grade, and that was absolutely true. Today, the two sisters proved it with their own beauty. But when Cho Chang appeared, even with the added advantage of being twins, they paled in comparison. The crowd seemed to part unconsciously to make way for her, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the black-haired girl. At this moment, Cho Chang's radiance almost overshadowed the lights in the hallway. She already possessed a beautiful Eastern face and elegant temperament, and now, a finely tailored silk cheongsam dress perfectly showcased her slender figure and elegant charm. The cheongsam was of deep sea blue, faintly shimmering with a soft glow, like a tranquil night sky. The collar, cuffs, and hem were embroidered with intricate and beautiful raven patterns in fine, silver thread. As she walked gracefully, the slits on both sides of her cheongsam subtly revealed the shapely, slender lines of her legs. The soft satin fabric perfectly hugged her curves, neither overly revealing nor lacking in alluring, mysterious Eastern beauty. Her cascading black hair was simply draped over her shoulders, making her neck appear even wider and more elegant. She slightly pursed her lips, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her aura was both serene and captivating, like a lady stepping out of an ancient painting. A chorus of gasps and barely suppressed whispers rose from the surroundings. The boys were almost mesmerized, while the girls' eyes were filled with undisguised amazement and a hint of envy. Dean Thomas murmured to himself, "Now I believe I was wrong. The most beautiful girl is here." "No, you're not wrong. She's not in our grade," Dean said from the side. The once radiant petty twins, standing beside Cho Chang, had to subtly tone down their beauty. Their beauty was the passionate, unrestrained beauty of young girls. Cho Chang's beauty, however, was a serene, profound, an elegant charm. Harry's heart was pounding in his throat, and he was so nervous that his hands and feet were stiff. The closer Cho Chang was to him, the clearer he could see the exquisite embroidery on her gorgeous dress and the captivating gentleness on her face. For a moment, he couldn't believe his good fortune to have Cho Chang as his dance partner. He simply couldn't take his eyes off her. It wasn't until Cho Chang blushed and called out Harry that he snapped out of his daze and said somewhat awkwardly, You look beautiful today." Cho Chang blinked. "Does that mean you weren't beautiful before?" "No, that's not what I meant," Harry quickly explained. "You've always been beautiful." Cho Chang smiled, then stood in front of Harry, saying nothing more. Just standing there, she attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Meanwhile, Ron finally managed to shift his gaze from Cho Chang to Luna Lovegood beside her. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. His tense shoulders instantly relaxed, his expression shifting from nervous anxiety to a look of relief. Harry noticed that his friend was even grinning foolishly. But he could understand Ron. Because today, Luna wasn't wearing her usual carrot earrings, but her beer cork necklace, and demon-proof glasses. Her long, pale blonde hair hung smoothly, and her face wore its usual dreamy, ethereal expression, as if listening to music in the distance. While not as striking as Cho Chang and the Petty twins, she looked much more refreshed and normal. This made Ron feel as if a weight had finally been lifted from his chest. At least he didn't have to worry about bringing a dance partner covered in strange ornaments to the school's most anticipated party. At that moment, a group of Slytherin students came up the steps from their underground common room. Leading the way was Draco Malfoy, who looked more dashing than usual in a black velvet high-neck tuxedo. Chapter 549 The Ugly Duckling Turns into a Swan. Draco Malfoy's dance partner, unsurprisingly, was Pansy Parkinson. She wore a pale pink robe with many ruffles and clung tightly to Malfoy's arm, looking as if she wanted to cling to him. Crabbe and Goyle were both dressed in solid green formal robes. Ron was quite pleased to see them, as neither of them had found a partner and they looked like two large green rocks. Although the three hadn't bothered them for a long time, Ron still found them unpleasant. Following the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin students, the Hufflepuff students also emerged from underground. Ron immediately bent his knees slightly, hiding behind Harry. Fleur Delacour was approaching. She wore a silver-gray satin robe and was stunningly beautiful. Cedric was beside her. Only after they had walked away did Ron straighten up. "What are you doing?" Luna asked, puzzled by Ron's actions. Nothing," Ron stammered, somewhat embarrassed. "I know, you've been avoiding her, haven't you?" Luna suddenly looked enlightened. "I heard from Ginny that you were rejected when you asked her to be your dance partner, Ron." He abruptly turned to look at his sister, glaring at her. Ginny, who was usually not afraid of her brother, turned her head away somewhat guiltily today. "Luna, actually," kind-hearted Harry was about to change the subject when the oak front door opened. Everyone turned to see Durmstrang's students and Professor Karkaroff walk in together. Victor Crumb, Toby Thorson, and Lucas Polyako, the three champions participating in the Triwizard tournament, walked at the front. Each of them was accompanied by a pretty girl. Harry felt that Crumb looked even more gloomy than before, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. After them, Boxbutton's students also walked in with Madame Maxim. Since Fleur Delacour had already left with Cedric, the group led by the average-sized strong man, Loyola Fawn, and the slightly slender girl, Felicity Raven, was now the most eye-catching in Boxbutton's. After all, she was tall and large. As Harry looked at her, his gaze involuntarily drifted over their heads, and he noticed that a patch of lawn in front of the castle had been transformed into a grotto, shimmering with fairy light. "There are hundreds of fairies there," Cho Chang explained, noticing Harry's gaze. They were either sitting in magically conjured rose bushes or fluttering their wings atop statues. The statues, in particular, depicted Santa Claus and his reindeer. "Why aren't Sherlock and Hermione coming down?" Ron asked, looking around. Harry also found it odd. Just then, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, "Brave warriors, come this way." "Go, Harry." "Cho," Ginny said. Cho Chang smiled slightly, said "see you later" to her friends, and pulled Harry, who seemed still dazed, forward. The chattering crowd spontaneously parted to make way for them. Professor McGonagall was wearing a red plaid robe today, with an unsightly wreath of thistles on her hat. She told the champions to wait by the door, letting the others go in first. After the students were seated, they would line up to enter the Great Hall. Cedric and Fleur stood closest to the door. When Cedric saw Harry and Cho Chang, his gaze swept over Cho Chang, a hint of amazement in his eyes. "Hello, Harry," he smiled. "Hello, Miss Chang." Harry and Cho Chang both nodded and smiled amicably at Cedric. Fleur, however, remained silent with a stiff expression. Even so, it did not diminish her beauty. Cho Chang, who had just overpowered the petty twins, could not outshine Fleur now. Velar blood, terrifying indeed. "Where's Sherlock? Hasn't he come down yet?" Cedric couldn't help but ask as the others entered the Great Hall. "He's still waiting for Hermione," Harry replied, also finding it a bit strange that it was taking so long. Cho Chang smiled and said, "It seems Hermione takes today's ball very seriously." "She certainly does," Harry said instinctively. "She went back to get ready around 5 o'clock. Cho Chang nodded. "Yes, me too." This remark made Harry and Cedric turn their attention to Cho Chang again. The difference was that Cedric only glanced at her before looking away, while Harry's gaze couldn't leave Cho Chang. Even though she was his dance partner, Cho Chang felt a little embarrassed at this moment and softly reminded him, "Harry." Harry then realized that Durmstrang and Britain's champions and their companions were looking at him with a half-smile. At this moment, Harry almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. "Sorry, Professor, we're late." Just then, Hermione's familiar voice came. "It's all right, everyone hasn't entered yet," Professor McGonagall said. Harry thought to himself that he'd arrived just in time, then turned around. Suddenly, his mouth dropped open in surprise. He had seen Sherlock in his formal robes before, so it was Hermione who had surprised him so much? The stunning beauty that he already knew about Sherlock was now being projected like a bomb into the eyes of the champions and their dance partners from the three schools. Her carefully styled, elegantly updo, brown curls shimmered with a healthy sheen. Her dreamy, pale purple-blue flowing robe made her look like an innocent water fairy. Her face, devoid of any bookish awkwardness, radiated a youthful glow, fair, delicate, with clear eyes, even carrying a gentle tranquility she had never shown before. In terms of pure beauty, Hermione wasn't as beautiful as Cho Chang or Fleur. She wasn't even as beautiful as the petty twins. But the impact of this dramatic contrast was explosive. Was this really Hermione? Harry couldn't help but rub his eyes. He seemed to understand why Hermione had spent so much time getting ready. He wasn't the only one doing the same. As the Great Hall doors opened, the students passing by stared at her with utter astonishment. Parvati Petty, Hermione's roommate, gasped as she walked past with Fred Weasley, covering her mouth in shock. She gasped, her eyes widening, and involuntarily took a small step back, as if trying to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Her other roommate, Lavender Brown, similarly froze, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor, her eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. She instinctively turned to look at Parvati, her gaze questioning. Ron and Luna, as they passed, also stared wide-eyed at Hermione with undisguised suspicion. At that moment, Hermione exemplified in the most direct way what it meant to be a woman who had grown up. Her shock even temporarily overshadowed the stunning appearances of Cho Chang and Fleur. For everyone who knew her, this was a complete re-evaluation of who she was. The gazes initially made Hermione shy, but when Gemma smiled and greeted Sherlock and her, she saw encouragement in Gemma's eyes. At that moment, Hermione's eyes filled with gratitude, and she straightened her back, ignoring those stares. A little while later, everyone was seated in the Great Hall. And Professor McGonagall then instructed the champions and their partners to line up in pairs and follow her inside. The three Hogwarts champions were at the front, filing in one after another towards a large round table at the front of the Great Hall where the judges sat. When Cedric and Fleur, Leading the way, entered the Great Hall. The crowd erupted in applause. The walls of the Great Hall were covered in shimmering silver frost, the ceiling displayed a starlit night sky, and hundreds of mistletoe twigs and ivy wreaths hung from it. The 4 house tables were gone, replaced by 100 small tables lit with lanterns, each with about 10 people seated around it. Sherlock and Hermione were the second couple to enter the Great Hall. It must be said that Hermione's transformation earned them applause no less than that for Cedric and Fleur. Almost everyone stared at Hermione in astonishment. At that moment, Sherlock, whose arm she was holding, was completely ignored. The titles of the great detective Sherlock Holmes were far less appealing in this setting than the ugly duckling turning into a swan. The third couple was naturally Harry and Cho Chang. Like Sherlock and Hermione, Cho Chang also attracted everyone's attention. However, Harry wasn't as composed as Sherlock. He was extremely nervous, having to concentrate and be careful not to trip. Cho Chang, who was holding his arm, noticed this and deliberately slowed her pace, saying softly, "Relax, Harry, it's okay." Hearing Cho Chang's gentle reassurance, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief and let Cho Chang lead him forward. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that his dance partner was Cho Chang, only she had the patience to accompany him. As he approached the main table, he saw Ron and Luna, Neville and Ginny. All 4 of them were waving enthusiastically at him. This eased his tension somewhat. After them came the 3 champions from Boxburtons and the 3 champions from Durmstrang. The young wizards all looked at the champions' partners with envious eyes, wishing they could take their place and become the center of attention. A strange, even somewhat frightening thought even crossed Ron's mind. Who says a boy's dance partner has to be a girl? Finally, the 9 champions and their partners arrived at the main table. Dumbledore, sitting in the middle, smiled happily, especially when he saw Sherlock and Harry. His smile was absolutely radiant. Karkaroff, perhaps infected by Crumb, wore the same gloomy expression. Madame Maxim had shed her usual black satin uniform, donning a flowing pale purple dress that surprisingly made her look quite charming. Ludo Bagman, in a vibrant purple robe adorned with large yellow stars, clapped enthusiastically alongside his classmates. Only Alastair Moody looked unremarkable. No, unremarkable indeed. He looked exactly the same as always, completely out of place in this setting. At Professor McGonagall's direction, the warriors and their partners moved to the table. Everyone kept their distance from Mad-Eye Moody, making the area around him relatively empty. Sherlock, seeing this, immediately led Hermione over. Harry hesitated for a moment, then whispered something to Cho Chang before they followed. Dumbledore, seeing this, gave Sherlock and Harry an approving look. The gleaming platters were empty, but each person had a small menu in front of them. Someone picked up their menu and began looking around. No waiters were present. However, Dumbledore quickly demonstrated for them. He carefully examined his menu, then pointed to his plate and clearly said, "Lemon sherbet." His order appeared immediately. The others at the table understood and followed suit, ordering their favorite foods onto their plates. Although he knew it wasn't very polite, Harry couldn't help but glance at Hermione, wanting to see how she felt about this more complicated new style of dining. After all, it would definitely mean the house elves had to put in more work. However, for the first time ever, Hermione seemed to have completely forgotten about Spew. She discussed a menu with Sherlock. "How about some French food, Sherlock? What do you think? We could try that." Cho Chang glanced at the menu and shook his head regretfully. "Unfortunately, there's no Chinese food, my beautiful lady. Chinese food is indeed delicious, but it's much more difficult to prepare. However, I have tried some at school." The speaker was a Durmstrang warrior. Harry vaguely remembered his name being Polyako. "Oh? Durmstrang has Chinese house elves." Hearing Cho Chang's question, Polyako, who had been staring at her, perked up and immediately launched into a long explanation. "Of course. We also have a castle, but I think it's not as big or as comfortable as this one. Ours only has 4 floors, and it can only be lit when casting magic." Harry and Cho Chang both frowned. Cho Chang looked at Harry apologetically. If she had known he would react this way, she wouldn't have asked. Neither of them wanted to talk to him any further, but out of politeness, they didn't want to interrupt, so they listened as this fellow continued enthusiastically, "But our grounds are much more spacious than this one. Unfortunately, the days are very short in winter, so we can't play in the grounds. In the summer, we fly around outside every day, over lakes, over mountains." Just as Harry's brow furrowed even more, someone finally interrupted him. Chapter 550. The performance time has arrived. "Enough, Polyako," Surprisingly, it wasn't Sherlock who interrupted Lucas Polyako, a Durmstrang student. It was their headmaster, Karkaroff. Karkaroff stared at Polyako with a dark expression, showing no leniency despite the latter being a true wizard tournament competitor. He said coldly, "Don't reveal any more secrets, or this charming young lady will find out where we are." Hearing Karkaroff's words, Dumbledore's eyes behind his half-moon spectacles gleamed. He glanced at Sherlock discreetly, then chuckled. "Igor, keeping such a secret makes people think you don't welcome visitors." Karkaroff grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Dumbledore, we all want to protect our own private domain, don't we?" Without waiting for Dumbledore's reply, he continued in rapid succession. "Don't we need to carefully guard the school halls entrusted to us? Shouldn't we be proud that only we know the school's secrets? Shouldn't we keep these secrets? Oh, I wouldn't dare claim that I myself know all the secrets of Hogwarts." Igor, Dumbledore, however, seemed quite amicable in the face of Karkaroff's rambling. "For example, this morning, I took the wrong turn on my way to the toilet and found myself in a beautifully furnished room I'd never seen before. It was filled with all sorts of exquisite and luxurious chamber pots. But when I went back to investigate, I found that the room had vanished, but I must be very careful. It can probably only enter around 5:30 in the morning. Or it only appears during the crescent moon. Of course, it could also be when someone's bladder is particularly full." Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione understood. Clearly, Dumbledore was referring to the room of requirement. Just as Gemma had said, this room is sometimes there and sometimes not. It only appears when you truly need it. But when it does appear, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the person seeking it. Dumbledore needed to use the toilet, so it became a restroom. But Dumbledore didn't know the correct way to enter, so when he returned to look for it, he naturally couldn't find it. Having gone out, he found his boat, and followed the path, marking it at every turn. Upon reaching the prefecture, he went to the governor and told him what had happened. The governor immediately sent men to follow him, searching for the marked path, but they became lost and could not find the way again. At this moment, Cho Chang, moved by a sudden thought, quietly recited a passage. Harry, who had been secretly smiling at his plate of Hungarian beef stew, paused, startled by Cho Chang's words. "Cho, what were you saying?" Having overheard Cho Chang talking to her parents before, Harry realized she was speaking Chinese. It's a story about a fisherman who, one day, got lost and found a secluded place. Cho Chang briefly recounted the first half of the Peach Blossom Spring, then summarized, "This place is similar to the room Mr. Dumbledore described, possessing everything people desire." Later, when the fisherman emerged, he found his boat and retraced his steps, marking the way. Upon reaching the county town, he immediately visited the governor and reported his experience. Unfortunately, when the governor sent men to find the marks he had made, they were lost and could no longer find the path to the Peach Blossom Spring. Cho Chang had initially been speaking only to Harry, but upon hearing her story, everyone simultaneously put down their cutlery and listened intently. Clearly, everyone was interested in the story. Only Karkaroff, who had just reprimanded Lucas Polyako, seemed uninterested. However, seeing the expressions on everyone else's faces, he ultimately said nothing. Despite being stared at by everyone, Cho Chang remained completely unfazed and confidently finished telling the story. However, although Cho Chang had tried her best to explain it in a way that Harry could understand, most people still looked bewildered after hearing her explanation. Only a few, such as Dumbledore, Sherlock, and Hermione, showed thoughtful expressions. Seeing this, Cho Chang simply offered further explanation. "The story I just told is called The Peach Blossom Spring, the preface to the Peach Blossom Spring poem, one of the representative works of Tao Yuanming, a writer from the Eastern Jin dynasty. This article uses the trail of the fisherman from Wuling to connect reality with an ideal realm. Through the depiction of the peaceful, joyful, free, and equal life in Peach Blossom Spring, it expresses the author's ideal of pursuing a better life and his dissatisfaction with the reality of his time." Now everyone finally understood. Dumbledore immediately smiled and said, "That mysterious and ancient country, with its profound and long history, always brings surprises." Everyone nodded, except for Karkaroff, who said, "But what does all this mean to us?" "You're right, Professor Karkaroff," Cho Chang said with a faint smile. However, Harry noticed a fleeting hint of disdain in Cho Chang's eyes. He immediately understood that Cho Chang didn't really think that way. This surprised him. He had always thought Cho Chang was very gentle, but he hadn't expected him to be like this. After this topic ended, everyone started chatting again. However, Lucas Pagliano didn't speak to Cho Chang this time. On the one hand, he had just been reprimanded by his headmaster. On the other hand, he felt somewhat ashamed of himself after hearing Cho Chang's words. This big shot was too impressive. Fleur Delacour was criticizing the decor of Hogwarts. "That's nothing," she said dismissively, glancing at the star-studded walls surrounding the Great Hall. "At Boxburton's castle, our Great Hall is filled with ice sculptures at Christmas. Of course, they don't melt, like giant diamond statues, sparkling in the Great Hall. And our food is top-notch. We also have the Mountain Fairy Choir, who sing serenades to us while we eat. We don't have these ugly suits of armor along our walls. If some mischievous ghost wandered into Boxburton's, it would be kicked out, like this." She impatiently slammed her hand on the table. Cedric frowned at her words. After Fleur finished speaking, he slowly put down his silver fork, looked at Fleur, and smiled, saying, "Miss Delacour, please allow me to share a different perspective." Fleur was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting Cedric to directly contradict her. Cedric's tone was steady, neither offensive nor lacking in strength. "The ice sculptures and fairy choir at Boxburton's castle are indeed incredibly beautiful. They are undoubtedly unique magical wonders. I have complete faith in your school's brilliance." However, he glanced around the star-studded Great Hall, his gaze sweeping over the magical glow shimmering on the walls. "Hogwarts' charm lies in another kind of depth. Those ugly suits of armor you speak of are precisely witnesses to 1,000 years of history, silently guarding the stories of countless generations of students. Although our sky is a man-made magical dome, it faithfully reflects the changing winds and clouds outside, allowing us, within these ancient stone walls, to feel the changing seasons, the rain and sunshine. This close connection with magical history, and this resonance with natural magic, is an irreplaceable part of Hogwarts." He didn't stop after seeing Fleur frown, but continued, "Rather than comparing which is better, I think it's more accurate to say that Boxburton's embodies the refined romance and splendor of France, while Hogwarts exudes the antiquity, weight, and mystery of Britain. They each have their own captivating charm and are both precious gems of the wizarding world." Cedric's words were sincere and persuasive, eliciting nods from the heroes of both Hogwarts and Boxburton's. Just then, a seemingly casual voice interjected, "In terms of food alone, France certainly has its unique charm." Sherlock pointed to something on his plate with the tip of his fork, his gray eyes sweeping over Fleur, a faint smile playing on his lips. "For example, their escargot, the balance of butter, garlic, and herbs is exquisitely handled." Fleur shuddered slightly at his words. As the saying goes, the speaker may not have meant anything by it, but the listener took it to heart. She completely didn't understand why Sherlock would suddenly bring this up at this moment. Although what Sherlock said was true, she always felt that he wouldn't speak without reason. That's why, when Cedric compared the characteristics of the two schools, she could maintain her outward arrogance, even with a hint of disdain in her eyes. But when Sherlock's voice rang out, especially when he mentioned French food, she always felt that he was looking at her with a half-smile. At that moment, Fleur seemed to be instantly pulled back to the scene at the Black Lake, where she was ruthlessly exposed. Of course, the French culinary skills are undeniably an art. After saying that, she stopped commenting on Hogwarts decor. Since Harry and Hermione already knew Fleur's secret from Sherlock, they weren't surprised to see her like this. After saying that, Sherlock ignored Fleur and began to look around the Great Hall. Crumb, apart from eating, kept his eyes on Hermione. Since hearing Hermione say that Crumb had invited her to be his dance partner, he naturally wasn't surprised by his reaction. Toby Thorson and Lucas Pagliano were talking quietly, and the two would occasionally steal a glance at Cho Chang. The three women's dance partners were all Durmstrang alumni, beautiful and robust, all looking rather sullen. Roy LaFawn and Philly Raven were in a more relaxed state, both quietly conversing with their partners. Their partners were from Hogwarts. Sherlock recognized the girl as Ravenclaw and the boy as Hufflepuff. Besides this table, the person who most attracted his attention was, naturally, the large man, Rubeus Hagrid, just like Madame Maxim. Today, he was wearing that ugly, furry brown suit again. Since he wasn't a member of the judging panel, he was sitting at the faculty table with the other professors. He was looking up at the head table, his gaze fixed solely on Madame Maxim. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Sprout, both appearing quite pleased. This was to be expected. Their star pupil had not only been chosen as a true wizard in the Goblet of Fire, but had also won the first event, making a name for himself. Professor Snape was staring coldly at Karkaroff with his sinister gaze, but his reflexes were incredibly sharp. He almost immediately averted his gaze when Sherlock's eyes swept over him, their eyes meeting only briefly before disappearing. Professor Lupin, the complete opposite of Snape, always maintained his gentle demeanor. When he saw Sherlock's gaze, he not only smiled slightly but also waved. As for Professor Flitwick, well, even Sherlock could only see his pointed hat at that moment. Hermione. Just then, Krum finally mustered his courage. He looked at Hermione, seemingly intending to say something. "No, my name is Hermione." Hermione was somewhat surprised but still spoke politely. Never mind, just call me Granger." Hermione glanced quickly at Sherlock and then said. However, Krum refused to compromise and continued practicing, so Hermione let him be. After a while, they finished eating. Dumbledore stood up and told the students to stand as well. He then waved his wand, and all the tables flew to the wall, leaving a space in the middle. Next, he conjured a tall stage against the right wall. On it sat a drum set, several guitars, a lute, a cello, and several organs. At that moment, wizards with particularly thick hair, dressed in deliberately tattered black robes, rushed onto the stage. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. "They're here, they're really here, it's the Strange Sisters, they actually managed to get them here." Clearly, this musical group had a large following in the magical world. When they picked up their instruments, the applause in the hall was thunderous. Just then, the lanterns on the other tables went out. The warriors and their partners also stood up. At that moment, everyone realized one thing: the Christmas party was over. Instead, the main event of the day, the Christmas ball, was about to begin. "Heroes of Hogwarts, please enter," Mr. Bagman announced excitedly. "The performance has begun." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.